Anda ingin menjadi kaya, tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh jumpa kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah khabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh hubungi kami.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you once again. Welcome to the InvestSmart Fest 2022, and we will be starting our day off with a session of interactive quiz. It's an online quiz where you'll be able to stand a chance to win Aeon vouchers worth 200 ringgit. All right, so for that to happen, I would now like to invite Mr. Jaime from Securities Commission Malaysia to conduct the online quiz. All right, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Okay, thank you very thank you. Alright. Kita mulakan permainan hari ini, permainan interaktif yang bernama Mentimeter. Sedikit pengenalan tentang permainan ini, di mana anda, saya tengok ramai dah tekan, jangan tekan lagi, masuk dulu ke laman, okay, right. Masuk ke laman sesawang Mentimeter, menti.com, dan masukkan kata kunci 81122346 ataupun scan barcode di paparan skrin ini. Penyertaan tidak terhad, kita boleh dapat 50, 60 bergantung, ya. Dan bagaimana permainan ini anda mendapat markah ialah dengan menjawab soalan tersebut dengan betul. Soalan cukup mudah, soalan mengenai pasaran modal Malaysia, dan juga bergantung kepada kecepatan anda menjawab soalan. Jawapan anda mungkin betul, tetapi anda mungkin terlewat beberapa saat daripada peserta yang menjawab lebih pantas dari anda. Alright, kita tengok berapa penyertaan. Okay, kalau anda tengok di penjuru sebelah kiri, ya, ada ikon love tu. Okay, itu adalah jumlah peserta buat masa ini 32. Mungkin kita tunggu sehingga 50 mungkin. 50 peserta, bagus. Syok sikit lah kot, ramai ya. Right. 35 baru, kita bagi lagi masa ya. Anda boleh menyertai walaupun di mana anda berada, tetapi bila anda disenaraikan sebagai 10 peserta yang mempunyai markah tertinggi, anda akan datang ke stage dan memberi pengenalan tentang diri anda lah ya. Dan di situ anda akan mendapat voucher hadiah voucher Aeon. Okey. 38. Tak ramai sembunyi ni. Kena cepat sikitlah, cepat sikit. Mungkin masih ada yang tidur lagi ni. Okey. Right. 38, baru 38. Kita bagi masa sikit lagi. Masuk ke laman sesawang menti.com dan masukkan kata kunci 81122346 ataupun scan barcode yang tertera di skrin besar di depan anda ini, okay, dan anda secara automatik menjadi peserta. 41, okey, 42, kita tengok lagi. Cukup 50 kita akan bermula, ya. Sabar sikitlah ya. Nak dapat hadiah bukan senang, kena sabar, kena tunggu. Tapi bila menjawab, jangan sabar banyak, cepat jawab, ya, cepat jawab. Right, 44. 45. 47. Okey, kita akan bermula dalam beberapa saat lagi. Right. 49 dan 50. Okey, mungkin boleh tunjuk paparan skrin hadiahnya. Hadiah ya sama seperti semalam. Hadiah pertama RM200. Aeon vouchers, hadiah kedua RM150, hadiah ketiga RM100, hadiah keempat RM50 dan 6 hadiah seterusnya bernilai RM20 setiap satu. Ya, ini hadiah Aeon vouchers, dapat bolehlah pergi berbelanja di Aeon, ya, mana-mana cawangan Aeon. Right. Okey, mungkin kita boleh teruskan. Okey. Ada 5 soalan dan kita bermula dengan soalan pertama. Okay, inilah merupakan ikon yang menyertai game ini. Okay, tengok soalan pertama. Which regulatory body regulates multi-level marketing schemes? Ya, Badan Kawal Selia yang mengawal selia skim jualan berperingkat ataupun MLM. A. Companies Commission Malaysia. B. SC. C. Kementerian Perdagangan Dalam Negeri HEP. Dan di Bank Negara Malaysia. Ya, ada 4 jawapan di sini. Anda boleh pilih yang mana satu. SSM, SC, KPDN ataupun Bank Negara Malaysia. Okey, masa bergerak ya. Masa bergerak. Jawab dengan cepat tapi pastikan ianya betul ya. Okey. Time's up ya. Kita tengok. Right. 24 memberi jawapan yang betul. Okey, bagi yang mengatakan SSM, SC, Bank Negara, MLM berada di bawah kawal selia KPDN, HEP, ya, skim jualan berperingkat ataupun skim piramid berada di bawah kawalan KPDN, HEP, ya. Okey, right. Soalan seterusnya kita tengok. Tengok paparan dulu, paparan markah, siapa ataupun ikon mana yang mendahului carta ini. Okey, yang paling pantas ada dua orang yang mempunyai markah yang sama. Ronald, ikon burger dan Android. Okey, saya rasa Android ni mungkin female lah kot N ni namanya. Right. Right, ini kedudukan 10 yang teratas. Kita tengok soalan seterusnya ya. Soalan kedua. Soalan kedua dari 5 soalan. Okay, registration with SC is required for Digital Asset Exchange ataupun DAX to operate in Malaysia. DAX, Digital Asset Exchange, adakah true or false? Adakah perlu mendaftar untuk for Digital Asset Exchange atau DAX untuk beroperasi di Malaysia? True or false? Perlu daftar dengan SC atau tidak? Right. Dah 3 hari berturut-turut rasanya soalan yang sama ni keluar ni. Mungkin peserta-peserta ni peserta baru lah ya. Okey, cepat ya. Jawab true or false saja. Tekan kiri atau kanan. Kiri atau kanan. Tapi pastikan betul. Okey, masa hampir tamat. Buat keputusan dengan cepat dan bijak ya. Okey, time's up. Perlu. Okey, ada 3 yang kata tak perlu. Untuk pengetahuan, perlu mendaftar untuk menjalankan operasi Digital Asset Exchange. Mendaftar dengan Suruhanjaya Security. Maknanya perlu ada kelulusan ya. Kelulusan daripada SC. Jadi kita tengok seterusnya carta markah. Adakah masih peserta yang sama mendahului? Oh, ada perubahan. Peserta pertama masih lagi yang sama. Peserta kedua sudah bertukar. Oh, nampaknya agak lambat sikit lah ya. Peserta kedua tu dia jatuh ke 10. Lambat tekan tu. Jawapan betul tapi mungkin lambat tekan. Okay. Kita tahu je terus tekan. Jangan hesitate. Tapi bila kita hesitate tu dah kita ketinggalan. Right. Soalan seterusnya, soalan ketiga ya. Okay, soalan ketiga. Which of the following activities is not under the purview of Securities Commission Malaysia? Dealing in derivatives, fund management, financial planning or forex trading. Boleh jawab sekarang. Masa soalan keluar tu dah jawab pun tak apa. Jangan tunggu saya habis. Tidak lambat lah. Okey. Ambil masa juga nak jawab ni Kalau anda menyertai program ini, rasanya jawapan ni dah tahu dah ni. Okey. Masih ada lagi yang belum menjawab rupanya ni. Okey, masa hampir tamat. Kita tengok manakah jawapannya betul. Forex trading. Forex trading berada di bawah kawasan Bank Negara Malaysia. Okey, ada berapa? 16 yang memberi jawapan tidak betul. Forex ataupun urus niaga mata wang atau pelaburan dalam mata wang berada di bawah kawasan Bank Negara Malaysia. Yang lain dealing derivative, fund management, financial planning, ia di bawah kawasan Suruhanjaya Security. Ya, tu kena ingat tu ya. Kalau kita ada isu mengenai forex, boleh rujuk dengan Bank Negara Malaysia. Selain daripada tu, boleh datang dengan SC ya. Derivative, fund management, financial planning, boleh buat pertanyaan dengan SC kalau ada isu. Kita tengok kedudukan markah, adakah sama atau dah berubah. Yang tertinggi tadi tu Ronald ya, Icon Burger, adakah masih lagi di nombor 1? Right. Masih lagi nombor 1. Okey. Yang nombor 2, yang nombor 10 tadi dah naik ke nombor 2, Android tu. Okey, cepat dia jawab cepat ya. Okey, ini kedudukan setakat ini ya. Kita tengok soalan seterusnya ya. Soalan seterusnya soalan keempat. Soalan keempat daripada 5 soalan. Who is not involved in the public listing of a company? Yang mana daripada di sini tidak terlibat dalam aktiviti penyenaraian sesebuah syarikat di Bursa Malaysia. Bursa Malaysia, Securities Commission ataupun Attorney General Chambers. Saya ada bagi hint tadi tu masa saya cerita soalan itu. Ya. Yang mana satu? Bursa ke, SC ke, AGC, Attorney General Chambers. Yang mana tidak terlibat. Okey. Okey. Masa bergerak, masa hampir tamat. Berikan jawapan anda. Ya. Okey. Masa tamat. Kita tengok jawapannya. Okay, ada 2. Bila sesebuah syarikat tu nak disenaraikan, dia akan disenaraikan di mana? Di Bursa Malaysia. Jadi mesti Bursa Malaysia terlibat. Dan penyenaraian tadi itu harus melalui Securities Commission juga kan? Ada kena-mengena. Attorney General Chambers tidak ada kena-mengena dalam proses penyenaraian sebuah syarikat. Jadi yang tidak, jawapannya yang tidak ialah yang ketiga tadi itu Attorney General Chambers. Okay. Right, kita tengok kedudukan markah. Okey, yang paling pantas masih lagi Icon Burger. Ni agresif sikit ni Icon kita. Rasa-rasa kita pun excited nak tahu siapa Icon Burger ni, pemilik Icon Burger. Okey, saya beri perhatian kepada Android tadi tu. Android pun dah jatuh ke 4 tadi tu. Twitter naik balik ya ke kedudukan kedua, merampas kedudukan ya. Right, di sini ini kedudukan yang terkini. Dan kita terus ke soalan terakhir, soalan yang menentukan siapa yang memenangi permainan ini. Soalan kelima ya, soalan kelima. Jawab dengan cepat tapi pastikan ianya betul ya. It is safe to make payments for the purpose of investment to bank accounts of an entity license registered with the Securities Commission Malaysia. Okey. Adakah selamat untuk membuat bayaran bagi tujuan pelaburan ke dalam bank account entity license ataupun registered dengan Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia? Yes or no? Okay. Okey, masa bergerak ya. Masa bergerak ini soalan terakhir yang menentukan adakah anda memenangi permainan ini ya. Okey. Masa hampir tamat. Okey. Time's up. Kita tengok jawapannya. Jawapannya ialah yes. Ya. Yang berlesen berdaftar dengan SC. Yes. Yang mana tidak berlesen, kita tak boleh masukkan. Apatah lagi ke dalam akaun individu, ya, tidak boleh masukkan. Jadi 7 memberi jawapan, dia kata no. 36 mengatakan betul. Okay, tengok kedudukan ya, kedudukan siapa yang memenangi permainan ini. Okey. Tahniah apa nama ni, Ronald, Icon Burger. Boleh datang ke stage, tunjukkan handphone anda. Mana Icon Burger? Oh, Icon Burger. Orangnya tak macam burger. Alright. Okey, tahniah, terima kasih. Boleh ambil dengan rakan saya di bawah. Okey. Seterusnya Icon apa? Icon kereta api ni. Encik Thomas. Sorry, Icon Twitter. Oh, patutlah dia. Okey, right. Okey. Ni kita tunjuk ni. Right. Tahniah. Okey, ambil dengan rakan saya. Ikon seterusnya ialah ikon. Ni baru ikon kereta api. Thomas. Okey. Okey, saya tengok apa nama ni handphone anda. Okey, tahniah boleh claim hadiah dengan rakan saya. Seterusnya ikon H2O. Right. Okey, boleh ambil dengan rakan saya, daftar. Okey. Dan seterusnya ikon kek Nurul Bibi. Right. Saya tengok ya. Okey, boleh ambil dengan rakan saya. Seterusnya Gustav. Gustav. Mana Gustav ni? Mana ya? Ikon ni bendera mana ni? Bendera Sweden ke mana ni? Gustav. Kalau tak ada, tak dapat lah. Okey, tak ada nampaknya. Ya, tak ada. Okey, seterusnya ni Android. Mana Android ni? Oh, Gustav. Okey, saya tengok handphone. Okey, right. Okey. Tahniah, tengok tangga ya. Boleh daftar. Ini Android. Oh, Android. Saya dulu ingat female. Alright. Okey, dengan rakan saya. Dan seterusnya Watson. Okey. Alright. Okey, thank you. Daftar dengan rakan saya. Dan seterusnya Sunny. Mana akaun Sunny? Okey, right. Okey, tahniah, daftar dengan rakan saya, dapatkan vouchers. Dan yang akhir sekali, Triple X. Okey tuan, boleh daftar dengan rakan saya. Okey, itu saja permainan Mentimeter. Sekian, terima kasih kerana menyertai permainan ini. Anda semua steady, alright.
Alright, thank you Mr. Rohaimi for conducting the Mentimeter. And of course, the next session of Mentimeter, if you've missed this round, will be at 4 p.m. Alright, so don't miss this opportunity. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, next up we do have a very special person, a very special presentation talking about cryptocurrency. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ross Stevenson, Community and Education Lead from Luno, Malaysia, Sendrum Berhad, talking about how to invest safely in Bitcoin using Luno. Take it away.
Alright, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Alright, we need to get a bit more audience here. Okay, so good morning, everybody. We are about to start our session on cryptocurrency. So please come and make your way to the center of the SC Hall. Yeah, right here at KLCC. Semua orang boleh datang. Exhibitor pun boleh datang. Pasti boleh datang. Alright, we'll wait of 1-2 minutes to let everybody come in. Hi. Nak ambil recording pun boleh, nak ambil gambar pun boleh. Make sure muatkan rambut saya dalam gambar you. Alright, saya tahu banyak orang dia tak dengar apa saya cakap, semua nampak rambut saya saja kan? Saya tahu, all just wondering whether this one is a real one or a fake one. Kita cuba tanya, kamu ingat rambut saya asli ke palsu? Jawab. Oh, banyak cakap asli. Betul, betul. Memang. Banyak orang dia nampak rambut saya, dia nak nyanyi lagu. Sampaikanlah salam cintaku kepadanya. Siapa kat sini masih peminat Alley Cat? Cakap ya. Ini semua warga emas tua kita panggil. Warga emas tolong ambil perhatian. Ini presentation begitu important, begitu penting. Alright? So once again, let's see whether the energy in the room has improved. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Yeah, please come and join us as we are going to be discussing one of the hottest topics today. Yeah, cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency atau mata wang digital. Alright, so my name is Ross Stevenson. I'm going to be presenting today. I'm from a company called Luno. As you guys see, everybody say Luno. Alright, we need to get the energy up a bit, but don't worry. I know you're all waiting to see what we're going to talk about today. Today, I'm going to explain two things. Saya akan menjelaskan tentang dua perkara. I'm going to explain the basics of cryptocurrency and also how to avoid getting scammed. Okay? Kita akan belajar bersama-sama apakah basic info tentang Bitcoin dan kita juga akan belajar macam mana nak avoid kena scam. Alright, so it's a very important topic today. Most importantly, ya, saya bukan financial advisor. If I tell you something about cryptocurrency, it's not financial advice. I am a educator. Saya seorang pendidik. Saya bukan di sini untuk memberi financial advice. If you want, please go to the back there where they have 1 hour free complimentary financial advising session. Okay? Not from us. We are just a crypto exchange to educate people. Now, today's talk agenda is very simple. I will share a bit about my personal story, how I got started, the evolution of finance. What is Bitcoin? Apakah itu Bitcoin? Kita memang nak faham. Ada banyak orang tanya kita kat booth kita tadi, Abang Ross, apa Bitcoin? Saya nak faham. I'm so excited when I see that because I want to teach people more, right? Kita juga akan tengok Bitcoin as an investment sebagai sebuah pelaburan, regulations di Malaysia, how to get started, and 3 red flags, 3 bendera merah yang kamu kena nampak untuk avoid getting scam, alright? So, let me share a little bit macam mana saya mula journey saya dalam industri kripto. If you guys can see in 2017, ini betul lah daripada Facebook saya. Pada tahun 2017, saya dengar tentang Bitcoin. Dengar daripada kawan-kawan, baca artikel online, tapi saya tak faham. So saya cakap ke atas itu, Bitcoin is going to crash. Saya cakap dia akan terjun, dia akan crash. Kenapa? Kerana saya baca semua artikel tentang Bitcoin dan saya tak faham. Saya nak tanya, audience, how many of you have heard the word Bitcoin before? Can you raise your hand for me? You have heard of Bitcoin. Very good. Put down your hand. Many people have heard of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, but not many people understand. I was like that. I didn't understand. I thought this one is fake. This one has no value. Tak ada nilai. Because it was very complicated. Dulu 2017, tak ada orang macam saya pergi mendidik orang lain. But today, ladies and gentlemen, I have joined the biggest crypto exchange in Malaysia, which is called Luno, right? So macam mana saya tukar? In 2017, I was skeptical. Saya tak percaya kepada Bitcoin. Now, 2022, saya percaya. Saya ajar kepada orang lain. I believe in it and I teach it to other people. So what changed? Apa yang tukar? Well, hopefully in my presentation, I'll help you understand more. Alright? Now, mission kita kat Luna, our misi, our mission, is to put the power of crypto into the hands of all Malaysians, right? In order to open a Luno account, you just need to be 18 years old and above, and you have an IC or passport if you're a foreigner. We want to make sure all Malaysians have the power of crypto. Kuasa crypto dalam tangan setiap warga negara Malaysia. That's our mission, right? Now, let us understand how we came to Bitcoin. Kita kena faham. Semua orang cakap, apakah itu Bitcoin? Dia tak faham because we need to understand how we got to Bitcoin. Bitcoin didn't just come overnight. It's a long process. Let's look at the first system of finance in the world. Yang atas ini. Can you all tell me what is the first system of finance with the letter B? Everybody say it together. 1, 2, 3. Barter. Very good. Louder. 1, 2, 3. Barter. Very good. Barter is the first system of finance ever used by human beings. My grandmother, she used the barter system. My grandmother's from Malacca. Anybody here from Malacca? Bandar Hilir, Malacca. Oh, you got one from Malacca. Hi, sir. Nenek saya, my grandmother, she's from Malacca. Those days, kampung-kampung in the village, she didn't have much money. So she would grow her own vegetable, go to the market and sell her vegetable for chicken egg. Really, true story. She used barter trade. But barter trade is not very efficient. So we discovered new method. We got coins, gold coin, metal coin, silver coin, bronze coin. And then we went better some more. We got paper money. We use ringgit, US dollar, all of this paper money. And then we got plastic money, credit card. Right now we can even pay wave. And then some more, we advanced. We got e-wallet. Banyak-banyak e-wallet, touch and go, Grab, Shopee, so many e-wallets out there. As you can see, every few years, our system of finance evolves. Langkah demi langkah, sistem kewangan kita memang berevolusi, always evolving. At Luno, we believe the next step is going to be cryptocurrency. Langkah yang seterusnya akan tentang Bitcoin dan cryptocurrency. Alright? Now, I have a question for the audience. Where is Izam with my microphone? Izam, can you help me bring a microphone? Kita nak tanya soalan, okay? And I got some prizes. Anybody in the audience boleh tolong jelaskan untuk saya, apakah Bitcoin dalam perkataan anda sendiri? What is Bitcoin in your own words? Okay, we got one volunteer. Come, let's pass him the microphone. Tell us your name, sir, and what is Bitcoin in your own words?
Hello, my name is Ong,
Hi,
and
Ong.
Bitcoin is considered one of the first cryptocurrency, which is
Yes.
a digital currency online.
Very good.
The main thing is that it is decentralized,
Very good.
and it runs on the trusted blockchain, which
Very
is
good.
another entire big topic to discuss.
Yes.
With public ledger, so everyone can see the trusted transactions.
Excellent. Bagi dia satu tepukan yang gemuruh. Very good. Wow, dia boleh menjadi educator saya. Because you help me, Ong, you get 1 Bitcoin. Bagilah tepukan sedikit kepada Ong. Itu bukan actual Bitcoin. Yang ni saya beli daripada Shopee. This is not a real Bitcoin. Bitcoin seperti dia cakap is digital. Right? This is just a present. It's just a gift. Okay. So, let us understand Bitcoin together. Kalau orang datang kepada you dan tanya you, kamu pergi ke SC InvestSmart, ada kripto kat situ kan? What is Bitcoin? Apakah kamu belajar tentang Bitcoin? Let me explain and you can take a picture of this if you want. Ini adalah satu penjelasan yang begitu senang untuk faham. Everybody can follow. Let's go together. Bitcoin is digital, decentralized currency. Digital, decentralized currency. Let's understand together. Perkataan yang pertama, first word. Everybody say digital. Very good. I think we all know what digital means, right? Online, on the internet. Sesuatu yang atas maya, ya. You cannot hold it, you cannot really see it, it's online. So digital, we already know. Currency, we already know, right? Ringgit Malaysia, US dollar, Japanese yen. These are all currencies. We use currency to buy and sell goods and services. Ini pun perkataan, kita dah faham apa itu currency. Tapi perkataan kat tengah-tengah, decentralized. Now that one is a bit more complicated, sedikit rumit. But if you can understand what decentralized means, you will understand everything about the philosophy of cryptocurrency. Kalau kamu faham perkataan decentralized, dalam bahasa Melayu, decentralized is tidak berpusat. Tidak berpusat. So let me explain this. Digital, we understand. Currency, we understand. Let's see what is decentralized. So saya ada 2 game kat sini. Yang ni, kat kiri. What game is this called? Who can tell me? What is it? Monopoly, very good. What game is this called? Chess, very good. Wah, kuat suara dia. Thank you. Game Monopoly. Everybody in the game of Monopoly is a player. But one player is special. They are called the banker. Very good. This is known as a centralized system. Just like today in Malaysia, who controls the supply of ringgit? Bank Negara Malaysia, right? They are the centralized system. In Monopoly, banker. In Malaysia, Bank Negara. They are the only person who can control the ringgit Malaysia supply and all that. That is known as centralized. Bitcoin is not like this. Bitcoin bukan macam ni. Bitcoin is like this. It's like a chess game. Kamu boleh nampak. Can you look at the chess players? Can you see what they are doing with their hand on the paper? What are they writing down? They are writing down each person's chess move. When you make a move, I write down. When I make a move, you write down. Mereka merekodkan semua perkara yang datang atas board. Everything. Just like a transaction. Mereka merekodkan. This is a record. This is a record. Bukan seorang saja yang ada rekod. Semua orang ada rekod. Orang yang nampak game atas radio, mereka akan cakap apa yang jadi. You know, on the TV they will show. Everybody has a record. Ini adalah sistem kita panggil decentralized. This is a decentralized system. You notice when you play chess, there is no referee. Tak ada government, tak ada bank yang tengok chess game. It's between the player, between you and me. You and me, right? That is how Bitcoin works. Bitcoin adalah mata wang digital yang pertama dan paling popular yang tidak memerlukan bank untuk govern, right? It's the first digital cryptocurrency that doesn't require a bank to control it. It is just control online between the users. Now, konsep ini memang sedikit complicated. I understand this concept is complicated. That's why I use the picture to help explain. Centralized, monopoly. Decentralized, macam chess. Alright? If you have further question, you can come and ask me later. Now, today we are InvestSmart, right? InvestSmart. We are learning about different kinds of investment. I want to ask in the audience, siapa di sini, anybody here who has invested in Bitcoin? Pernah melabur dalam Bitcoin? Pernah beli? Boleh angkat tangan. Who has bought Bitcoin before? Okay, 1, 2. Yang ni belum beli lagi? Hari ni boleh start. Hari ni boleh start. Alright. So let me explain Bitcoin as a investment. Now, setiap investment ada pros, ada cons. Ada nilai dia sendiri, have its own value. We got stock investment, Bursa Malaysia. Kita ada ASB, kita ada EPF, kita ada unit trust, kita ada insurance, kita ada semua, banyak-banyak benda kita ada, right? There are a lot of investments out there. Cryptocurrency is just an alternative investment, investment yang baru. There's nothing to be afraid of, right? Most importantly, we need to understand apakah nilai, what is the value. If we understand the value, then we can invest responsibly. That's the key. We must understand what we are investing in. So, pertama sekali, gambar ini gambar apa? Gambar emas. It's a picture of gold. A lot of people, they say that Bitcoin is very similar to gold. Because emas ni, gold, is very hard to find. Susah nak cari. Betul ke tak? Gold is not in my hair, it's not on the floor, it's not on the side. If gold is everywhere, it's not valuable. Kalau saya boleh mencari emas kat mana-mana tempat, dia tak ada nilai. Dia ada nilai kerana susah nak cari, susah nak gali. It's hard to find. That's why it has more value, it's scarce. Bitcoin sama. Di dunia ini, hanya ada 21 juta biji Bitcoin. Selepas 21 juta, after 21 million Bitcoins, there is no more Bitcoin. So kita panggil limited supply. Bitcoin has limited supply and scarcity. Itu antara salah satu reason, one of the reasons why Bitcoin has value. Yang kedua, kat sini. Kalau saya nak transfer wang daripada Malaysia ke Amerika Syarikat, berapa hari dia akan ambil? How many days will it take? Anybody can say? 1 day. Anything else? Few hours. Sometimes 3 days. Sometimes more, depends kan. If you want to transfer money from one country to the other country, it can be very difficult. Dulu saya kerja sebagai seorang cikgu online. I used to be an online teacher on YouTube. I have students from India. They want to send money from India to Malaysia. You know, they cannot send. The bank cannot communicate with the Malaysian bank. I don't know why, got miscom. So they have to send to the relative in Singapore. Singapore transfer to Malaysia is very troublesome. Tapi student saya kat India, dia tanya saya, do you accept Bitcoin? I said, yeah, pasti accept. Send immediately, 10 minutes, finish. Right? So Bitcoin, one of the advantage is that you can transfer Bitcoin anywhere in the world. Kamu boleh hantar daripada satu wallet ke wallet lain di mana-mana tempat di dunia ini. That is one of the special things about Bitcoin. Lastly, Bitcoin is similar to the internet. Bitcoin macam internet. People call it internet money. Because as long as you have internet connection, you can get Bitcoin. Seandainya kamu ada akses kepada internet, kamu ada akses kepada Bitcoin. I'll tell you a true story, ya. Cerita benar. I have a friend. He's a refugee in Malaysia. Because he's refugee, he cannot open a bank account. He can't have a Malaysian bank because he's refugee. His Malaysian friend needs to give him money, physical cash. But he has internet. He can open a Bitcoin wallet online for free. Bitcoin doesn't care who you are, where you come from, your race, your religion. Bitcoin treats everybody equal. Bitcoin tak kisah siapa you, kaum you, bangsa you, whatever your religion is, it doesn't care. It treats all humans as equal. Semua orang equal pada mata-mata Bitcoin. For me, that is something special. That is something that's very, very precious. That is why I invest in Bitcoin. Now, I'm not saying you should invest. Kalau sebelum you invest, pergi ke financial planner, tanya dengan mereka, do you think this is a good investment for me? Right? Ask them, discuss, understand before you make your investment. Now, question. Is Bitcoin legal in Malaysia? I want you to answer yes or no. Everybody, 1, 2, 3. Are you sure? This one need to explain a little bit. Okay. There are 2 regulatory bodies in Malaysia. On the left here, Bank Negara Malaysia. Everybody say Bank Negara Malaysia. Together. Very good. On the other side here, Securities Commission. Everybody say Securities Commission. All right, the organizer for today's event, right, at InvestSmart. Bank Negara Malaysia said crypto, Bitcoin, is not legal tender. What does that mean? That means when you go to Pak Ali's Nasi Lemak restaurant, you cannot pay him in Bitcoin. It's not legal tender. Tapi, if Pak Ali wants to accept Bitcoin, can. But officially, it's not legal tender. Privately, it's okay. So if I have a friend, he sells product to me with Bitcoin, I buy with Bitcoin, and he's okay, I'm okay, okay, no problem. But if there is a problem, if there is disagreement, I cannot go to Bank Negara and complain. Bank Negara said, we don't officially recognize Bitcoin as legal tender. So, in Malaysia, Bitcoin usually kita nampak sebagai pelaburan. We look at Bitcoin as a investment for the long term. Di bawah Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia, under the Securities Commission, Bitcoin is approved for all Malaysians to invest and trade in on certain platforms, like Luno, for example. Yeah, we call them our regulator, pengawal selia. They make sure that platforms like Luno are audited, are safe, are secure for all Malaysian investors. Okay? So actually, we are very proud to say that in 2019, Luno was the first crypto exchange in Malaysia to get fully regulated by the SC. That was a very big achievement because sebelum 2019, tak ada regulation. Ada banyak-banyak scam platform. So thankfully now we have regulation and Luno was the first to do it. Now, there are 4 licensed exchanges in Malaysia. Can anybody name all 4? If you can, I'll give you a prize. Siapa boleh namakan semua 4 exchange di Malaysia? Boleh? Where's my microphone? Izam, can you pass him the microphone? Thank you. Let's see. Ada 4. Kita tengok jawapan betul. There are 4 regulated.
Luno,
Thank you.
Synergy,
Synergy, yes.
Tokenize,
Tokenize.
MX Global.
Very good. Let's give him a big round of applause. We get 1 prize for you, sir. Thank you so much. This is for you. Enjoy your prize. No, you want the Bitcoin? You want the Bitcoin? Okay, I give you the Bitcoin lah. There. You can get both. Both. Give him a big round of applause. Well done. Ambil je Bitcoin saya. Okay, later I claim from my company. Anyway, so we are very happy to be the first licensed exchange. Tapi ada tiga lagi. There are 3 others. All of them have been approved by the SC. Okay, so they are safe to invest in. Okay, so how do you get started? Just now when I asked who has Bitcoin, ada beberapa orang saja. Siapa di sini tidak pernah beli Bitcoin? You have never bought Bitcoin before. Can you raise your hand for me? Very good. Thank you. Put down your hand. Saya sangat gembira. Because now today, guys, you have the opportunity to invest in what I personally believe is the currency of the future. Kamu ada peluang untuk melabur dalam mata wang digital. Right? Not everybody gets that chance, but today you have that chance at InvestSmart. So how do you get started? Saya akan explain. Step number 1, sign up untuk account at a regulated exchange. For example, at Luno. And later, for those of you who are new, siapa yang baru, saya ada code. I have a special code for you at the end of today. So don't go anywhere. There's a special code. You can get 30 ringgit free Bitcoin. Okay, so wait for that. Secondly, you need to verify your identity. What does that mean? When you open an account with Luno, we will ask you to take a picture of your IC and a picture of your selfie, okay? Very nice selfie. Kenapa? Why do we do that? Because we follow regulation in Malaysia. right? We need to know your identity. Make sure you are not a scammer. Make sure you are safe, a proper, normal Malaysian, okay? Don't worry, semua data you kita protect. We don't reveal your personal details to anyone. We keep it safe, okay? Dan apabila kamu ambil selfie, just your face, not your hair. Saya punya rambut memang tak boleh muat. Just your face. Dan tolong pakai pakaian. Ada orang ambil selfie tak ada pakaian. Semua send to Luno. Kita, kenapa macam tu? So please, wear your clothes when you take selfie. Okay guys, very important. Oh sorry. After that, you can deposit money instantly into your account with Luno. And then you can start buying. Very, very simple. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. You can already get Bitcoin. Now, this is the Luno app. Boleh tengok app kita macam ni. It's very simple. We want to simplify. Kita nak buat secara senang-senang so that anybody can invest. Pak cik boleh invest. Mak cik boleh invest. Budak-budak boleh invest. You know, yesterday we had a 70-year-old uncle, 70 tahun. Dia ada Bitcoin wallet in the Luno wallet. Wow. Saya memang kagum. I was so impressed. I was like 70 years old. He can already play with Bitcoin. Amazing. Amazing. And he always tells us our app is so easy to use. Tekan satu butang, one button press, you can buy, right? Like I said, at Luno, we want to put the power of crypto into the hands of Malaysian. Kita nak senangkan proses supaya setiap orang di Malaysia ada kuasa crypto, right? That's what I want to do. For those of you who are Muslim, kita dapat soalan tadi semalam. Orang Muslim tanya, adakah investment dalam kripto patut syariah ke tak? Very good question, okay? Can you all read this? The Sharia Advisory Council have declared trading of digital asset is permissible. Kita panggil secara harus di bawah akta syariah. Harus. So, untuk semua pelabur Muslim, jangan risau. It's okay. Tetapi ada satu condition. One condition. You must trade on a registered or regulated digital asset exchange. So dalam Malaysia ada berapa? Ada 4. If you are using any of these 4, permissible. So please be careful which exchange you are using. Okay. Now we come to the very important part of my presentation. Tadi kita cakap tentang Bitcoin, apakah nilai Bitcoin, macam mana nak beli Bitcoin. Now we have one big problem. Ada banyak scammer di Malaysia. Anybody here pernah kena scam? Have you ever been scammed before? Raise your hand. Pernah kena scam? Tak pernah. You must be very young kalau tak pernah kena scam. I have been scammed before. Many people. Maybe you are shy to admit. It's okay. I will admit for you. Banyak orang di Malaysia kena scam. Kita ada banyak-banyak case. So InvestSmart SC, they ask me, Ross, teach Malaysians how to avoid scam. So pay attention, okay? Ambil perhatian. There are 3 red flags. 3 bendera merah yang kamu kena ingat. These are the flags you must watch out for. Unlicensed platform, high profit, stranger's account. If you can remember these 3, you can avoid 90% of all scams in Malaysia. I promise you. Okay? Listen carefully. First one, what is an unlicensed platform? Platform yang tidak berlesen, doesn't have license from the SC or Bank Negara. That is unlicensed. Now, let's say you ada satu problem with your leg. You want to go for surgery. Kena pergi pembedahan. Where do you go? Do you go to the hospital or do you go to the house like this? Kalau nak pergi jumpa doktor, which one you go? Hospital atau kampung? Yang mana you pergi? Hospital kan? Why? Why do we go to hospital? Because we trust the doctors in hospital ada certificate, ada pendidikan, ada experience yang betul untuk buat pembedahan. Right? When you look at investment, you ask yourself, do you want the licensed investment or licensed doctor or do you want the unlicensed? Mungkin yang ini sedikit lebih expensive. Maybe it's a bit more expensive. Maybe that one is cheaper. But which one do you trust? Yang mana kamu percayai untuk membuat pembedahan? Which platform do you trust to put your money inside? You must always ask yourself that question. Apabila saya mula journey saya dalam kripto, saya pernah kena scam. Ada banyak-banyak platform. Kawan saya cakap, invest here. And then I lost my money. Why? Because platform yang tidak berlesen. Platform itu melesap, duit saya pun melesap. I learn from my mistake. Then I move to Luno. I invest in Luno. Safer. Much safer. Okay? So, you can actually follow Securities Commission. Mereka tak bayar saya untuk promote. I just promote because it's true, right? If you follow them, they always update. Apakah nama-nama platform scam di Malaysia? They will always update. Let me show you. Okay, so this one is the licensed one, right? Luno Malaysia, MX Global, Synergy Technology, Tokenized Technology. Ini adalah 4 platform digital crypto yang berlesen. Don't trust other people. Ada banyak orang dia tanya saya, Ross apps ni legit atau tidak? Ross apps ni betul atau tidak? Kalau tak ada dalam senarai ini, jangan percaya. There are only 4 license in Malaysia. Don't trust others, okay? Now, there is something in SC known as the Investor Alert List. Boleh nampak? Investor Alert List. Ini adalah senarai beratus-ratus platform yang SC cakap jangan invest. Okay, you can see here. Dia sedikit kecil. I'll read it out. Illegal investment scheme offering high returns. 7,000 ringgit in 3 hours. Dalam dunia ini, mana nak dapat 7,000 ringgit dalam 3 jam tanpa membuat kerja? In this world, where can you get 7,000 in 3 hours? Where? No such thing. So the SC put them there. They call it Malaysia Financial BTC. They put the name there so that investors know. That's why it's called InvestSmart, not Invest Stupid. InvestSmart, so that you must be a smart investor and check. You kena ambil responsibility sendiri dan check. Hopefully the SC can use that slogan. Bukan invest stupid, invest smart. Can copyright with me. Thank you. Anyway, so if you follow the SC's Facebook and social media, they always update. Tengok, pelaburan kripto Malaysia, scam. Bitcoin trading Malaysia, scam. Pelaburan syariah saham, scam. Jangan percaya. SC sudah buat research for you. They know this one cannot be trusted. Hanya ada 4. Luno, Tokenized, Synergy, MX Global. Jangan percaya yang lain. Kalau tak pasti, boleh tanya. Alright. Let me give you a true story. True story, cerita benar. Yang ini berlaku di negara Canada. This happened in Canada. Quadriga, orang itu, dia merupakan founder satu crypto exchange, Quadriga. Satu hari, dia go overseas, disappeared. One day, he just disappeared. And all the money was gone. 130 million US dollar, like that, disappeared. Why? Platform yang tidak berlesen. Tapi orang campak wang mereka, campak. Wow, Bitcoin, satu pelaburan yang baik, tapi campak dalam platform yang tidak berlesen. They wanted to invest in crypto, but they chose the wrong platform. One day he disappeared, the money also disappeared. True story, you can actually see on Netflix. Trust no one. Unless the SC say can trust, then can trust. So, another red flag. So red flag yang pertama kita nampak, platform tidak berlesen. The second red flag is high profit. Profit yang terlalu tinggi. Apabila kami nak, buat satu pokok. If you want to grow a tree, it takes time. You put the seed in the ground, then slowly the tree will grow macam rambut saya, and then the fruit will come out. Dia ambil masa. It takes time for investments to give you return. It takes time. Dia bukan 1 jam, 2 jam boleh jutawan. Anything that tells you that is a lie. Okay, ada banyak-banyak gambar you boleh nampak online. Become a millionaire in 30 days. If it was so easy, everybody will be a millionaire. It's not so easy. Okay, these are real pictures saya ambil dari Telegram. Cerita benar. This is the most common scam for crypto in Malaysia. Yang paling common saya nampak. Banyak orang mereka terpedaya. See how they do. They always say, package A, melabur 3,000, dapat 18,000. Di dunia ini, mana kita boleh buat 3,000 datang 18,000? Where got such thing? That's the most common scam. Many people kena. Then they come to Luno for help. They say, what happened to my money? I said, you kena scam. We don't sell package A, package B, package C. Tak ada. Also, kalau orang buat macam ni, di dunia ini, mana orang akan campak wang atas meja? Only in Genting Casino lah. But we are not talking about penjudian. We are talking about pelaburan. They will say, Alhamdulillah ni tuan, awak dah ambil wang awak, thanks dan bantu salam kejayaan pelaburan ni betul. Ayah, baca pun kamu tahu, ini bukan manusia. This is all robot talking, not real human. Where people will show you their money like that. Kalau orang jutawan, mereka akan protect money. Mereka tak akan tunjuk kepada orang lain. So when you see this, immediately you should be suspicious. Okay? Ask yourself, is this true? Adakah ini benar? Usually not true. Don't believe. If not sure, ask SC. Last one, yang paling akhir. Ini juga common. Orang akan datang kepada you, they'll come to you and say, oh, send me your money. Hantar kepada saya. But this is personal bank account. Bukan company bank account. Whenever you invest with a company, you should invest in the company's bank account. Bukan bank account orang-orang macam itu. Cannot trust, okay? Ada bank for a reason. You must see whose bank account are you sending. Orang manusia atau syarikat. Trust the company account, bukan orang lain. Ini very common scam. True story ya. Yang ni, scammer. Dia cuba scam atas Luno, pengguna Luno. Pengguna Luno report kepada saya. Saya join Telegram group dia. Ni gambar fake. So saya interaksi dengan dia. Look at this. I was talking to him. Dia cakap, berapa saya nak invest? So saya cakap, 40,000 saya nak invest. Dan oleh sebab saya kerja kat Luno, saya boleh bikin Luno account yang palsu. I can make a fake account with fake money inside. So I send him screenshot. Saya letak account screenshot saya 40,000. Saya encik, saya nak invest 40,000. I scam the scammer. Saya cakap kepada dia, saya nak email awak. I want your email. Pertama sekali dia tak bagi. Then I show him the screenshot 40,000. Then dia pun nampak, wow, terkagum 40,000. I said, I invest now, you give me your email. You know what he did? Dia bagi saya email dan bank account dia. Habis. Straight away, I contact my Luno security unit, give them the email, give them the bank account, shut down the account in 5 minutes. Itu kuasa satu platform macam Luno yang boleh shut down scammer macam itu. Nasib baik, sekarang dia tak boleh scam orang lain. So I was very happy. This just happened 2 months ago. And ada banyak orang macam ni. Dia akan message you out of the blue. WhatsApp, Instagram, Telegram. Jangan percaya. Siapa-siapa boleh guna gambar macam ni. Tak boleh percaya. That's why invest very good. Physical event. You boleh nampak saya. You can come and talk to us. You know we are real people. That's very important. So saya scammer dan kita shut down account dia. Okay, something interesting I learned. Semasa investigation saya ada pernah cakap dengan staff PDRM. Did you know that polis di Raja Malaysia ada satu sistem di sini, dia boleh check account bank ini adalah account keldai atau tidak. Is this a mule account gunakan untuk scam atau tidak? Everybody take out your phone and try and check. Cuba scan QR code ini dan letak account bank anda sendiri. Tengok adalah account anda sudah di-report kepada PDRM atau tidak. If you are a normal person, it shouldn't be lah, it should be fine. Tapi, whenever someone asks you to invest in their account, you can go to this website, Semak Mule, and type in the account. Then you semak, ada report ke tak? Ada orang letak police report ke tak? Then you know, okay? You can Google Semak Mule, you can find it online. Tengok yang ni. Boleh nampak? Amaran 08233, this was the bank account scammer bagi saya. Dia bagi saya account ini. Ada satu report telah dibuat. The moment I see that, I know inilah account palsu. Account keldai kita panggil, mule account. Because there is a report there. So I know, cannot trust. Jangan percaya. PDRM sudah ada sistem untuk kita cek. SC sudah ada senarai untuk kita cek. We need to be smart investors. Okay? Okay, so apakah good practices? Nombor 1, always check dengan SC. Kalau tak sure, tak percaya, ask the SC. Mereka ada Facebook, Instagram, semua ada. Don't trust high profit. Orang cakap you boleh dapat beribu-ribu profit dalam 3 jam. It's all fake. No such thing. And lastly, always use your own account. Jangan gunakan account bank orang lain. I know, this one seems like common sense. We all know this, right? But setiap hari, ada orang di Malaysia kena scam. Every day kita ada report kena scam. Orang hilang wang mereka dan panggil Luno. Alamak, wang saya dah keluar. If your money is out and the scammer run away, we can't help you. Tapi kamu report early. Kamu suspicious cakap, Abang Ros, ini okay ke tak? Then I can investigate and I can shut down the scammer. Saya bagi you true story. My last story for today, cerita yang terakhir. This really happened. Okay. Ada seorang pakcik, phone dia letak satu tempat. Orang curi. What's the problem? The pakcik, because he's a bit older, he saved all the password and email everything on the phone. Semua boleh baca. So the scammer stole his phone and tried to hack his Luno wallet. Dia ada 50, 60,000, a lot of money in his Luno account. So the scammer tried to hack. The daughter, anak dia, contact saya atas Facebook. Dia cakap, Abang Gross, cepat-cepat. My father's phone got stolen. Sudah dicuri. The scammer is trying to log in. Saya boleh nampak. Tolong, tolong. So immediately I contact my customer service. We open the account, we look, we see the scammer, lock the account. The scammer couldn't steal anything. Alright, the pakcik's account safe. We were so happy. Kita just in time to stop the scammer. This is a very good case story. It means that when bad things happen, always get help. Jangan malu. Don't be ashamed. If you're not sure, kalau sesuatu berlaku, contact your bank, contact a Luno or SC or someone. Just go and get help. And we will be there to help you. So this was a good case. Kita dapat stop the scammer. We managed to stop him. Tapi ada banyak-banyak case orang, mereka hantar wang saja. Right? The scammer cakap, I love you, hantarlah 50,000 macam itu. Janganlah. Pelaburan ini macam dating sedikit. You know, if you are dating someone, you need to check the Instagram, the LinkedIn, the Facebook, where he come from. You buat research kan sebelum kamu kahwin seorang, right? Before you do pelaburan, tolong buat research dulu juga. Treat it like a marriage. Alright. Okay, so let's recap. Kita dah akhir sini. We started with my personal story. 2017, saya tak percaya Bitcoin ada nilai. 2022, saya pendidik orang Bitcoin, right? How did I change? Because now I understand. Saya lebih memahami apakah Bitcoin secara investment, right? Secondly, evolution of finance. Kita suka, kita tak suka, sistem kewangan manusia sentiasa evolve. Always evolving. From butter to metal to paper to plastic to e-wallet, and finally now we have cryptocurrency. It's always evolving, right? We also need to learn. You know those days, phone kita panggil phone macam ni dengan dial, macam ni, nenek saya punya phone. Nowadays we have smartphone. Technology evolve. We also need to evolve. Dunia kita semakin digital, betul ke tak? Dulu nak dengar music, if you want to listen to music, you need to play the CD. Now you use Spotify. Dulu nak tengok movie, you need to go queue at the cinema, watch the movie. Now you got Netflix. Dulu you nak baca news, you kena buka newspaper besar-besar. Now you can get the news on your phone. Dunia yang digital memerlukan wang yang digital. That is why Luno wants to put the kuasa wang digital dalam tangan semua orang. What is Bitcoin? Kita belajar tadi. Anybody can remind me. Apakah 3 perkataan untuk Bitcoin? What are the 3 words? Who can remind me? You get a present if you can remember. What? Digital. Decentralized. Currency. Give her a clap. Well done. Well done. I give you a bag. Come. I give you. Good job. Teacher always like good student. Well done. Thank you. You want the Bitcoin, you come and see me later. Semua orang nak Bitcoin saja. Bukalah account Luno, senang nak dapat. Okay, we talked about Bitcoin as an investment, regulations in Malaysia under the SC, how to get started, 3 red flags, jangan lupa. If you see anything unlicensed, stay away. High profit, stay away. What's the last one? Stranger account, very good. 1 prize for you also, very good. Dia pun, pay attention kan? Very good, very good. Ini untuk you, thank you. Alright, stranger account. Alright, before Q&A, saya nak tunjukkan. So tadi saya tanya, siapa di sini tak pernah beli Bitcoin? You never buy Bitcoin on Luno before, very good. Boleh ambil gambar ni sekarang? Take a picture. Izinkan saya minum sedikit air. Okay, let me explain quickly before I end. If you want to open a Luno account today, kita ada promosi. We have a promotion for new users. Okay, pertama sekali, download Luno app. If you use Apple, iPhone or Android, just go to your app store, download Luno. Okay. Secondly, sign up. Dia cakap sign up untuk account, sign up. Bikin satu account dengan email anda. And then verify, nanti you kena ambil gambar IC, gambar selfie, ikut. If you are confused, datang ke booth Luno F10. Kita kasih tu. Jumpa rambut saya, kita boleh tolong. Okay? Enter this reward. The reward is apa ni? IS InvestSmart KL 2022. Selepas dapat account, put the code in ISKL 2022. Beli RM100, dapat RM30 free Bitcoin. Good reward. 30% cashback in Bitcoin. Good reward. Again, if you are confused, tak faham, datang ke booth kita, kita boleh tolong. Oh, ada satu borang feedback. Kalau you all don't mind, can you all scan the feedback form? Siapa yang submit feedback form, ada apa ni? Lucky draw, cabutan bertuah daripada Luno. This is not the InvestSmart cabutan, is Luno cabutan bertuah. Free Bitcoin. Okay? Just scan and help me do. Am I out of time? Just nice, 11:30. Mungkin saya ambil 1-2 minit untuk question answer. Is that okay? 1 to 2 minutes, just nice. Ngam, really 11:30. Wow, they told me. Wow, fantastic. I didn't even time myself. Okay, so sekarang, is that the last slide? Okay, sebelum saya last slide, let's do Q&A. Okay, Q&A. Let me leave it on this lah. I would like to ask the audience, kepada sesiapa di sini yang ada soalan. The mic will come. Tolong bagi saya nama anda dan apakah soalan anda.
Thank you very much, Abang Ros. Very
Welcome.
impressive presentation.
Thank you.
My question is, how to using the Bitcoin, let's say, buy the property, something, I mean physical
Yep.
things. And then second thing, how to change Bitcoin to real money. Let's say ringgit or USD or something. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you for asking. So dia ada dua soalan. Bagaimana untuk menggunakan Bitcoin untuk membeli barang physical, right? Bagaimana untuk tukar Bitcoin kepada wang macam ringgit or something, right? First question, there are companies in Malaysia. Ada beberapa syarikat yang menerima Bitcoin secara transaction method, right? There are some, not many, ada beberapa. In fact, if you go to Luno's website, you type where to spend Bitcoin in Malaysia, you will find a website on Luno that has all the companies in Malaysia. Ada 20-30 syarikat di Malaysia yang menerima Bitcoin secara pembayaran, right? Again, dia tertakluk kepada orang itu. If that person says, yes, I accept, and you say, yes, I want to send, dia transaksi private. Bank negara dia tak kisah, dia transaksi private. If you want to find companies, you come and find me later. I can give you the website. You just search on Google, where to spend Bitcoin in Malaysia. Ada senarai daripada Luno. Kita bekalkan. So that's the first question, how to buy stuff with Bitcoin. Secondly, if you want to convert into cash, dalam aplikasi Luno, kamu boleh jual Bitcoin, dapatkan dalam ringgit, withdraw to your bank account. Right? You withdraw in the morning, after 5 o'clock you will get it. Sebelum pukul 10 pagi kamu withdraw, pukul 5 petang you dah dapat dah. So you can withdraw your money from Luno in ringgit Malaysia. We don't support USD. We don't support foreign currency, just Malaysian currency, ringgit. Beli dalam ringgit, jual dalam ringgit, semua dengan account bank anda dan account Luno. Just between two. Okay? Does that answer your question? Kalau ada soalan lagi, boleh jumpa saya. Happy to answer. Okay, very good. Anybody else got a question? Yes, one question. Sesiapa yang tanya soalan dapat satu bag, by the way. Yes, 1 second. Let me pass to this gentleman, and then you can ask me your question. Okay, thank you. Okay, go back on stage.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chao Shang Hao.
So actually, I have one question because Luno is legalized in Malaysia in 2019, correct?
2019.
So that was the time when the hype around Bitcoin is the highest.
Yep.
So now currently the market is down a lot. What I wanted to know, is there any liquidity risk in Luno?
Good question. Wow, very advanced question. Liquidity risk. Let me explain apa ni liquidity risk kepada siapa yang tak pernah dengar. When you deposit your money into a place, how do you know you can withdraw your fund? Because sometimes there are companies, they will take your money and they will go invest, and then when you try to withdraw, dia cakap, kita tak ada wang untuk bagi you. Cannot withdraw. We call it a bank run. This has happened in overseas countries, right? South American countries. In China also, they try to withdraw. The bank say cannot withdraw. It's very scary. Di Luno, tak payah risau. Every crypto that you deposit is just in our Luno account. We don't send your crypto outside. We don't invest your crypto for you. We don't. It's just a wallet. Dia dompet saja. Letak ke dalam, keluar daripada Luno. Also, if you go online, you can find me later. I'll give you the website. All the crypto in Luno is audited. Every ringgit of crypto you invest is audited that actually it is there. It's not just disappear. It's not going out anywhere. It's there for you. So whenever you deposit or withdraw, there is no liquidity crisis in Luno because we don't play around with your money. We don't invest other places. We just hold it for you. If we hold for you, we can give it back to you. I hope that answers your question. Huh? And if you're not sure, SC at the back, you can talk to them. They have audited us also. They are very strict, you know. Every year they stress test our system, make sure we are operating properly. So for the safety of all Malaysians. So we are thankful to the SC. They make it safe for Malaysians to invest. Okay? Good question. Thank you. Yeah. Come simulator for your Bitcoin coin. You want, right? Okay, can. Last question. One last question. We got 1, 2. Okay, I'll try to do it quickly. One here, one at the back. Last 2. Okay.
Can you briefly explain about crypto mining?
Crypto mining. Boleh. Luno kita tak buat crypto mining. I can briefly explain. Di dunia ini, in our traditional financial system, the bank process semua transaksi. Satu organisasi, one organization process everything. Dalam Bitcoin network, tak ada bank, right? It's not one. It's beribu-ribu komputer, thousands of computer. They are the ones processing. Proses itu dipanggil Bitcoin mining, right? Dalam bank kita cakap processing, dalam Bitcoin kita cakap proses sebagai Bitcoin mining. They are just processing transaction in the network, right? If you want to become a miner, you just need to buy the computer parts, connect to the internet, and you will process, and you will get paid in Bitcoin. Okay? Proses itu adalah sedikit complicated. Atas stage susah nak, explain. But just briefly lah. Kalau nak belajar lagi, you can come and find me. However, Luno, we don't do mining lah. We just do investment platform. Okay? But if you want to know a little bit, I've done a little bit of mining. You can come and ask me later. Okay? I'm over there. Last question.
Morning. I
Yes.
just want to know, because like unit trust model, they got the trustee to custodian the money. But
Good question. Yeah.
who's the custody the money?
I'm so happy to tell you that thanks to the SC, Luno also has a third-party trustee account. We call them M Trustee. They are associated, if I'm not mistaken, with M Bank, M Trustee. It is a third-party trustee account, which means that apa maksud trustee ini ya? One of the SC regulation is, Luno as a company, kita tak boleh sentuh wang orang Malaysia, right? Because there's a risk there, right? So what we do is, we have a third party daripada bank, kita panggil M Trustee. Mereka yang akan merekodkan inflow and outflow of ringgit. They are the ones who will make sure that we don't play around with your money. So Unit Trust has a system like that. Actually, it's thanks to the SC. They have this rule in Malaysia. Nowhere else in the world, nowhere else, only in Malaysia, because they want to keep investor money safe. So you can rest assured, we do have trustee account. We cannot play around with your money. The trustee will make sure everything is properly recorded. Good question. One more. Okay, now we got exciting a bit.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
I have a very simple question. What is the risk of investing in Bitcoin?
Risk of, sorry, say again?
Risk of investing in Bitcoin.
Okay, yes.
And what is your advice to the advisor on how to overcome the risk?
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
The main risk, apakah risiko pelaburan Bitcoin? This is the last question for today. The main risk of investing in Bitcoin is what is known as volatility. I give you an example. Okay? This is a bottle. Today, kalau botol ini paling popular di dunia, everybody wants to buy it. 1,000 ringgit, 2,000 ringgit, 5,000 ringgit. Tetapi, if this bottle not so popular, nobody wants to buy 5 ringgit, 2 ringgit, 1 ringgit. Right? Bitcoin is the same. Kalau orang nak beli banyak-banyak-banyak, price dia akan meningkat. Kalau orang tak nak beli, jual, price dia akan terjun, right? Which is what's currently happening now in the whole economy. Not just Bitcoin, whole economy going through recession, inflasi, recession, right? That is the biggest risk. Price can go up one day, can drop one day. How do you overcome the risk? Easy. Long-term investing with dollar cost averaging. Contohnya untuk saya Saya personally membeli Bitcoin selama 2 tahun. Every month, RM100, RM50, RM100, RM50. For 2 years I've been buying. I don't look at the price. Saya tak nampak carta, saya tak nampak harga. I just buy little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit. Untuk 10 tahun saya nak beli. Bukan untuk 1 hari, bukan untuk 1 bulan, bukan untuk 1 tahun. I buy for 5 to 10 years. So, if you think about it, harga naik hari ini, turun hari ini, naik hari ini, turun hari ini. 5 years in the future, do you think I care about the price today? Kalau minda saya 10 tahun in the future, it doesn't matter what the price is today up and down. I don't bother myself. Kerana sangat stres saya nampak naik turun, naik turun. Jangan stres. Invest in small amounts over a long period of time is the best way to fight against volatility. Cara yang terbaik untuk melawan volatility. So does that answer your question? I hope it gives you a better answer. Kalau nak cakap dengan saya lebih selepas ini, my booth is over there, F10, we have some staff. You can come and ask me question. Boleh ambil gambar dengan rambut saya, boleh sentuh pun. Hari ini free nak ambil gambar, esok RM10. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed and learned something today. My name is Ross Stevenson from Luno. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Pass back to the MC.
All right, what an amazing presentation. So like Mr. Ross said, if you want to check out about Luno, you can head on over to the booth at F10. And of course, you can take a look at his amazing hair as well, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, next up we do have another presentation on the overview of the Malaysian derivatives market landscape, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Alif, Head of Equity Derivatives, Bursa Malaysia Derivative. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. All right. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, welcome to InvestSmart Malaysia. Thank you for spending your Sunday morning with us, and hopefully we all come here and learn a thing or two about investing smartly. So my name is Alif Nur Haziq Abdul Rahman. I head the equity derivatives team over at Bursa Malaysia Derivatives. A little bit of what I do over at BMD, 5 pillars: product management, product development, market infrastructure, market development, as well as a bit of a strategy work, all revolving around derivatives, and especially equity derivatives. So I am here today to share a little bit of knowledge on our local Malaysian derivatives market landscape, and yeah, hopefully, also I will divide this presentation into 2 parts. Firstly, in the basics of what we do over at BMD, and secondly, more on our products and our ongoing initiatives. So first and foremost, what are derivatives? So to define derivatives, I think it lies in the word derivatives itself, derive. So derivatives are instruments with value that is derived from an underlying asset. So underlying assets can be commodities, stocks, bonds, market indices, energies, or even currencies. So for stocks, we have things that we refer to as stock index futures, bonds, bond futures, commodities. Commodities is a big umbrella in itself. We're talking about crude palm oil, crude oil, gold, and everything else that is considered a commodity. For currencies, we are referring to as currency futures, dollar ringgit pairing, for instance, or any other currencies as well. Interest rates, and also market indices. So, why do we trade or use derivatives? So, essentially, there are 3 main usage of derivatives which I would like to share with you. First is risk management. Second is leverage. And thirdly is for price discovery. So for risk management, it's applicable to both companies as well as retail investors like you and me. So for companies, use derivatives to mitigate foreign exchange risks, interest rate risks, and commodity or input cost risks. So any companies which have exposure to price fluctuations in their day-to-day business, such as palm oil plantation companies, airlines, or any other companies which have this sort of price risk, they can use derivatives contracts to mitigate this as part of their risk management tool to mitigate their price risk. And for investors like you and me, we can employ derivatives to protect shares by taking position in a related or uncorrelated security to mitigate against opposite price movement. So let's say if you have a portfolio, a basket of stocks with exposure to the KLCI index, and doing so, you want to protect your portfolio from going down. Let's say in one quarter, it's not looking so favorable. What you can do is you can sell a futures contract. Let's say our FKLI contract futures on KLCI to mitigate the downward price risk as well. Secondly, when we talk about derivatives, there's always another important point that we have to understand is that it has a leveraging effect. What does leverage mean? It means that to trade a full contract of a futures contract, let's say the contract size of 80,000 ringgit, you are only required to have an initial margin of 5 to 6% of the contract size. So this is what we refer to as leverage. So when price of the underlying asset moves in a favorable direction, so derivatives will magnify this movement. However, word of caution, the reverse is also true. So if you if the price movement goes unfavorably in your against your portfolio, then the reverse is also true. It will magnify the losses as well. So please, let's learn more about. Let's educate ourselves first and foremost before trading derivatives contract. Thirdly, on price discovery, market participants, we use derivatives to determine what the market expects future spot prices to be. So you can see in the futures market is always like price discovery in a way that what happens overnight over in the US, the first thing that reacts the first thing that reacts to this news, whether favorably or unfavorably, is always the future prices. Oil prices or S&P futures or Nasdaq futures before the cash market reacts when the market opens the following day. So derivatives can be defined into two. There are two types of derivatives. First is exchange traded, which are standardized contracts that are traded on regulated exchange, such as BMD. So under this banner, we have the futures and options. Secondly is the over-the-counter derivatives. So these are privately negotiated and usually non-standardized, meaning it's highly customized to each and individual investor. So under this banner, OTC contracts are like forwards, swaps, as well as warrants. So what constitutes a futures contract? So to make it easy for everyone to understand, a futures contract is first and foremost a legal agreement to buy or sell a particular commodity or financial contract or financial instrument at a predetermined price at a specified time in the future, hence a futures contract, standardized to facilitate trading on a futures exchange, and it details the quality and the quantity of the commodity or financial instrument. So because of the standardized nature of this contract, which are traded on a regulated exchange, both buyers and sellers, they know what to expect when the contract exchange hands or when come expiry date. And for futures contracts, the settlement can be either both physically settled as well as cash settled. So a physically settled contract, over at BMD, we have the crude palm oil futures, with FCPO, which are physically settled. And for an example of our cash settled product will include our equity derivatives offerings, such as the FKLI and the FM70, which is the futures on our mid-70 index. Next, I would like to talk more about the BMD in general and how we have come about in the past 40 years. So first and foremost, what do we do as a derivatives exchange? So based on this diagram, we are essentially an intermediary between buyers and sellers to facilitate payments between both parties when they trade, i.e. when they sell or buy a contract. And we also facilitate the delivery of these contracts upon expiry. So if it's physically settled, then we will facilitate these movements as well. If it's cash settled, then we will act accordingly as well. So in terms of governance structure, BMD, Bursa Malaysia Derivatives, is 100% owned by Bursa Malaysia Berhad. So we are a subsidiary. We are part of Bursa Malaysia Berhad, and our clearing party, Bursa Malaysia Derivatives Clearing Berhad, is also under Bursa Malaysia Derivatives. So three main functions of BMD. First, we administer and we enforce rules. We also act as a frontline surveillance. And thirdly, we also act as a frontline for supervision of brokers. So Bursa Malaysia Berhad, we are answerable to Securities Commission, our big boss. So over at SC will have a bigger role to play in the form of administering and enforcing laws, licensing of brokers and registered representatives. So recently we hear a lot about market representatives which are not licensed, right? So it is very important for us to check first with SC. They have a portal where you can check whether the market representative is licensed or not. So please do your research accordingly. Make sure that the guy that they are trying to sell a product to you, especially in the capital market, make sure they are licensed before you engage with them. And then thirdly, SC also acts to issue guiding principles to brokers in terms of best practices as well as rules and guidelines. So SC, of course, SC report to Ministry of Finance as a whole. So over the past many years, we are seeing the changing landscape of the Malaysian Derivatives Exchange. Our FCPO contract, it was traded way back in 40 years ago when KL's Commodity Exchange, called KLC, was first introduced in Malaysia. The clearing house, KLCCH, was the clearing house. So this was way back in 1980. And fast forward to 1995, we are looking at CLOF, Kuala Lumpur Options and Financial Futures Exchange, which was set up in 1995. So this is when our first stock index futures were first traded in the local market. So you can see that the derivatives market did not happen overnight. It was many years in the making. And looking at the timeline, a lot of consolidation took place over the years, up until 2009, where Bursa Malaysia Derivatives had entered a strategic 75-25% partnership with CME Group. CME Group, of course, we are referring to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, derivatives exchange in the world. So we had a strategic partnership, and over the past 10 years, we have developed the local derivatives market by leaps and bounds. And in December 2019, Bursa Malaysia Berhad bought back the shares held by CME Group. So right now, BMD is wholly owned by Bursa Malaysia Berhad. So a little bit on our BMD product offerings. So I think we can categorize our product offerings into three main pillars: commodity futures, commodity derivatives, equity derivatives, and financial derivatives. Over at commodity derivatives, we have a number of great products for you to explore. First and foremost is, of course, the FCPO, which is the futures on crude palm oil. And last year, we also introduced a new product called the FIPO, which is the futures on East Malaysia palm oil. We are growing the volume, and we are seeing a lot of interest over this contract as well. We also have other contracts like FUPO, FPOL, FPKO, and OCPO for you to explore. And recently in September, we have launched our enhanced gold futures contract, which we will talk more a little bit later. So under equity derivatives, under my portfolio, I would say, so we have FKLI, which is the futures on KLCI index, the options as well, OKLI, as well as the FM70, which is our futures on mid-70 index futures. And for financial derivatives, we are talking about the MGS futures. So we have the 3, the 5, and the 10-year government securities futures, as well as the 3-month KL Interbank Offered Rate futures, FKB3. So because of the based on the pillar just now, you can see that our commodity derivatives is a bit complex. So BMD is well known as the global center for palm oil price discovery. So BMD, we offer the most liquid and successful crude palm oil futures contract in the world, consolidating Malaysia's position as the global center for palm oil price discovery. So every day, if you Google CPO prices and the development over at the palm oil prices, our FCPO prices will always be mentioned as a reference point. So I'm also happy to share that BMD as an exchange, we have won several awards over the years. As recently as December 2020, we won the Exchange of the Year in Asia Pacific by Futures Options World International Awards 2020. As part of our ongoing commitment to sustainability, we are also a founding member in October 2021 of the SSE, Sustainable Stock Exchanges Network. So with that, please, you can expect a lot more sustainable efforts and a lot more products catered towards sustainability coming from our end. So watch this space. In June this year also, to further commit to the sustainability agenda, we have registered as an RSPO member, Roundtable of Sustainable Palm Oil membership. So who trades our products over at BMD? So the 2022 market demography for all BMD products are as follows. So 50%, half of our traded products are traded by foreign institutions to have a price exposure on our products. So this constitutes FCPO as well as FKLI. Secondly is domestic retail, which is retail participants in Malaysia. And to make up for the rest of the volume, we have domestic insti at 9% as well as locals, also at 9%. And recently, in December last year, we have launched the After Hours T+1 trading session, which was launched on 6 December 2021. So you have the day trading, and now over the derivative side of things, we have also introduced night trading, and this takes place between Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. So why are we introducing the T+1 session? So essentially, we want people to react promptly to real-time global developments and elevate your price risk management strategy. And of course, because of the time difference, we are overlapping with US markets. We are seeing more participants from those parts of the world which have not been able to trade during Malaysian hours. So with that, of course, we can discover new trading opportunities as well. And in December, we are also working towards extending the T+1 session over to 2:30 a.m. And this will be applicable to some of our products. So watch this space. We will definitely let the market know on our current developments as well. So you can see that over time, volume is slowly growing over on the T+1 side with growing interest and, of course, with more awareness that some of our products are also available for night trading. So hopefully this volume will grow, and more liquidity means more opportunities for you to trade as well. So a bit more on FCPO, our crude palm oil futures. I would say this is our flagship product due to the high liquidity and the demand and the interest also. So what is it really? So FCPO is a ringgit denominated crude palm oil futures contract traded on our exchange, providing market participants with a global price benchmark for the crude palm oil since October 1980, like I mentioned earlier. So yeah, with an impressive record of over 30 to 40 years, this serves as a very good benchmark for not just palm oil players, but also traders to take part for trading opportunities as well. So the contract size. The contract size is the FCPO is equivalent to 25 metric tons. So settlement method, like I mentioned earlier, it's physically settled, and maturity date is on the 15th day of the spot month. Yes, so this graph here shows that very high correlation between the third month FCPO prices with the prices published by Malaysian Palm Oil Board, which is the physical price of CPO, of palm oil. So you can see it's a very high correlation, hence why FCPO is currently being used as a hedging tool for crude palm oil for the whole palm oil complex. So a bit on the trading sessions. So you can see that in the morning it's very concentrated, a lot of interest in the morning part. And then after that, around 2:30 to 5:30 also, a steady volume throughout. And after hours, recently it's introduced from 9 to 11:30. We are seeing volume there also. But of course, we are hoping to grow the volume even further at night time as well. So the next product is our FKLI contract, which is futures on KLCI index. So it's also ringgit denominated, traded on our exchange, providing market participants exposure to the underlying KLCI components. So it is actively used by institutional players as well as retail players to meet their respective trading portfolios. So contract size is the index itself multiplied by 50 ringgit. So right now, if it's around 1,500, we are looking at 75,000 ringgit. Minimum price fluctuation of half index point or 25 ringgit. And the settlement method is cash settled. So why do people trade FKLI contracts? So first and foremost, it provides you with exposure to constituents of the KLCI index. As with all derivatives product, there is a leverage effect for you to explore also, and you have the ability to trade all seasons. So you can short sell, and of course you can buy as well. And because of the lower cost to entry, remember I mentioned about the initial margin where you don't need a full contract amount to settle. You only need to provide an initial margin. So it provides traders with lower cost of entry. And of course, this contract being available globally, you can have a global access as well. So it's highly correlated to the KLCI index. We're talking about 99% correlation. So rest assured that if you want exposure to the KLCI index, but rather than stock picking every 30 components and put in your portfolio, you can actually trade just one FKLI contract and you'll be able to have a similar effect as well. So the trading session for FKLI is very heavy in the morning, and it is sustained over the afternoon session. The T+1 session is still in its infancy. We are also seeing volume, but we are constantly engaging to create more volume in the future. And I would like to bring your attention to our recent product launch, which is the enhanced gold futures. So what is F-Gold? What is gold futures? So it's a very unique product where it is a dollar denominated and ringgit Malaysia settled gold futures contract traded on our exchange, designed to provide market participants with exposure to international gold price movements. So to learn more about this product, please scan the QR code, or you can come over to Bursa Malaysia booth over that side to learn more. I'll be more than happy to talk about it. So essentially, what are the benefits of trading this F-Gold contract? First, you can gain immediate exposure to the international gold market, leverage trading, as well as reduce exposure to currency risk, because it is, even though it's denominated in US dollar, it is settled in ringgit. So you can manage your price risk there. So you can trade a regulated product in a secure and transparent marketplace as well. So now that we've covered the products, let's talk more about futures trading in general. So why do we trade futures? As I mentioned earlier, you can have the ability to leverage. In the futures market, you only need to deposit a small percentage of the notional value of the contract. So if an FKLI contract right now is about 70,000 ringgit, for instance, the current initial margin requirement is only 4,002 ringgit. So you're looking at around 70%, 17 times of leveraging effect. So this leverage allows you to have a greater exposure to the underlying asset at a fraction of the total contract value. Second, you can provide hedging against price fluctuation risk. Corporations that are producers or consumers of commodities and investors, we can hedge against unfavorable price movements of the underlying asset. And like I mentioned earlier, we have the ability to trade across all seasons, whether it's bull season, bear season. You can benefit from both bull and bear market, because you can trade bi-directionally. And yeah, to build on this point, in derivatives, you're allowed to short the market. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, as with the example of a KLCI index futures, it will be less time consuming than choosing individual stock. So you don't need to go through all the trouble for stock screening. If you want exposure to our benchmark KLCI index, trade one contract of FKLI, and you already have an exposure to the 30 index. And here's another idea for you, because we also have FM70, right, which tracks the next biggest 70 stocks in Malaysia, FM70. So if you trade one FKLI contract and one FM70 contract, effectively, you are also trading top 100 stocks in Bursa Malaysia. So yeah, here's an idea for you to explore. Of course, as with your other asset classes like fixed income and your stocks and your unit trusts, you can also, explore derivatives as an alternative asset class for your portfolio. Here's the leveraging effect that I mentioned earlier. For FCPO, for instance, I think right now the margin is now reduced to 10,000 ringgit, so we're looking at even more higher leveraging effect. Yeah. So, how do we get started to trade derivatives over at BMD? So I think the whole event today, InvestSmart, is all about education and awareness and getting as much information and educate yourself as much as possible before you make any investment decision. Silap labur, duit lebur, right? That's the theme for today's event. So first and foremost, gain as much knowledge as you can by attending seminars. So I applaud you for coming here today to gain as much information and education as possible. Webinars or workshops, or you can visit our portal at Bursa Academy at bursa.marketplace.com. We have a lot of free webinars and seminars, past seminars that are recorded and we put there for you to explore, both on the securities side as well as on the derivatives. So from there, you build on your knowledge. Maybe you feel a bit more confident after understanding some basic terminologies, some of the product features, and some of the market, market patterns as well. Then, once you are ready, you can open a futures trading account. As with a normal trading account in the security side, we also have a futures trading account. So you can open one with a licensed futures broker of BMD. There are 17 licensed brokers with us. I will share with you later. You can visit one of the booths today and talk and ask more about a derivatives, a futures trading account. Of course, you have to be 18 years old and above, or depending on broker. You can need to check more with your brokers. Then, step 3, you can select the product that you plan to trade, set a risk management plan. So, as a risk management plan, we also have some sort of guide. You can go to Bursa Marketplace for more info. And then once you are ready, you can deposit your initial margin and finally start trading. But of course, like I mentioned earlier, education is very important. It's important for you to create, to understand the products or the market that you're trying to invest in before actually putting your real money into it and trade. So who are our licensed futures brokers? Right now we have 17. I think we are seeing a common names as well. I think names that you are familiar with. So some of them have securities trading account. They are also offering a futures trading account. So feel free to visit their booth and inquire more. Or you can come over to Bursa Malaysia booth, and yeah, we are more than happy to guide you on this as well. So to open a trading account, you can go to Bursa Marketplace. Under the banner, you can select open a trading account. So there's one for securities and derivatives. So what you need to do here, you can fill up your details, and if you have a preferred broker, you can select, and they will reach out to you after you submit your application. So, in an effort to make our trading participants more familiar, not only with the platform but also with the market in general, we also have this open to Malaysian citizens aged 18 and above. You can see amazing prizes to be won. And this year we are introducing a university team. It is open to all university students aged 18 and above who are currently enrolled at any Malaysian accredited college or university. So each uni team must consist of 3 members who are students of the same college and university. So before going on this, before the actual challenge takes place, of course we have familiarization webinars. We have completed 3. So the last one will take place on the 20th of October. And we also had conducted some campus tour workshops to bring light to this challenge. So the final one will be happening in University of Malaya on the 22nd of October. But those who who cannot make it, you can also dial into our webinars, which takes place on the 19th of October. The second competition that I'd like to share with you is, of course, on our FM70 contract. Two parts. One is the quiz challenge. So please be on the lookout to our Bursa Malaysia social media page, where every 2 weeks we would give you fun quizzes for you to answer. And it is open to everybody. And 24 winners will be picked between now until December. And you guys will stand a chance to win Touch and Go e-wallet reload pins as well. Secondly is our FM70 sales and trading competition. So if you trade FM70 contracts between now until the campaign period ends, you stand to win cash prizes worth 32,000 ringgit. So there's a microsite for you to scan, or just visit our booth for more information. So my name is Alif Nur Haziq. You can reach out to me over at alifnurhaziq@bursamalaysia.com or my phone number here as well. So I will be stationed over at the booth if you have any further questions with regards to what I've mentioned earlier, or anything general on derivatives as well. I'll be more than happy to answer your question. So with that, I thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alif, giving us an overview of the Malaysian derivatives market landscape. And of course, I believe all of you have learned a little bit more about derivatives. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next we do have a lucky draw happening at 12:30 p.m. So for those who have not submitted yet your lucky draw entries, make sure to do it now, because we're going to start very, very soon. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of this once again is brought to you by InvestSmart Fest 2022, and we will be right back very shortly. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our lucky draw very, very soon. So all final entries, last minute entries, please do submit it right now because we will be starting at 12:30 sharp. And some amazing prizes to be won. If you're interested in joining the lucky draw, feel free to come forward to the seats, take a seat, and we'll be starting very, very shortly. Thank you. All right, a very good afternoon to all of you ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the InvestSmart Fest 2022. And for those who wants to join the lucky draw, please come forward, have a seat, have a seat. For those that have already put in the entries. And of course, I would now like to invite Mr. Jawahar on stage, our General Manager of Consumer Investor Office SC Malaysia, to draw our lucky winners. Yes, please give him a round of applause. Awesome. Okay, so today, for this session, we will have a total of 5 prizes. And this is the first session of the 2 sessions for today. If you unfortunately don't win this session, we will have another at 6 p.m. Okay? So let's draw our first winner, which will walk away with the Panasonic microwave oven. Alright, so the first number is 3. I believe everybody has 3. Yes? Is that correct? Does everybody have 3? Oh, today's energy cannot. Yesterday's energy was much better. What's your first number? 3. Alright, awesome. What is your second number? 0. What is your third number? 7. 7 is the number. 30702. Okay, I heard screams from that side. Alright, congratulations, the winner of the Panasonic microwave oven. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give her a round of applause? Alright, just let me double check your number. Okay, that's correct. Congratulations. Yes. Alright, I think we should come forward to the middle a little bit. Yes, alright, awesome. Okay, congratulations, Mr. Jawahar. Let's draw our second lucky winner. The prize is a Philips air fryer. The second lucky number is 3. 1, 2, 4, 5. 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. Do we have a winner? I heard claps. Oh, no, that was for the previous winner. Okay. Do you have a winner? 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. Congratulations. Let me double check your number. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. The winner of the Philips air fryer. Congratulations. And now let's draw our third lucky number, which will walk away with a Sharp air purifier. Mr. Jawahar, you want to read this number? Okay.
Okay, the lucky winner is 30787. I repeat, the lucky winner is 30787.
Okay, we have a winner. Let me just double check your number. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. The winner of the Sharp Air Purifier. If it's too heavy for you to carry, don't worry. We will help you after this. Oh, the whole family is here. Hello. All right, congratulations. We'll help you pull it down. Thank you so much. All right, so now let's draw our fourth winner, which will walk away with a Samsung Galaxy A23, a smartphone. All right, and the lucky number is 3. What's the next number? What? 0, 7, 3. Okay, hold on. What's your last number? 3, yeah. Very close, but not 30737. Okay, I only hear disappointment. But where is the yay? I still don't see you. 30737. If you're not here, I'm going to draw again. I'm going to call your number 3 times. Can like this, can Can Okay. Yeah, I'm very happy. Okay, 30737. Calling 1 time. Please come and claim your smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A23 way. 30737 calling twice. Tak ada. Ada. Tak ada. Ada ke tidak? Okay, one last time ya. 30737. Okay, tak ada. Let's draw one more time. Don't be too happy, okay? Be low key. We keep it low key first. Okay. Also very similar to the last number. What's the first number? Second number? 0. 307 8. I heard someone say 8, Correct, So the last number is 0. Tak ada, sangat cepat Too fast. Wait. 30780. Do we have a winner? You want a smartphone, a Samsung Galaxy A23. 30780. Do we have a winner? Tak ada. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We shout tak ada. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. let me just announce 3 times, okay? 30780, calling once. Oh, ada. Okay, slowly. Don't worry, don't rush. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Pemenang Samsung Galaxy A23. Congratulations. Slowly, let me check your number. That is correct. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. The more happy you are for the other person, the more likely you will get the prize. Trust me. So you must clap when I ask you to clap. Okay? Alright. The last prize that we have for today, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? Alright. It's an Apple iPad 9th generation. Are you excited? Not enough. Are you excited? Okay, awesome. The lucky winner of the Apple iPad, the number starts with, even got name here, just in case we missed the number. This person wrote their name on top. The first number is 3. Okay, obviously it's 3. What's the second number? What? The second number is 1. 1. Okay? The third number is 1311. The fourth number is dah balik. I belum habis announce sudah balik. Okay. 31170. Okay, I heard a lot of shouts and screams and just right here. All right, congratulations. I even have your name, Miss Nor Khalida. Is that correct? All right, congratulations. Let's give a round of applause. All right, 31170. That is correct. Congratulations. All right, awesome. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Jawahar, as well, for drawing the lucky winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have one more round later at 6 p.m. So make sure to drop your entries into the lucky draw box because later we will have even more amazing prizes. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, next up we also do have a panel discussion here on stage and we will talk about ECF and P2P investments. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you. All of this is brought to you by InvestSmart Fest 2022 and we'll be right back. Thank you. Securities Commission Malaysia. And of course, now on stage, we will have our next panel discussion, which will talk about ECF, which is equity crowdfunding, as well as P2P, and alternative funding for MSMEs and investment opportunities for all. And of course, for that, I would now like to invite, firstly, our moderator, Elaine Lockman, President of Registered Digital Market Association, RDMA, on the stage. And of course, next we have our panelists, Andre Betker, Chief Investment Officer, FBM CrowdTech Center Berhad. Next, we do have Mr. Hafiz Mustafa, Head of Investment, Ethis Ventures Center Berhad. And of course, last but not least, we will have Kian Poon Chai, Country Head of Modal Group Ventures Center Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our moderator as well as our panelists a huge round of applause?
Hello, everybody. So can I invite the visitors today, if you'd like to listen more to what is equity crowdfunding all about and P2P or peer-to-peer crowdfunding, please join us at our session today, this afternoon. Okay, this afternoon I have my esteemed panelists here. Without further ado, let me introduce the guests here today. We have Andre Betker from Alex Co. and Hafiz Mustafa on Andre's left from Ethis Ventures, and also Chai Kian Poon, or better known as his cool name, KP, from Funding Societies. Okay, so before we begin, what equity crowdfunding is and P2P crowdfunding is, I think I would like perhaps a show of hands. How many of you are aware or are familiar with equity crowdfunding or P2P crowdfunding? How many? So, yeah, okay. So I think my observation is in the last 2 to 3 days, right? Today is the third day. There's still a lot of people who's not very familiar, in terms of what ECF and P2P is. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just give a little bit quick rundown of what ECF and P2P, or what crowdfunding is. Essentially, what crowdfunding is really fundraising from the crowd by either individuals or business owners on their business ideas, yeah, and for those people, who would like to support the businesses, you can do so. And this is not a new concept. It's been around many, many years. Maybe in those days, you will actually approach people that you know in your community and would, gladly support your business ideas or even your initiatives. But with the advent of the internet, web and social media, digital technologies, mobile technologies, you are now able to reach to those that you don't even know beyond borders, yeah, across cities, okay? So, and essentially there are 4 types of crowdfunding. If you can see on your left side, yeah, there's donation and reward. Now, donation and reward crowdfunding is not regulated. Yeah, donation is for charitable causes, whereby the crowd or people at large, the public, can support charitable ideas and initiatives. And there's reward crowdfunding. The most, I would say, popular would be the likes of Kickstarter and Indiegogo, whereby people support typically projects or prototypes, yeah? And in exchange for the funds that you contribute, you get goods, products, or services, right? Now, on the right-hand side, as you can see, there's equity crowdfunding and P2P or debt crowdfunding. Now, for equity crowdfunding, in exchange for the funds that you contribute, you get shares. And for P2P or debt, yeah, in exchange, you get returns in terms of interest or profit sharing, profit returns, profit rates, and your principal back. Yeah, and essentially, these are regulated, and in most jurisdictions, for equity crowdfunding is regulated by the Securities Commission, and debt crowdfunding is regulated by the central bank. It's a bit different here in Malaysia, whereby both are regulated by the Securities Commission. Yeah. And before I move on, perhaps let's talk a little bit about the features of the P2P and debt crowdfunding. Maybe we'll start with you, Andre.
So essentially what we're trying to do with P2P investment and funding is to give investors an alternative to their bank account interest, whatever they can earn. We try to give higher interest rates to you, and what we try to give to SMEs is we try to offer you an alternative way of funding your business. You know, if you're a business owner, it takes a lot of times 2-3 months if you apply with a bank. Whereas if you go for P2P, you can get the funds within a couple of days. So we try to make it really easy for you. And coming back one more time to the investors real quick, nowadays in this environment especially, it's really tough to earn interest rates on your money. Maybe you get 2-3%, maybe a little bit more, but it doesn't even cover for the inflation we have right now. So you lose money every year. What happens with P2P actually is you get a much higher return by providing capital to local businesses. Essentially, this means you provide capital, you give your money to an SME for 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and they agree to pay you a certain interest rate, let's say 10 or 12%. And really, you get most of this interest rate back into your account.
Thank you, Andre. KP, perhaps you want to add on in terms of how would you do the screening or the due diligence for these businesses?
Yep. So I think to add on to what Andre has said, P2P essentially we are providing financing to businesses. They are not very well served by traditional FIs, funded directly by investors, retail, high net worth like yourself, and so some of the institutions and corporates have started coming in as well, because I think the asset class, they've been in Malaysia for probably at least 5 years, so there's a lot more knowledge about this process. So I think back to what Elaine has asked, one of the top questions that investors usually ask, right? Hey guys, these guys, how come they come to you to get financing? Right? Because you're not cheap, right? We are. I wouldn't say we are cheaper than bank. We are for sure more expensive than the traditional FIs. And then the question is, are these not credit-worthy businesses, right? So that's why the risks are higher. So I think the response to that is essentially the way we conduct credit assessment and the product that we offer to these businesses is very different. So I think banks traditionally focus on longer tenor financing, larger ticket, because it's more economically profitable for them to do so. I think whereas P2P generally focus on shorter term financing, and I think as a result, we rely a lot more on cash flow data, where I think banks looks a lot at financial data, your audited accounts, 3 years track record and whatnot. And I think we look a lot more on bank statements. And I think at the same time, we work with a lot of partners where we leverage on alternative data. Like for instance, we partner with Foodpanda, Lazada, where we leverage on the merchants' transaction data on those platforms to actually underwrite their business, and then we are able to offer them, short-term financing to meet their cash flow needs. I think that's where we are different from bank, and that's where we are able to complement bank in serving these segments that are historically not very well served by the banks. And as a return, we allow investors to participate directly, earning higher return, it's actually a fixed income return, higher and more stable sort of return that comes in regularly over time.
Thank you for that, KP. So perhaps I'll move on to equity crowdfunding. Hafiz? Yeah. If you can maybe share with the audience, a little bit about the features of equity crowdfunding in Malaysia, the guidelines, and what's in it for the investors.
Right. Thank you, Ellen, and thank you, Securities Commission, for inviting us to be part of our panelists today. Equity crowdfunding in Malaysia, we are progressing. Started off with Pitchin as one of the few equity crowdfunding platform, and then we have actually moved up until now. We have about 10 recognized market operators, and at these ventures is actually one of the first actually. So the first to actually gotten Sharia compliant license for equity crowdfunding. So in terms of the landscape in Malaysia, right, for equity crowdfunding, it does provide an alternative funding access for MSMEs to get funding for their businesses. It can be at any stage, and it does provide an alternative investment opportunities for investors. So, for instance, right, investors who seek to diversify their portfolio and they want access to private market, who can provide that? If they are retail investors, it will be difficult for them to invest in or VCs or PE because they would require larger investment. But with retail investors and in equity crowdfunding, they are able to invest as low as probably perhaps 200 ringgit, 500 ringgit. But of course, according to SC guideline, there's a capping for retail investors where they are only allowed to invest up to 5,000 per campaign and 50,000 per year. So if you are looking to invest in Shara compliant campaigns, Atis would provide that kind of access to you. So in terms of the due diligence, right, we do have, we kind of do it differently compared to other equity crowdfunding platform where we combined between VCs, PE, due diligence model with what you can see as normal or other equity crowdfunding, where we do have a thorough due diligence to ensure that our investors have access to all information and you know, and also in providing transparency to the information that we provided.
Okay, I just want to add a little bit more to what Hafiz has said because I'm also representing Ataplas here, like from being president of the ECF and P2P Association. So when we talk about due diligence, you know, there's on top of what Hafiz has mentioned. Essentially, we look at 3 specific areas. We look at financial due diligence, yeah, from the business and operations perspective. And also on the legal perspective. And for us, what's very important is this. Whatever information that the businesses provide, it is our duty to make sure that all the information is correct and true, yeah, and full disclosure, right? And at the same time, we do due diligence on the management team, yeah, the directors, shareholders of the business. It's exactly like when you go on for public listing. Yeah, it's just that it is at a slightly, I would say, smaller scale. Yeah, and the requirements is not as onerous, but still to protect investors' interests, we will make sure that whatever information that's published on the crowdfunding platform, it is correct and true and transparent. Yeah, that's very, very important. And just to add on to what Hafiz mentioned, the smallest, just to let you know, yeah, when we talk about how easy it is to invest, the smallest investment that that has been done in Malaysia in an equity crowdfunding campaign, how much do you think? Can I hear? I mean, Hafiz had mentioned 100, 200, 500, but what is the smallest amount? Does anybody know? Give a shout. 500? RM5, RM5 apa tu, my payment gateway pun tak lepas kot. 65? Okay, any more? Okay, it's actually 10 ringgit. Okay, 10 ringgit. So it is very accessible, but of course it really depends on the terms of investment by the issuer, yeah? So by the company that's fundraising. Typically, they would block their shares so that, you know, it's not too small a unit. Like, you know, Hafiz mentioned it can be 100, 200, 500, 3,000, 5,000. So do take a look at the individual campaigns. Now, I just want to add on also, one of the key reasons why Securities Commission actually, you know, decided, you know, to offer this registered market operator licenses to platforms like ours is also to ensure that you know, for SMEs who are trying to raise funds from the public, they do it the right way. Yeah, they do it with platforms like ours, because there has been a lot of cases out there, yeah, whereby private businesses, they raise funds, they openly organize gatherings and meetings, offering investment offers, you know. and which is not legitimized, by platforms like ours, for example. Okay.
Elaine,
yes.
so
Yeah.
may I just add a little bit?
Sure.
Because you just now mentioned 10 ringgit.
Yes.
And I really want to highlight again, this is P2P and ECF is essentially a democratization of investments. Previously, all those opportunities used to be available only to VC venture capital funds. So you had to invest at least $100,000 to $300,000 to be able to just access those opportunities, which is for the ECF side. For the P2P side, in bond investments, if you want to be a bond investor, you had to put down 250,000 ringgit as a minimum, and now you can put just 100 ringgit. So it opens up opportunities to you, to the public, thanks to the SC, which used to be previously not accessible, only to millionaires, and now everyone can invest.
Yes, absolutely. And, any one of you can invest in young startups and potentially can be unicorns, yeah? So let's move on. So these are the registered equity crowdfunding and P2P crowdfunding operators. There's essentially 10 registered operators for ECF and 11 P2P operators. So I will flash this again towards the end of the session. Yeah, make sure that you work with legally registered operators, and I think I'd like Andre to share a story on how somebody tried to emulate Alex Global, funded by me as well. Yeah.
So this is a little bit of a warning, which is very important for everyone to remember. Please always check that you're dealing with registered operators. One story, what happened to us 3 years ago, was that someone pretended to be Alexco. So they used our logo and they used our name. They went on Facebook and contacted companies and offered them funding. But fortunately, we found out very quickly about this company, and it has been reported and removed accordingly. But it's very important for you to be vigilant, because if you give money to those companies or if you borrow money from those companies, it might really not end well for you, and you might lose your capital.
Any similar instances with funding societies?
Yep. Actually, I believe there are syndicates going around town doing that. So similarly, I think off late, we have encountered similar situations as well, both on the investment and also on the financing side. And so these agents, I think they do quite a good job these days. So they even printed out name card, put our company logo, the website, the contact number, and then they basically go out towns telling people, hey, I'm from these guys, I can offer you loans, etc. But I think more importantly that I think always check. I think always go to our website, call up the official number to check if this is real. But I think one key thing is that for us, we will never collect money upfront for any investment or any financing per se. So I think one red flag is basically if you encounter people asking you for money even before you get anything or before you put in any investments. I think do think twice, and I think do check with the official channels.
Thanks, KB. Hafiz, any similar experience?
Atis has actually faced the same issues in the past. So I think in mitigating this kind of risk, right, like what KP and also Andre has mentioned earlier, and yourself, is to ensure that you go to the right platform, invest, because when you invest in this campaign, right, the investment is actually made to the trustee. So make sure that you don't actually put in money in some, a mule, for instance, or anyone's name. So make sure that you go to the right platform and check again and do your own due diligence, I would say, before investing.
Thanks for that, Hafiz. Okay, to move on, I would like to share the performance of both equity crowdfunding, how it's been doing in the last 6 years. So equity crowdfunding was first introduced in 2015, and the following year, towards the end of 2016, I believe, then P2P crowdfunding was introduced in Malaysia. So as you can see, the performance has, it's been picking up, especially surprisingly during pandemic. Yeah, as you can see from the slides. And to date, there's close to 300 campaigns have fundraised slightly more than 500 million ringgit for over 270 businesses. It's dipped in the 2022, but of course we're, we haven't ended 2022 yet, so hopefully it hasn't dipped too much. Yeah, but having said that, the performance has been very encouraging. Any comments, Hafiz, on that?
Well, we actually see greater traction, especially when you say during pandemic. But I think this year, investors are more well aware on the existence of ECF. And we not only see in our platform in Malaysia, but also our platforms in other countries, but in P2P, where we don't only get interest from retails, but also banks. So institutional institutional banks, they are pouring money into the campaigns that we have, especially in Indonesia, and also family offices in Malaysia and both Indonesia.
Okay, just for the benefit of everyone, for equity crowdfunding, businesses that are eligible are private limited companies, yes, Sundian Berhad, unlimited public companies, which are unlisted Berhad, as well as limited liability partnerships, LLPs or PLTs. Now let's move on to P2P, which is like more exciting numbers, yeah, bigger numbers. So as you can see, yeah, there's a lot more of traction, yeah, because a lot of smaller businesses, because it's also extended to enterprises here, who need short-term financing especially. So there's over 40,000 campaigns. And look at the numbers, yeah, close to 3 billion ringgit has been raised since 2017, yeah, for over 5,000 issuers. So KP, comments on the performance?
Yeah, I think definitely over the years, there's a lot more awareness among the public, both on the SME side where they are able to come and get financing from us, and also on the investor side. Obviously, I think there's a lot more work to be done. I think that's why we are always very supportive and very thankful to SC for organizing events like this. I think this is number for first half 2022,
Correct.
but I think we should be. I think based on the numbers that we see, we should end 2022 a bit higher than 2021, I think, which is great. Probably one contributor to the number versus ECF is also that a lot of the P2P campaigns are short-term, which means that you get back your investment much faster. And this is because I think a lot of our issuers on platform, they really need the funds for a short period of time for them to bridge the cash flow gap, and after that, they'll repay the investors.
Andre, comments from you?
We see basically the same trend. So we have a very strong increase year on year, about 50 to 100%, and I think this year will be on track for the same. So we are very happy to see that actually it's gaining a lot of traction in Malaysia.
Great. Thanks for that. Now let's see in terms of investor statistics, yeah? So I think you guys would be interested to see that. So these are the numbers. These are cumulative, yeah, since crowdfunding, equity crowdfunding and P2P crowdfunding was introduced. So to date, you've got slightly over 43,000 accumulated number of investors as at end of June 2022. These are published numbers with the Securities Commission, and you can see the breakdown between ECF and P2P just below those numbers. Of course, looking at attraction, there's more. And it's still quite sad because there's still, look at the population of Malaysia, there's only like, over 43,000 investors. We could do it a lot more, right? And the thing is, it is very accessible and fully inclusive. You don't need a lot of money actually to invest in ECF and P2P. And if you look at participating individual investors are mainly retailers, like close to 80%. Look at P2P, 63%. Actually, the number for ECF, there's a mistake there, is actually higher. If I'm not mistaken, that's a typo. is about over 60% from retail investors. And majority investors, look at that, yeah, more, over 50% are below 35 years old. We find that a lot of the younger generation actually like this kind of investment asset class. And is more apparent in P2P. In terms of female and male participation, the men tend to invest more, although I didn't put the data there. I believe for P2P is about over 70%, and for ECF it's about 62%. So any comments? Yeah, Hafiz, comments from you?
Well, I think on this, right, perhaps there could be businesses that are of interest or campaigns that are of interest to certain demographic, right? But I believe with a lot more campaigns that squirt towards women empowerment or women products that this demographic would want to perhaps join or probably invest in such campaigns. It's more about education, right? It's more about amplifying the benefits of investing in such campaigns or in ECF. So again, I would emphasize on re-education to this type of demographic. Yeah.
Thanks, Hafiz. Andre, any comments from you?
Yeah, we are really happy to see more diversity coming in nowadays. And I think one thing I would like to highlight about our platform is, especially because one of our co-founders is also female, she puts a very big emphasis on female woman entrepreneurship financing. So we try to really give the female entrepreneurs among yourselves the opportunity to kickstart your business or to provide a small capital financing round of, let's say, 50,000 ringgit to you to really get off the ground.
Thanks. And KP, any comments?
I think the numbers are actually trending very well in my opinion. I think when we started the business probably 5 years back, I think the percentage of individual investors, who are retailers is probably close to 90%. Similarly, for those who is below 35 years old, it's probably 90+% as well. So that means that over the years, and notwithstanding that number of investors has also been increasing, this means that it's becoming more and more mainstream, right? So people from investors from across different spectrum are starting to participate in this asset class. And I think it's only I think the trend is only going to continue. I think as it gains more and more traction and as it becomes more proven, right? Because frankly speaking, when we first started in the market, people are like, yeah, this is not, I mean, although it has been around in the more Western side of the world for like close to 5-6 years, but it's still a new asset class. But I think over the years with the performance and particularly through COVID and whatnot, I think people are beginning to think, hey, you know what, there is something real here, right, with regards to this asset class. And I think that's why more and more people across the spectrum are more comfortable coming in. At least that's my sense of things.
Thanks, KP. Now let's move on to see how has the government actually responded to this. Yeah, so I'm very pleased to say that the Malaysian government has been very supportive of this investment asset class, and they would like to see more and more in the public, the crowd, to actually participate in this kind of investment. So what have they done, in terms of to give a boost, right, to ECF and P2P? So since 2019, actually, or 2018, I would say, the government has allocated this, what they call a matching fund, yeah, a co-investment fund, whereby the government co-invests with the public, yeah, alongside the public for both equity crowdfunding and P2P. And you can see the trend. So for budget 2019, up to the recently announced budget 2023, the trend has continued, whereby the government co-invests. So how do they co-invest? So for every 4 ringgit, the public or the crowd invests in a campaign, the government will match with 1 ringgit. Yeah. So in certain industries that they are trying to promote, for example, in agriculture, for every 2 ringgit that the government, for the crowd invest, the government will match with 1 ringgit. Yeah, so you can see that the trend continues. So we hope to see this trend to continue in future years too. So let's start with Andre. Your comments on this?
We are very happy to get this level of support from the government, and I think this also really shows the level of importance the government places on the whole industry. That shows the dedication of the government to helping small companies to grow their business and to really give everyone a chance to become successful.
Okay, thanks, Andre. And KP?
No, definitely very thankful, and very thankful that to see that some funds have been allocated in budget 2023 as well. I think we are a big beneficiary of this, and obviously looking forward to see how we can continue working together closely with with both SC and the government, to see how we can extend this particular industry.
Hafiz, any comments?
I echoed what both Andre and KP said earlier. It's very pertinent that government support to spur the economy, right? Especially to MSMEs. And like what you say, we look forward to continue getting support from the government, not just from funding, but also from all other aspects as well.
So you guys must be wondering, oh, is it just for businesses? What about us investors, right? So yes, we have for investors actually. So there is a 50% tax incentive for all retail investors. And just to let you all know, we all been working so hard, right? The association together with the SC to push this agenda. And we finally got, the government as well as LHDN, working together to get this through, so that, for those investors who participate in equity crowdfunding campaigns, right, to be eligible for this tax exemption. So as you can see there, this is available for up to 50,000 ringgit per assessment year, and this is only eligible from first investments made from 1st January 2021 up to 31st December 2023. So don't miss this opportunity. Please participate in the campaigns, so that you can actually take advantage of this incentive. So just to get feedback from my fellow ECF and P2P crowdfunding operators here, has this actually spurred further in terms of whether you can see the participation of investors since this was announced? Maybe Hafiz first?
Of course, Elaine. We've seen a higher number of retail investors since this was announced by the government. Indeed, the latest campaign that we had, right, in which we closed about 3 million. Most of the 3 million, I would say 100% of that 3 million, 100% of that 3 million, right, actually comes from retail investors. Imagine that, like what you mentioned earlier, based on the trends that we've seen before, right? How many nations how many numbers of nations are there? So I think that this incentive would help to to encourage more retail investors to invest in ECF and P2P campaigns, hopefully.
KP, your comments?
We are still waiting for this, for the P2P segment.
Sorry, I said that too earlier. So not for P2P, just for ECF.
Yeah, but I think we have always been engaging the SC and the government. But obviously, I think resources are finite. I mean, everyone wants something from government. So I suppose they have to prioritize. And I think it's an ongoing conversation. And I think hopefully, Andra and I, we can get something from the government, I think, in the near future. But having said that, there is actually an incentive that's given to P2P, but from the other side of the equation. So for any businesses that obtain financing via P2P platform, if you fall under the definition of SME, you actually get stamp duty exemption. So there is something that has been done for P2P, but obviously hoping to see how we can obviously extend it to the other side of the equation and basically extending it to our investors as well.
Andre, anything to support what KP said?
It certainly is a very big incentive for investors, and I have to say we still have to quantify how much actually this contributes. But I think across platforms we see that more investors are coming in, more retail investors are coming in, and also somehow it lowers the entry barrier because, especially I think Elaine, you can share more about this, people tend to be a little bit scared to making the first move to start investing. But when you have this additional tax incentive, it motivates people to take the first step.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Yeah, because I think previously people are like wondering, okay, you know, what's in it for me? You know, is there anything else? Yeah, aside from having to wait and see the fruits of my investments, right? Talking about that, I think the next section we are actually going to talk about upsides and the exits, right? But let's talk about, so before I go on to ECF, let's talk about P2P first, right? So Andre, yeah, you want to talk about this, and this is really about the upside to investors and how you should approach, right, P2P investing. Yeah.
Right, this is one slide I'm particularly happy to share with all of you because it really shows in a very powerful way that starting to invest early can tremendously grow your wealth. And especially if you consider adding a little bit of P2P and ECF towards your portfolio. So I'd just like to draw your attention to this chart. If you leave your money there and don't invest at all, you get 0%. You even lose money because of inflation every year. At a bank, you might get 3%, but it doesn't really make a huge difference long term. It doesn't allow you to retire comfortably. Then the stock market's the next possibility, which is not bad. On average, historically, over the last 50 years, the stock market has returned 8% per year, which is already a very big difference, as you can see. But in the stock market, you have to deal with a lot of ups and downs. Like this year, for example, the stock market lost more than 30% of its value. And then we come towards a more higher risk class, which is P2P. Actually, I think we can add ECF there too. And on average, equity investments also return in early stage companies 12% per year. And you see that over a span of 20 years, with the historical return we have had on our platform, which has been 12% over the last 5 years annually. And those statistics are proven, they are verified, you can check them on the website. The last 5 years we have 12% return per annum. If you compound this over 20 years, you can grow your capital 10 times. And I think also the other platforms are seeing similar statistics. Maybe you'd like to share more on this. But it really shows how powerful it is to start now and to start allocating a little bit of your money to P2P and ECF.
KP, you want to add on to this?
Yep. So I think from when I look at the performance of investors on Funding Society's platform, I think for the past few years, on average, what we can see is after fees, obviously we charge a platform fees. After NPL, we are looking at a net return to investors of between mid to high single digit. But I think one very key caveat there, I think to all investing, you need to diversify your investment. And those 6 to 9% per annum sort of return are usually obtained by investors who maintain a diversified portfolio. I think this is not like a high conviction call sort of investment. Hey, I really like this SME, I'm going to put all my money there, right? I think that's not how we do it. So I think if you diversify well enough over time, I think those sort of returns that I think Andre has mentioned are actually very realistic. I think key again is to diversify your returns. Diversify your investments. Yeah.
KP, what would be the shortest duration for P2P?
For us, we do as short as 30 days.
Really? Oh, okay. Is it the same for you, Andre?
It's the same for us. 30 days is rare. Mostly it's 3 months for us, but we also do 1 month.
Nice. Okay. So then I want to move on to agri crowdfunding, right? Because we've been around since 2015. I think most of the operators kickstarted the business early 2016. So it's been, what, 5 years, I think? So you guys must be wondering, what are the potential upsides, right? And how much? But before that, I just want to give you guys a perspective, right, in terms of what would be potentially the upside if you invest in a company early. So, and we always give this example, right, of Uber, right? So you guys know Uber, right? Yeah, so Uber is similar to Grab. Okay, so say for example, you know, each and every one of us had the opportunity to invest in Uber when it first started. So say $10,000, yeah, $10,000. And Uber got listed 10 years after that. And this is an actual case study. How much do you think your 10,000 would have been worth upon their listing exercise when it first, you know, the opening bell? How much? Can I hear a shout? How much would your 10,000 be worth at listing of Uber? Sorry? 1 million, go crazier. Very conservative. Anyone? Come on, guys. Okay, the answer is $110 million. Your $10,000 would be worth 110 million. So that's how big the potential upside is. So what I'm going to share with you are just some examples, and these are published data, yeah, of some of the exits that has been done in Malaysia through our ECF campaigns, and it varies, yeah. So this is the first exit that was given that happened, yeah, a few years ago, and this was a company called Sekolah Fund. Sekolah Fund is interesting because they are actually a social enterprise, and of course there's dual two-prong, yeah, in terms of their returns to investors. Investors, you know, not only had the satisfaction of, you know, being able to provide impact to the beneficiaries, but at the same time, they got some monetary returns, yeah. So it actually provided 10% return to all these ECF shareholders 3 years after the deal. Not that, I would say not that big, but at the same time, you know, the returns to the beneficiaries is much, much more in terms of the impact to the society, okay? And then you see My Cash Online is another one that gave big returns to the investors, close to 40, to be exact, 44.2%, just 2 years after the campaign deal. You know, after 500 startups actually offered to buy out the ECF investors. And just to let you guys know, I would say only a few took up the offer. Most of them decided to stay on because they want to actually reap the much, much bigger upside to the exit, because potentially, I believe My Cash Online was actually acquired by an Indian company, yeah? And I think they bought out everybody, yeah? Okay, Green Lagoon is also an interesting one. So this was, I believe I'm not mistaken, is a preference share structure whereby aside from getting being bought out by the promoters, there was also annual 6% dividend payouts provided to the investors. But I believe not everybody accepted the buyout from the promoters because Green Lagoon is actually en route to listing, yeah? Green Pro AI Accounting is also very interesting. They offered a 20% guaranteed exit to investors 1 year after the campaign closed, but what happened was they actually gave a much earlier exit just after 4 months when they were acquired by a NASDAQ-listed company. So these are just some examples, you know, of the exits by some ECF campaigns. Hafiz, you want to share some insights?
Yeah. Well, typically, you know, when it comes to exit strategies, company would structure it in a way that either they want to go for the traditional route, which is IPO, M&A, right? But I believe also, just to add to what Eileen mentioned earlier, there are other way to structure your exit, knowing that private markets are quite illiquid, right? But again, with Securities Commission, that they do allow ECF operators to have secondary platform, but I believe at this point of time we have not had that yet, except for perhaps Pitchin. They've gotten approval, but yeah, if it depends on the types of shares that the company offers. If it's preference shares, you know, they could redeem it at certain X number of period. But to go for this IPO and all, not all companies would be able to take that route. But I've seen some of potential companies who are en route to that IPO listing. But typically what I've seen or observed throughout ECF, other ECF operators, is either the use of types of shares, or perhaps you know, getting the company acquired by their competitors. So that would be the closest that I've seen. So I do have one, sorry, but I think this is still PNC that I'm not able to share. But the companies, the company that was initially fundraised through ECF, one of the ECF operators, are now being bought over by Saudi companies. So you know, yeah. But again, this is still a deal that is ongoing. So I can't reveal the deal, but yeah.
Hopefully we hear about it very soon. And what would be potentially the returns to the investors? Just maybe a ballpark figure to the investors?
Well, I would say the multiplier could range, right? But on average, based on the latest deal that I've seen, it could be around 50 to 60.
50 to 60x?
Yeah.
Oh, and over how long? How long was
that
it?
investment period about 3 years.
Well, that's really that's awesome.
Yeah. Because this deal that I'm seeing, because they've gotten a lot of money, and Saudi is booming, and a lot of cash lying around, so they could afford to acquire at such cost.
So I think for investors, the key thing would be you don't put all your eggs in one basket. You should really look at all the campaigns, because you can invest in smaller amounts, especially with regards to equity crowdfunding, right? So you can invest as little as like just now, 10 ringgit, 200, 300, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So it really depends, right? So you can spread your investment portfolio, and you never know, one investment can actually, make you like tons of money, yeah, and it, more than make up for all your losses, if there are any losses, yeah, okay? So now let's go on to scams. I think, one of the key objectives of InvestSmart is actually to create more awareness about scams, and especially clone firm scams, and if you look at, and this is actually, on the SE site as well, and how they operate. If you look at it, there's various ways of them operating, and they are very, very super active and super creative as well, in terms of using Facebook, Telegram, and so on, right? And you also need to protect yourself accordingly and know who to contact, yeah, and refer to Securities Commission websites, and if you're unsure, like our panelist has mentioned just now, do call the numbers, contact the SC, and make sure you try to verify and make sure that you don't transfer money to just anybody's bank account. Just make sure that it is legitimate, specific to all of us. We work with trustees, yeah, and all these platforms here. You don't actually deposit funds into any of our accounts or any of the company's accounts, but it's actually a trustee, a licensed trustee with the Securities Commission. And for those who want to get your hands on the alert list, please scan on a QR code, and the SC actually updates this list very regularly. So do take note of the list, yeah, and scan a QR code, and you can get your hands onto the site, yeah. And we have actually come to the end of our session, and I would like to open the floor for question and answers, for Q&A. Yes, we have a few.
Yeah, afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Ong.
Hi, Mr. Ong.
Looking at the business environment forward, it's not so rosy. At the same time, we have a lot of challenges in the equity market, financial market. So first is, how do we as the investor cash out? Then what are the steps taken by all we all here, this is platform, on risk management? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ong. So how do investors cash out and risk management? So KP, can we start with you first?
Yep, I think let me take the questions. I think because for us, investor will get to cash out as long as the SMEs are there to make repayments, and typically the tenor of repayments is on the shorter side for us, so they make periodic repayments on monthly or quarterly basis. I think on the risk environment, I think spot on, right? So things are not looking so rosy, at least globally. I think in Malaysia, we are still rather sheltered. I mean, there are some impact, but still rather sheltered versus what's happening regionally and globally. But I think having said that, so for every SMEs that come to our platform to get financing, we actually do due diligence on them. We will vet through their business case, we'll look at their cash flows. Some of them will look at alternative data that we can get from our partner. So we constantly evaluate the macro conditions, and we'll tighten or we will vary our credit assessment or due diligence criteria from time to time. And that's what we have done. But I think one key thing is that I think we have gone through COVID, and I think COVID is where SMEs get impacted the most, right? I think unlike most other crises where it usually happens to the big corporates and then trickle down to the rest of the economy. But I think when it comes to SME financing, COVID is the one that hit them the most. So we went through COVID with a lot of experience. There's some increase in NPL over the COVID period, but naturally everything is quite under control, and investors are also getting their returns. So I think this experience is valuable in guiding us moving forward. Because I think one of the criticism of alternative investment platforms is that, hey guys, these guys are new. You have not gone through economic cycle. I think even globally, this whole industry started after the global financial crisis in 07 and 08, right? So we have not gone through challenges. But I think over COVID is where we get hit the most, and I think we have a lot of valuable experience having gone through that period, which essentially, we'll keep an eye out on the macro and then adjust our credit assessment due diligence from time to time.
Thanks, KP. Andre?
So I think it depends if you're looking at equity deals or P2P deals on how you cash out. I think for the equity side, most likely for this temporary crisis as it looks, you ride it out because it takes many years to exit. For the P2P side, I can share with you for our company, for our business, you get repayments every month, and the tenure on average is about 4 to 5 months. So basically you can cash out within the next 3-4 months if you're a P2P investor. And on the risk side, we have a very strict due diligence and process. We look very deeply into financials, and we have a multi-factor credit risk score assessment, which is based on strong historical data and has so far allowed us to have a default rate of less than 1%, including during the COVID crisis. So we are very strict in filtering out risky businesses. And in this regard, I'd like to share as well, each platform operator has to share on their website statistics on default, statistics on the return. So encourage each and every one of you to go to the website, check it out, what has been the return, what has been the default rate, and then you can make a decision based on that.
Hafiz?
Thank you, Mr. Ong, for that question. Let me address the second question first. In terms of risk mitigation, right, what Atis does, because we are a Sharia compliant platform, we do have a very thorough screening or filtering of the companies that started with Sharia assessment to ensure that it meets certain Sharia principles. And second, we look like what Eileen mentioned earlier. We look at the compliance, we look at the financial, commercial, regulatory, if there's any, before we onboard such companies. But of course, different operators would have different SOP. But for Atis, we do have investment committees, and this investment committee are made of those who have been in industries. So unless we got the approval, then only we can push them to the next stage. But again, like what SC requires all ECF operators to be transparent, to ensure that all information are fair and accurate, and it has to be published in the platform. We also allow the investors to actually ask the issuers or companies who are on our platform if they have any concern. So the investors themselves can do due diligence on the company. So of course you can rely on the information that we have published on the platform, but investors have to do their own due diligence to ensure that the campaign or the businesses are sound, something that is investable. And to address your first question on how investors can cash out, well, it depends on the companies or issuers, whether they provide such exit strategy. It could be like what Andre mentioned earlier. It could take years, 5 to 7 years, or probably more than that. But there are few exit strategies like what we discussed earlier.
Thank you. I think there's one more question. Yeah.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Elina. I have two questions for P2P lending. Is the financing secured or unsecured? And is it a Sharia compliant financing? And for ECF, what kind of instruments or contract that you use? You mentioned RPS. Do you also use RCPS, pre-IPO financing, or other types of contracts? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Andre, you want to answer first?
Okay, first of all, unfortunately, on our platform is not Sharia compliant. To the second part, is it unsecured or secured? Depends on your definition of secured and unsecured. Mostly is unsecured, but we have very strong safeguards in place. For example, we ask the personal guarantees of all directors in the company, which is a very strong safeguard in this case. Whenever we can, we take assets as collateral, even though this is tricky sometimes because mostly the companies do need the money, so it's hard to securitize those. And we don't just take the personal guarantees of the directors. A lot of times we ask them to get the personal guarantees of one of their friends or of one of their relatives, which is an even stronger incentive for them to repay. And so far, 99.5% of companies have repaid on time on our platform.
KP?
So we have both secured and unsecured products on platform, and that will be disclosed to investors accordingly. And obviously, the return will reflect the characteristic of the product. So typically, for secured investment, it will be slightly on the lower end, obviously, because the risk profile is a bit lower. But for unsecured, we will basically price in the risk accordingly. But I think notwithstanding, even for unsecured products, like what Andre had mentioned, we will take personal guarantee from the directors and shareholders to make sure that, if anything happens, you can't just wind up the company and then say, hey guys, you know what, there's nothing else, right? So the key person will still be liable to repay in the event the business fails. I think on the second part, yeah, so I think in Malaysia, they are both Sharia compliant and conventional investments when it comes to P2P.
Hafiz, you want to start with the ECF? I can continue. Yeah.
All right. On the instruments that, when we structure a deal, right? Because we are Sharia compliant platform, we have to adhere to Sharia principles. So in terms of the instruments or share types that we offer to investors with the consent of issuers, usually are ordinary, in which we call it as ADI or SAADA, which is equivalent to Islamic preference shares. But because of our global, we have global pool of investors, right? Mostly from Middle East, UK, and US. So what typically has been used in Malaysia as Islamic preference shares, it's not what we use, in a way that we do not provide the same guarantee as what typically Malaysian banks would use for Islamic preference shares. So in terms of tiering, there's no tiering basically. So what I can say in terms of the instrument that ATIS use are two: ordinary and Islamic preference shares.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I just want to add on that. So specific to ATA Plus, so for us, we can do two types of contracts. Yeah, in terms of the agreements, we can actually do the conventional investment agreement and also Sharia investment agreement. And in terms of how you want to design the terms of offer, it can be ordinary, it can be RPS, it can be RCPS. It's whatever way you want to design the pref share structure. So we are very flexible. Yeah. So it's just a matter of for us to go through our committee and to make sure that we understand the structure. It is clear to the investors. Yeah. Okay. I can take one last question. Any more? No? So if not, I will actually give, let's go one round. So any last words from each of you? Maybe we can start with KP to the end. Yeah.
Yep. I think one thing to note, I think for all investment, regardless equity, bond, ECF or P2P, I think it's very important to diversify your investment, because whatever returns, historical returns that we say, mid to high single digit or 12% per annum, or even on the ECF perspective, there will be investment who will not make it for one reason or another. But I think as a portfolio, if you diversify well enough, I think the returns that we shared earlier are very attainable. I think that's one key thing for all investors, right? Because when we look at investors who lost money on our platform, essentially we realize that they did not diversify well enough. They make a very high conviction call. Hey, I really like this SME. I'm going to put like 50%, 60% of the amount that I want to invest into that particular deal. And touch wood, if that deal goes sour, and that's where they will lose money, right? Because it takes years to recuperate your return. So diversify, and I think that's where you can get consistent return out of these investments. And I think so the second piece I think very important is that the returns that we shared here are relatively high, but in the market, if you hear people offering you 3% per month, 5% per month, 7% per month, I suggest that you look again, because usually for investment, they are regulated for legal investment. Those things are very often too good to be true. So if you hear those kind of return, I think better think twice and relook at what you are going into.
Thanks, KP. Hafiz?
I agree with what KP shared earlier, right? Diversification is very important, but specifically to ECF, make sure that before you go into any campaigns, do your own due diligence. These are for investors, but for companies who seek to raise fund on ECF, do ensure that you have, at least. I mean, you can raise at any stage, but to ensure that your investors who come in, right, they could see at least a minimum viable product, and to see possible future return on that, rather than just simply because I want to raise a certain amount of money. But yeah.
Thank you, Hafiz. And Alex?
Okay, for my side, it's always good to attend talks. It's always informative to hear. It's important to get to know things before you dive into something. But now really the important thing is to make, if you really want to make a difference, is to take action. So I encourage all of you to take a moment this afternoon or tomorrow or when you have time, check out the websites, maybe create an account on 1, 2, 3 different platforms, and maybe take 100, 200 ringgit to get started, because only when you take action is actually when you can make a difference.
Thanks, guys. And I'd just like to echo and also taking from what the guys have mentioned, do read up, okay? Understand what you're investing in, okay? We've observed a lot of times in the past, people invest just because, oh, my friends invest. So it's all FOMO, fear of missing out, So please make sure you understand what you're investing in. Read, yeah, read and read and read, yeah, really understand, and make sure that whatever site that you go to is a legitimate site, whatever meetings or invitation to invest is a legitimate gathering, yeah, done by legitimate parties. In doubt, please contact the Securities Commission accordingly. And with that, I thank you, all my panelists. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. And also thank you to all of you for kindly attending this session. And do head out to the fintech side of the hall, which is across on the other end. Yeah, visit the P2P and equity crowdfunding operators who are stationed over there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the equity crowdfunding as well as peer-to-peer financing panel discussion. We'd like to thank all of you and, of course, our moderator as well as panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them another round of applause? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, next up we do have also a very special presentation. Is a very famous mentor, so I think you all already know who it is, but do give us about 5 to 10 minutes time to, of course, remove the chairs from the stage, and we will be right back shortly. Thank you. An amazing person joining us here on stage, of course, in InvestSmart 2022. He is the #1 mentor in Syariah stock investment in Malaysia, amassing over 500,000 followers over various social media platforms. He is also the icon of Bursa Marketplace by Bursa Malaysia. Today, we are indeed very lucky to have him here with us on stage to impart to us his knowledge about Syariah investments. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Muhammad Asri Ahmad on stage with a huge round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat petang semua. Apa khabar, sihat? Alright, insyaAllah hari ini saya akan bawa sedikit perkongsian tentang peluang dan ruang yang ada dalam dunia pelaburan saham khususnya. Tapi sebelum kita mula, saya nak bagi hadiah. Siapa yang duduk depan sekali? Siapa yang duduk first row ni penuh, saya bagi hadiah. Cepat. Mana hadiah saya? Mana hadiah saya? Standby sekejap. Siapa duduk bagi je dia? Bagi. Siapa cepat dia dapat? Cepat. Sebab kita nak berkongsi ilmu. Jadi bila duduk depan tu insyaAllah. Dah dapat buku percuma kan? Okey. Alright, topik kita petang ni membina tabung kekayaan melalui Bursa Malaysia. Alright. Yang mana tadi kita dah dengar tentang peluang dan ruang yang ada dalam produk-produk yang ditawarkan di Bursa Malaysia. Jadi untuk petang ni saya akan lebih fokus kepada apa peluang dan ruang yang ada. Terutama dalam dunia pelaburan saham di Bursa Malaysia. Jadi sebelum kita mula, izinkan saya perkenalkan diri saya dahulu. Saya Datuk Haji Muhammad Asri Ahmad, merupakan mentor pelaburan saham syariah yang mana telah berkongsi ilmu pelaburan di Malaysia ni lebih kurang hampir 10 tahun. Dan merupakan pemegang lesen pasaran modal di Malaysia for the past 22 years, 22 tahun. Dan hari ini insyaAllah saya akan berkongsi sedikit sebanyak. Dan sebelum saya mulakan, seperti biasa, bila sebut tentang dunia pelaburan ni, kena ada disclaimer. Alright, kenyataan penafian yang mana saya hanya berkongsi ilmu sahaja. Dan sebelum kita nak terlibat dalam dunia pelaburan ni, kena kenal risiko yang kita nak terlibat, iaitu untung dan rugi dalam dunia pelaburan. Sebab hari ini ramai yang terjebak dalam skim-skim pelaburan yang salah, yang mana dia seronok tengok untung. Dan dia lupa tentang risiko kerugian. Tapi bila sebut kerugian ni orang tak suka. Orang kata lah, rugi, saya nak melabur, nak untung je. Sebab tu ramai terceduk, saya panggil bahasa dia, dalam pelaburan-pelaburan yang salah. Sebab tu saya akan kongsikan formula yang saya memang suka pakai bila InvestSmart buat program, dan formula yang mereka memang jaja sepanjang program, sepanjang beberapa tahun yang lepas pun formula yang sama. Dan itu yang saya akan kongsikan sebentar lagi. Okay? But again, apa yang saya kongsikan ni adalah bersifat pendidikan, maklumat semata-mata, dan sebarang contoh, sekian saya bagi contoh tu, hanya contoh untuk bagi you all faham. Sebab nak cakap bahasa saham ni bukan mudah. Orang agak bila saham ni dia macam saham susah lah. Jadi saya cuba mudahkan dengan contoh-contoh yang akan saya berikan. Alright. Jadi balik kepada topik kita tentang membina tabung kekayaan, tuan-tuan. Saya nak bawakan kepada satu senario yang mana saya percaya semua berada di senario yang mana satu saya tak tahu. Tuan-tuan pilih tuan-tuan berada di mana. Yang pertama, senario ni yang mana tuan-tuan mungkin dikategorikan ke kategori yang orang panggil golongan yang bekerja. Berapa ramai bekerja kat sini? Yang berniaga? Yang tak buat apa-apa? Tak ada kan? Bermaksud, most of us bahagian bekerja. Kita bekerja cari sumber pendapatan. Okay, tak salah, teruskan bekerja kerana itu cara nak cari duit. Okay. Kedua, ada orang yang bekerja sendiri. Bekerja sendiri maksudnya, dia berniaga secara solo. Dia mungkin seorang Grab driver, dia mungkin seorang penjual goreng pisang, tak kisahlah. Maksud dia bekerja untuk cari duit. Dia tak dapat sumber pendapatan yang tetap. Okey, golongan ketiga adalah golongan yang berniaga. Berniaga bermaksud dia mungkin ada banyak syarikat-syarikat yang dikuasai atau diketuai oleh CEO syarikat yang dilantik, dan dia memerhati dari jauh lah. So berniaga. Tak sama kan, berniaga bekerja sendiri tak sama, dua benda yang berbeza. Okey, dan terakhirlah dari sudut pelabur. Ini yang saya nak tekankan. Dan sebenarnya saya bawakan topik hari ini tentang kuadran keuangan ni kerana kita berada di mana pun, kita bekerja ke, kita berniaga ke, kita punya sendiri pun, suka atau tidak, semua orang nak ke arah pelabur. Sebab itu kenapa InvestSmart bawakan program tahunan seperti hari ini untuk kita melihat apa peluang dan ruang yang ada untuk kebahagiaan pelaburan. Jadi yang kata lain, semua orang akan menjurus ke arah pelaburan. Sebab inilah kuadran yang selalu dikongsikan dan yang dipopularikan oleh Robert Kiyosaki. Jadi soalannya sekarang, kenapa kita nak ke level melabur? Alright, dia mungkin asas tapi ni ramai orang tak nampak. Dan masalahnya ramai yang bekerja yang tak ada ilmu pelaburan ni, dia masuk skim-skim yang salah. Dan mengejutkan, kita dengar sendiri pada hari Jumaat yang lepas apabila chairman AC kata apa? Jumlah kerugian yang ada, yang berlaku sejak PKP sehingga sekarang berjumlah 5.2 bilion. Tuan-tuan, 5.2 bilion bukan jumlah kecil. Dan itu adalah laporan yang direkodkan. Dan saya bersetuju dengan sahabat saya bila berkongsi, dia kata, cuba gandakan 10. Sebab ramai orang malu nak report. Dia takut nak report, pergi balai polis, dia takut nak maklum pada AC, dia takut, dia diamkan. Jadi sebab itu kita ambil nisbah 5 bilion kali 10, 52 bilion. Kalau 50 bilion, macam-macam boleh buat. Sedangkan perbelanjaan kerajaan, bajet 2023 pun sekitar 400 bilion. 50 bilion daripada 400 bilion, itu satu jumlah sangat besar sebenarnya. Tapi kenapa orang senang bagi duit kat orang? Sebab kita tak tahu apa yang kita buat. Alright? Dan kita tahu, kita seronok nak ke ruang pelaburan, tapi kita lupa yang mana bila kalau kita tidak terlibat dalam dunia pelaburan yang betul, kita hanya bekerja sahaja, duit kita tak boleh berganda. Apa maksud berganda? Duit kita dapat setiap bulan, kita simpan, kita belanja. Sebab nak melabur ni tuan-tuan, nak ke ruang pelabur atau investor nanti, suka atau tidak didatang daripada sumber yang kita dapat. Kalau tidak macam nak melabur. Jadi caranya dengan cara kita bekerja, kita kena menyimpan. Sebab itu juga saya nasihat kepada semua, saya syorkan. Ada banyak booth yang ada. Cuba fahami produk-produk yang mereka tawarkan. Kerana untuk mulakan pelaburan, dia bermula dengan simpanan. Yang mana saya akan kupas sebentar lagi. Cuma saya nak buat sepintas lalu, kalau kita hanya bekerja saja, wang kita takkan berganda sebab kita dapat hasil bulanan sebab kita bekerja. Sama juga kalau kita bekerja sendiri. Bekerja sendiri, kalau dia tak buat kerja itu, dia takkan dapat sumber pendapatan. Sama, dia tak ada gandaan. Gandaan ni maksud apa? Kita dapat apa kita dapat lah. Kalau tak buat, kita tak dapat. Kita tak kerja, kita tak dapat. Kita tak kerja, tak dapat. Tapi kalau kita nak melabur tak perlukan pekerjaan yang seperti mana kita buat. Kerana melabur, duit bekerja untuk kita. Okey, duit bekerja untuk kita. Jadi sebab itu, dua faktor ini tidak boleh berganda. Okey, tak boleh berganda sehinggalah kita nak berniaga. Tapi isunya, tak semua orang suka nak berniaga. Tak semua orang nak jadi salesman, tak semua orang nak buka syarikat sendiri, tak semua orang nak menjual barang-barang yang dia nak jual. Sebab kalau tidak, semua orang tak bekerja, semua orang tak bekerja sendiri, semua pergi niaga. Tapi tak. Realiti yang datang hari ini pun rata-rata saya katakan, majoriti kita adalah orang yang bekerja. Dia teruskan bekerja, tak ada masalah. Kerana daripada bekerja tadi, kita nak gandakan. Mungkin tidak melalui perniagaan, tapi kita nak gandakan melalui pelaburan. Melalui pelaburan. Sebab itu konsep pelaburan ialah duit kita nak digandakan. Tapi bila sebut nak digandakan, ni pun perlu diberi perhatian. Dan saya merayu sangat-sangat tuan-tuan. Janganlah mudah sangat bagi duit kat orang. Janganlah mudah sangat melabur melalui Telegram. Janganlah mudah sangat melabur melalui WhatsApp. Logik je, logik. Kita nak simpan duit kita, contohlah saya nampak ada kaunter EPF. Saya pun nampak mungkin ada kaunter bank yang berdekatan. Kita nak simpan duit kita sendiri pun, kena isi borangnya, kena ada cap jarinya, kena ada IC-nya. Maksudnya, nak buat sesuatu untuk melibatkan wang ringgit, bukan perkara yang main transfer-transfer melalui WhatsApp, Telegram dan sebagainya. Mesti ada prosedur. Okey? Bermaksud kalau duit sendiri kita simpan dekat EPF, duit sendiri kita simpan dekat bank pun ada syarat-syarat yang perlu dibuat. Dan dia bukan terus, okey saya nak transfer duit saya. Tidak. Ada prosesnya. Jadi tolonglah janganlah terlibat. Saya tahu yang hadir ni tak terlibat. Tapi inilah peranan kita keluar nanti beritahu. sahabat-sahabat kita, saudara mara kita, jangan sesenang sewenang-wenangnya bagi duit. Transfer duit, pindah duit melalui WhatsApp, Telegram dan sebagainya. Tak ada tuan-tuan, tak ada pelaburan begitu. Tak ada. Kalau ada, semua orang dah kaya dah. Apatah lagi pelaburan yang janji untung ni. Labur sekian, besok kaya. Labur hari ni, besok pakai Ferrari. Tolonglah tuan-tuan. Kalau begitu mudah juga, InvestSmart tak ada program ni, semua orang dah kaya dah. Tak ada lah pegawai EPF kat situ, suruh kita menyimpan. Tak ada, sebab semua orang kaya. Dan tak semua orang, tak adalah orang kita merayu dapatkan BRIM. Sinar. Apa saja produk yang ditawarkan oleh kerajaan. Dia tak ada, dia tidak semudah itu. Sebab itu untuk kita ke level melabur ni, kena kenal produk-produk yang ditawarkan. Dan bila kenal produk tu, perkara pertama yang suka saya kongsikan adalah, nak terlibat dalam pelaburan, soalan pertama tanya pada diri. Apa risiko yang aku ambil? Itu soalan dia. Jangan tanya berapa untung aku dapat. Sebab ramai orang melabur ni tanya untung. Memang betul. Tapi untung tak boleh datang untung begitu saja. Dia tak ada untung atas angin. Oh, masuk ni garanti untung. Oh, tak ada tuan-tuan. Kalau ada sekali lagi semua dah kaya. Tak ada. Okey? Tak ada. Dan sebagai bukti. Saya nak bagi duit lah tuan-tuan. Siapa nak duit? Siapa suka duit? Kalau saya bagi duit, nak tak? Nak tak? Nak? Okeylah, saya bagilah. Siapa nak duit? Siapa nak ni? Siapa nak? Siapa nak? 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 Ni hadiah dapat ni. Nak ni demo. Tak, jangan lagi. Nampak tak? Mudah tak? Kita dengan mudah, bila saya offer duit semua nak kan, tapi tak ambil lagi, tak ambil, tengok. Bila seorang dua ambil, yang lain semua, nak lah. Sama tak macam skim penipuan kat luar tu? Kita tak tahu. Dan logiknya, apa hal aku nak bagi kau duit? Soalan ni. Apa hal aku nak bagi kau duit? Apa hal saya nak bagi kau duit? Apa hal kita tak tahu pun. Tapi dia boleh nak juga. Itu tak minta duit. Bayang kat luar tu yang minta duit. Labulah 300 dia dapat duit. Apa jadi? Ini yang tak tahu sebab ni nak bagi duit. Berebut. Ini korang gelak. Korang pun sama nak tadi aku tahu. Betul kan? Korang gelak. Malu je kan? Tak apa, mana hadiah? Aku bagi hadiah juga lah. Kesian dia orang. Mana buku aku, bagi dia buku lah. Aku tak bagi duit. Ambil buku saya kat dia orang. Lain kali jangan suka-suka nak ambil duit kat orang. Kejap lagi. Aku bukan artis nak selfie. Peace yo. Okey. Nampak tak? Tak. Ini contoh hidup mudah tuan-tuan. Sama. Mana ada benda mudah, orang nak bagi suka hati dia, kita pula ambil duit macam tu. Tak ada. Dia tak ada benda mudah. Tapi manusia ni, dia mudah tertarik. Saya baru nak cerita macam mana nak kaji, tapi belum mula dah berebut dah. Dah berebut dah. Itu realiti tuan-tuan. Kalau tidak, mana mungkin 5.2 bilion hilang. Begitu saja. Okey? Jadi bila kita dah tahu apa yang kita nak laburkan, saya suka bawa benda topik ni hari ni. Sebab hari ni, sepanjang 3 hari InvestSmart dah bawakan ramai panel. Berkongsi macam-macam produk. Dan saya sendiri pun suka nak cerita bab ni. Yang mana kita di ruang bekerja ke, kita berada di ruang bekerja sendiri ke, kita berada di ruang berniaga maupun pelabur. Dia asasnya datang daripada mana? Asasnya datang daripada kita bekerja tadi. Asasnya datang daripada kita berniaga tadi. Asasnya datang daripada kita bekerja sendiri tadi. Sebab itu kita mencipta kekayaan kita. Bahasa mudah kita cipta duit. Bukan tadi ke, siapa nak? Dia lari minta. Dah macam minta sedekah aku tengok pula dah. Dia tak macam tu. Kita kena create. Kita kena cipta. Bila kita cipta, ini isu rakyat Malaysia. Di ruang urus duit. Ini yang ramai gagal. Sebab tu dia tak sampai ke bahagian pelaburan, dia tak sampai. Sebab dia ada masalah dekat bahagian pengurusan. Dan sekali lagi saya menyeru kepada tuan-tuan, ambillah peluang. Ada ramai penasihat-penasihat kewangan dalam program ni. Jumpa diorang. Susun balik kewangan kita. Sebab kalau kewangan kita disusun dengan baik, perbelanjaan dan pendapatan kita disusun dengan baik, dan pastikan diri kita dilindungi, baru kita ke kolom pelaburan ni. Dan saya nak ambil cerita ni sebenarnya kat bahagian pelaburan sahaja. Dan pelaburan ni pula ada banyak produk tu. Ada banyak produk, bukan saham je. Tapi asasnya dekat mana? Asasnya dekat kita jana pendapatan, disiplin menyimpan, duit lebih tadi yang simpan tadi tu. Dah simpan dekat EPF, dah tolak dah untuk pencen. Dah simpan mungkin dekat pelaburan yang dapat dividen dan tak ada faktor kerugian. Contoh kita ada pelaburan-pelaburan simpanan yang ada kat luasan yang kita boleh buat. Dah tak tahu nak buat apa dah. Barulah kita cari produk pelaburan yang lain. Supaya dia tidak mengganggu kehidupan kita. Sebab ramai orang bila melabur ni, dia nak hasil, nak untung. Dia lupa yang bahawa pelaburan ada risiko kerugian. Sebab itu kita kena faham dan bagaimana nak pecahkan duit kita tadi. Dan saya nak cerita hari ini mungkin di bahagian simpan dan labur tadi tu, 20% tu. Dia nak pergi mana? 20% ni lah yang kita nak pecah pula. Sebab dalam pasaran modal di Malaysia, saham adalah saham. Dalam bursa Malaysia sendiri pun ada macam-macam produk yang boleh kita laburkan. Kita ada apa? Kita ada saham. Kita ada REITs. Kita ada ETBS. Kita ada ETF. Kita ada derivatif. Ada banyak produk yang tawarkan kat bursa sendiri. Kalau tak tahu produk bursa pula, pergilah ke kaunter bursa pula. Tu belakang sana tu. Punya macam-macam produk, kau pergi masuk sikit cepat kaya tu tak apa-apa. Ini saya tak boleh compute lah. Sebab apa? Tapi sebab apa saya tahu? Sebab kita nak jalan mudah. Kita nak senang, tak nak usaha, tak nak belajar. Bagi duit, boleh jadi duit. Tuan-tuan, saya ulang. Kalau begitu mudah, kan? Orang bursa pun dia tak dialah buka booth kat situ. Tak payah nak promosikan produk dia. Sebab begitu mudah kan? Tapi saya nak beritahu, singgahlah. Contoh, saya nampak bursa kat sana. Cuba tengok apa produk yang ada. Dan kena kenal lah produk-produk tu pula. Setiap produk yang ditawarkan berbeza risiko dia. Dan berbeza pulangan dia. Sebab tu kena kenal. Sebab produk-produk ini yang akan kita pilih untuk sama ada dia sesuai atau tidak dengan pelaburan yang kita nak buat. Dan apa formula dia? Saya bagi formula mudah tuan-tuan. Sebelum tuan-tuan nak terlibat, nak gandakan duit, nak menabung ni, nak simpan, nak masukkan dalam tabung-tabung yang ada. Dan saya hari ini nak kongsi tabung yang ada produk-produk dalam bursa Malaysia. Okey? Apa yang kita nak kena buat? Pertama, tanya pada diri, aku nak melabur ni, duit aku ada banyak sekian. Okey, tak kisahlah berapa jumlah pun, tapi jumlah ini jumlah wang lebihan. Atau bahasa lain dipanggil idle fund. Duit lebihan yang you nak laburkan ni. Kalau rugi pun you okey. Tidur lena cukup macam biasa. Duit ni yang kita nak laburkan. Jadi caranya, kenal pasti yang pertama, apa risiko yang you ambil. Bahasa lain dipanggil risk. Apa risk tentang produk yang you nak ambil ni? Itu kena kenal dulu. Sebab baru you akan yakin, okey aku melabur ni okey tak? Kalau aku ambil risiko ni, aku rugi macam ni, aku okey tak? Jangan tanya pasal keuntungan. Tanya tentang risiko kerugian dahulu. Itu the step yang pertama. Step yang kedua, baru tengok, okey kalau rugi aku potensi banyak ni, aku boleh hilang banyak ni, berapa ganjaran yang aku dapat pula? Reward. Ganjaran yang kita perolehi daripada kesanggupan kita untuk rugi dalam satu produk yang ada. Jadi yang kata lain, sebab orang mesti tanya, kenapa saya duduk cerita bab untung rugi. Sebab itu realiti dunia pelaburan. Dan senang tuan-tuan, kalau rasa tak seronok lah apa saya cerita, asyik ada rugi je kan. Saya nak beritahu, sebab tu kalau ambil formula tipu yang dibuat oleh InvestSmart, dia kata apa? T yang pertama, tidak akan rugi. Menunjukkan itu penipuan lah. Sebab tu bila sebut pelaburan, dia tak boleh lari. Untung dan rugi mesti berlaku. Kalau kita ambil dari fik muamalat tuan-tuan Dia panggil al-ghurmu bi ghurmi. Bermaksud setiap hasil yang kita nak peroleh, pulangan yang kita nak, dia mesti datang dengan kerugian. Dia mesti ada risiko dia. Jadi dia tak boleh satu jalan je. Untung tak boleh. Sebab itu kenapa saya tekankan lebih kepada risiko. Sebab risiko kita tak sama. Ada orang yang berani, ada yang risk taker. Ada orang yang berani-berani takut. Ada yang memang berani. Jadi itu bergantung pada diri kita. Sebab tu kena kenal produk yang ditawarkan dan kenal apa risiko dia. Itu yang pertama. Kedua, setimpal tak ganjaran yang kita nak ambil. Reward dia. Okay. Dan of course dah tahu risk and reward, baru datang apa produk yang you nak terlibat. Type of investment yang you nak buat. Dah hari ni ada macam-macam produk. Kalau you round kat sini pun, saya boleh kata berpuluh lah produk yang ada. Kalau nak cerita jenis produk pula, unit amanah je ada beratus unit amanah. Tak habis cerita. Sebab itu kita lah kena kenal pastikan produk yang kita nak laburkan atau jenis pelaburan yang kita nak buat. Dan nak kenal pasti jenis pelaburan ni pula tuan-tuan, pastikan ianya dikawal selia. Dikawal selia bermaksud ada pihak autoriti yang melihat produk tersebut. Dan dalam aspek pelaburan di Malaysia, pastinya segala produk pelaburan mestilah melalui Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia. Kalau you rasa sanksi produk ni yang betul ada ke tidak, tuan-tuan tolonglah. Hubungi dulu LAC, tanya betul tak produk ni ada. Sebab you dah tahu dah, oh okey, dia ada cerita pasal untung, okey, dia cerita bab rugi, okey. Tapi produk ni sah tak? You kenal tak produk tu? Sebab tu saya bawakan T yang pertama, type of investment. Apa jenis pelaburan yang tuan-tuan nak buat? Kenal produk tersebut. Siapa pengeluarnya? Adakah dia betul? Ini pun kena check. Dan terakhir, barulah you ambil time. Tempoh masa pelaburan yang tuan-tuan nak buat. Sebab, suka atau tidak, kita nak dapat hasil daripada pelaburan, dia perlukan masa. Tak ada pelaburan yang labur hari ini, semalam kita untung. Tak ada pelaburan hari ini, kita labur besok kita untung. Walaupun dalam dunia saham, perkara itu boleh berlaku. Tapi tak nak cerita. Kita nak cerita secara general, nak mengatakan bahawa sebelum terlibat dalam apa jua pelaburan, yang pertama, tanya tentang risiko. Kedua, apa ganjaran yang kita dapat. Ketiga, berapa tempoh masa yang kita nak buat. Dan juga akhirnya, apa pelaburan yang kita nak lakukan. So, bila you boleh jawab 4 soalan ini, you okay. Maksud you okay. You tahu apa you buat. Barulah you cipta tabung pelaburan you. Dan bila nak pilih produk tu pula, maka datanglah ilmu diversification. Bagaimana kita ada banyak pilihan produk-produk yang ditawarkan, bukan semua pun kita nak labur sebab duit kita terhad. Kita akan labur mengikut risk and reward kita tadi. Matlamat jangka masa kita tadi. Sebab itu ada pelaburan jangka masa panjang. Ada pelaburan jangka masa sederhana. Ada juga pelaburan jangka masa pendek. Sebab itu semuanya bergantung pada diri kita semula. Jadi tuan-tuan, ambil peluang dan ruang yang ada hari ini, tuan-tuan hadir. Cuba Ricky semua yang ada ni dan tengok. Jawab semua soalan ni dan pilihlah produk yang bersesuaian dengan diri masing-masing. Okey? Dah clear ni, barulah kita bawa tuan-tuan kepada produk yang ada. Okey? Dan produk yang ada. Tadi sebelum nak cerita produk yang ada, saya nak patah balik kepada pillar tadi. Kenapa? Kenapa kita nak terlibat dalam pelaburan? Soalan ni kena jelas. Kalau tidak, kita tak buat, kita tak nak melabur. Kenapa tak nak melabur? Oh, melabur ni saham ni tak boleh lah, saham ni judi. Melabur tak boleh lah, saham ni haram. Saham ni modal mesti besar, mesti banyak. Saham ni susah, tak ada masa lah saya nak buat saham ni. Jadi kita tak ada sebab nak terlibat. Tapi kalau kita jelas dengan matlamat pelaburan kita tadi, kenapa kita nak terlibat, dan ada persentage tertentu yang tuan-tuan boleh dapatkan daripada penasihat kewangan yang ada untuk sesuaikan dengan diri tuan-tuan. Dengan pendapatan sekian banyak, dengan komitmen sekian banyak, bagaimana nak uruskan kewangan tu? Dan bagaimana duit lebihan tadi nak dilaburkan? Dan instrumen mana yang sesuai? Dan tuan-tuan dah bila penasihat kewangan yang akan beritahu apa patut dibuat, baru tuan-tuan tanya balik tentang 2R, 2T tadi. Okey? Baru tanya balik sebab you yang akan buat keputusan. Penasihat kewangan dia hanya memberi khidmat nasihat sahaja. Kita yang menentukan kita nak yang mana. Okey, sebab akhirnya duit yang kita keluarkan duit kita. Bukan dia orang tuan-tuan, duit kita sendiri. Jadi pastikan tuan-tuan tahu apa yang tuan-tuan buat dan dari situlah yang kita akan gandakan dan barulah kita nak masuk dalam dunia pelaburan. Okey, baru kita masuk dalam dunia pelaburan. Jadi sebelum kita nak terlibat dalam dunia pelaburan, soalan saya seterusnya. Saya nak bagi peluang bertanya kepada audiens, ada mic tak? Mic tangan. Ada? Ada kita ada MC, kita ada Saya nak tanya lah, saya nak bagi hadiah lagi. Ini betul, ini bukan scam. Okey? Saya nak tanya, berikan saya sebab, 5 sebab kenapa nak melabur. Siapa boleh share? Nak untung lagi? Rugi tak nak? Tak mau? Tak ada bang. Penat sikit tadi. Nak untung tak nak rugi? Tak mau lah. Memang tak ada. Tak, 5 sebab. 1 nak untung. 2? Jangka masa panjang. Tiba-tiba tadi nak untung, tiba jangka masa panjang. Kalau labur hari ni besok kaya nak? Labur hari ni besok kaya. Labur hari ni besok kaya. Nak? Lagi nak lah kan? Tapi memang tak ada jugalah benda tu. Okey, pertama nak kaya. Kedua, nak untung. Kedua? Jangan lunas, saya nak bagi hadiah ni. Okey, untuk berikan anak, boleh? Ketiga? Mikrofon. Susah 5 perkara ni, kenapa? Sebab baru saya nak cerita bab tabung tu. Kenapa nak belum? Kenapa? Kaya tadi, nak untung tu okeylah. Next set tu okeylah sama. Lain. Tu maksud gandaan duit. Lain? Kesihatan lindung. Itu perlindungan. Tak dapat dia. Lain, siapa nak? 5. Kenapa nak melabur? Kenapa nak? Sebab saya nak ajar tabung. Bursa kan? Nak melabur apa? Kenapa nak melabur? Kenapa? Rugi tak nak? Tiba-tiba pandai lah. Rugi pun kena ambil. Okay. Mana mic? Siapa hati lah? Okay, kenapa?
Mendapat keuntungan.
Lagi?
Dan kerugian. Rugi itu pasti.
Okey, rugi itu pasti Okey.
Lepas tu jadikan tabungan untuk masa depan.
Okey.
Okey.
Kenapa jadikan tabung? Tabung yang tak cukup ke?
Tabung cukup, tapi kita boleh dapatkan macam from good counter ke ataupun ni kita boleh dapat dividen.
Maksudnya you nak pulangan lebih baik.
Pulangan, betul.
Okey, 2, 3.
Apa lagi?
5 je tau.
Kita gandakan duit tu supaya kalis inflasi.
Okey, kali inflasi okey. 5, 3.
Tabung persaraan juga untuk masa depan.
Persaraan. Okeylah, berarti 5, 4.
Last kali
Last. 5 cepat nak bagi hadiah ni. Mana buku aku? Kita bagi power bank. Ada? Ada power bank.
Sebagai penggantian pendapatan.
Penggantian pendapatan.
Tambahan daripada pendapatan. Contoh kita dah bekerja, okey, dan kita laburkan duit yang kita dah ada tu instead of instrumen yang kita
untuk
pakai.
Untuk pendapatan. Kita bagi chance lah. Cuba pada bawah kita. Bagi aja power bank daripada bursa. Terima kasih bursa. Jangan terima kasih bursa yang bagi. Saya tolong sampaikan je. Okey, betul. Saya sebenarnya, nampak tak? Nak 5 perkara pun you ada kan? Sedangkan itu asas. Kalau you tak tahu sebab you nak melabur, you takkan melabur. Sebab tu you nak melabur kena ada matlamat yang you nak buat. Kenapa you nak melabur? Sebab itu ada reason kenapa you nak terlibat. If not, kerja macam biasa je lah. Apa salah sibuk nak melabur ni? Dah lah boleh rugi. Betul? But why? Saya bagi 5 juga. Yang pertama, saya setuju, inflasi. Inflasi ni memang berlaku di seluruh dunia. Cara nak bunuh inflasi suka atau tidak adalah melalui pelaburan. Sebab tu saya wujudkan, saya kata tabung untuk kita melabur. Kalau tidak, kalau pening kepala takut rugi, kita boleh menyimpan. Tapi menyimpan, kita akan dapat pulangan yang tidak boleh bunuh inflasi. Sebab tu kenapa kita kena melabur. The first reason adalah inflasi. Kedua, untuk bunuh inflasi tadi, ada kena dengan cara dia macam mana? Kita perlukan cari pulangan yang baik. Maksudnya pulangan yang lebih baik daripada kadar inflasi yang ada dalam negara. Contoh kalau inflasi kita 4%, kita nak melabur kenapa? Nak cari pulangan yang lebih baik daripada 4%. Barulah duit kita berkembang. Kalau tidak, kita simpan, dapat 4%, kenapa tak cukup Sebab dia tak boleh nak balancekan dengan kadar inflasi yang berlaku. Dia cara dia macam mana? Cari gandaan pulangan yang baik. Tuan-tuan, pulangan yang baik ni adalah lebih, tuan-tuan, saya sebut hanya lebih daripada inflasi. Dan baliklah tadi, kalau you berani, dalam saham ada produk saham yang berisiko. Ada produk saham yang risikonya rendah, ada. Jadi balik kepada risiko yang kita nak ambil. Tapi asbab kenapa nak melabur, nak gandakan. Iaitu dipanggil compound. Kita nak gandakan dia. Dan magic compounding ni tuan-tuan, jangan buat main. Tadi pun sahabat saya berkongsi, dia kata kalau hari-hari simpan RM2 pun, bila bersara nanti boleh jadi puluhan ribu ringgit. Saya kata betul, saya setuju. Sebab asas tadi pun saya ceritakan, nak gandakan duit ni mesti melalui hasil kita bekerja, hasil daripada kita kerja sendiri ke atau berniaga, duit lebih tadi yang kita simpan, yang kita nak gandakan. Dan gandakan dalam produk pelaburan yang kita kenal. Yang kita faham risiko dia. Dan mampu memberi pulangan yang baik. Dan duit itu akan berkembang. Okay, duit itu akan berkembang. This is what we call gandaan yang di compound. Ini contoh yang agak besar. Cuma saya nak tunjuk gandaan compound tu macam mana. Kalau tuan-tuan ambil pendapatan compound ni, maksudnya kita nak cari sumber pendapatan. Dan keunikan dalam pelaburan saham ni, kita boleh buat sendiri. Kita beli jual sendiri. Cuma kena ada ilmu nak pilih saham yang betul, produk yang betul. Tapi apa contoh yang saya nak bawakan adalah bagaimana dengan ilmu kita ada, objektif nak compoundkan dia, nak gandakan, tak kisahlah berapa persen pun. Yang penting dia berganda. Bila dia berganda, ini magic yang tadi bila sahabat saya berkongsi, dia kata RM2 sehari juga boleh jadi puluhan ribu ringgit. Saya kata itu saya tak nafikan. Kerana kalau kita buat gandaan, kalau kita ambil lah kalkulator compounding mana-mana pun, you ambil lah 3% ke, you ambil lah 5% sekalipun. Berapa persen yang tuan-tuan nak dapat, cuba kira. Magicnya gandaan tuan-tuan, duit tu boleh berganda sangat-sangat luar biasa. Wak Imam kata 1% sebulan pun, bagi saya kalau setahun dah 12%. Satu jumlah yang besar. Tapi kena konsisten untuk digandakan, maka penghujungnya nanti hasilnya sangat-sangat lumayan. Sebab itu yang pertama, kita nak gandakan dia melalui compounding. Okay? Sebab itu, kenapa kita buka akaun saham, kita buka akaun unit amanah, kita simpan dekat EPF. Tujuan apa? Nak dapatkan pendapatan yang pulangannya konsisten setiap tahun. Baru duit kita akan berkembang. Dan itu cara nak bunuh inflasi tadi. Okey? Setup yang pertama. Yang kedua, pasti cerita pasal miliki perniagaan. Kenapa nak jadikan tabung dalam dunia pelaburan ini sebagai salah satu tabung untuk kita gandakan duit? Kerana kita tadi nak cari duit selain daripada bekerja adalah berniaga sendiri ataupun bekerja ataupun berniaga. Jadi melalui dunia pelaburan saham, secara tak langsung kita boleh menjadi pemilik dalam syarikat-syarikat yang kita inginkan. Tanpa perlu kita buka syarikat tersebut. Alright, sebab itu saya katakan kenapa nombor 2, kenapa kita nak terlibat dalam dunia saham? Kerana kita boleh menjana pendapatan melalui perniagaan yang kita miliki. Inflasi tadi saya dah jawab lah. Saya masuk nombor 3. Iaitu kita juga boleh menjadi sebahagian daripada menjadi pemilik dalam syarikat-syarikat yang tersenarai dalam pasaran saham. Kerana saham adalah perniagaan. Okey, saham adalah perniagaan. Kenapa? Dia bukan beli nombor. Bukan harap kita beli besok dia naik, besok dia turun. Tidak. Di sebalik kita terlibat dunia pelaburan saham ni adalah kita terlibat dengan perniagaan. Biasa orang dengar nak berniaga, tadi saya sebut nak berniaga kalau bekerja sendiri, dia kena kerja sendirilah. Kalau berniaga, dia kena buka syarikat sendiri dan sebagainya. Dalam dunia pelaburan, dia shortcut kepada kita. Dia shortcut untuk kita bersama-sama dengan syarikat yang ada. Jadi sama, kalau kita nak berniaga pun, kita mesti ada minat terhadap perniagaan yang kita buat. Kita kena tahu apa yang kita buat. Sama dalam saham. Kena kenal syarikat yang kita nak laburkan. Kena seronok dengan syarikat yang kita nak bersama ni. Dan adakah syarikat ini diketuai oleh pemimpin yang bagus? Adakah syarikat ini boleh memberi potensi di masa hadapan? Serupa macam mana kita berniaga. Cuma dia mudah kerana tanpa perlu kita buka perniagaan, kita boleh memiliki perniagaan-perniagaan yang ada. Contoh, ni contoh untuk mudah faham kepada anda yang mungkin pertama kali nak terlibat dalam dunia pelaburan saham. Sebut je perniagaan. Ada orang minat. Saya minatlah dengan kereta. Saya nak buka kedai kereta sebagai contoh. Perlukan modal yang agak besar. Tapi sekurang-kurangnya kita boleh miliki syarikat-syarikat yang tersenarai dalam pasaran saham. Menjadikan satu sebab, okey aku nak berniaga, tabung untuk aku buat ni, tabung yang aku minat dalam industri automotif sebagai contoh. So you ada pemilikan saham dalam sektor tersebut. Okey. Ada pula saya nak berniaga jual barang runcit lah. Tapi saya nak buka kedai runcit tak mampu lagi. Boleh tak saya terlibat dengan produk-produk syarikat yang menyenaraikan atau syarikat-syarikat yang terlibat dengan peruncitan? Ini contoh. Jadi kita akan rasa seronok. Kenapa aku nak bersama syarikat ni? Kenapa aku nak bersama syarikat ni? Dia mesti ada sebab. Tanpa perlu kita keluarkan modal yang besar untuk buka syarikat tersebut. Jadi sebab itu ni salah satu cara bagaimana kita sebagai orang yang bekerja, orang yang mungkin sumber pendapatan kita daripada penggajian dan sebagainya, boleh terlibat dalam perniagaan, tapi perniagaan kita buatlah melalui dunia pelaburan. So tabung ni kita wujudkan pula. Untuk anak nombor 2, tabung ni saya minatlah peruncitan. Orang rumah dia yang suka buat berniaga macam ni. Dan you terlibat dalam produk-produk yang tawarkan di bursa, syarikat-syarikat yang you kenal dan terlibat dalam sektor peruncitan. Ini sebagai contoh. Okey. Bukan saya tunjuk tuan-tuan, kena beli ke? Tidak. Nak bagi faham. Contoh supaya you faham apa maksud pelaburan dalam dunia pelaburan saham. Okey. Ini contoh ketiga. Yang mana kalau kita ada yang minat, saya nak berniaga, nak buka stesen minyak sebagai contoh. Of course, perlukan modal yang besar. Tapi selain daripada kita boleh nak buka sendiri kalau modal besar, kenapa tidak kita mulakan langkah miliki pegangan dalam syarikat yang ada dalam pasaran saham yang buat perniagaan sekali lagi yang kita suka. Jadi melalui sektor-sektor yang diwujudkan dalam pasaran saham ni tuan-tuan sebenarnya, di sini kita boleh wujudkan tabung pelaburan kita. Sebab kita sedia maklum, ekonomi bergerak turun dan naik. Saham pun turun dan naik. Tapi sekiranya kita memilih produk atau sektor-sektor yang kita faham, sektor-sektor yang kita minat, sektor-sektor yang kita kenal, apatah lagi bila kita dalami selok-belok perniagaan tersebut, boleh tak kita gandakan pendapatan kita? Boleh tak kita wujudkan tabung pendidikan tadi sahabat kita sebut, nak pendidikan? Boleh tak kita labur dalam syarikat-syarikat satu sektor yang kita lihat berpotensi di masa hadapan? Ini cara kita nak create tabung sebenarnya. Tabung persaraan, tabung apa? Tabung percutian, tabung pendidikan, tak kisahlah tuan-tuan. Tapi macam mana nak cari? Takkan nak masuk semua dalam saham? Tidak. Sebab itu kita kena pelbagaikan dan dalam pasaran saham tu sendiri, kita boleh pilih sektor-sektor yang kita inginkan. Tak adalah kita letak duit tu main letak, tidak. Maka di sini kita boleh mengurangkan risiko kerugian dan kita cuba untuk maksimalkan pulangan kita. Jadi mungkin ada pelaburan kita buat dia rugi. Ada pelaburan kita buat dia memberi pulangan yang baik. Jadi dia akan balancekan balik. Sebab tujuan kita nak untung macam abang sebut tadi kan, nak untung. Tapi tak boleh semua benda kita beli untung kan, berniaga pada untung rugi. Tapi macam mana nak supaya tabung yang kita nak bina ni dapat memberi pulangan dan mengurangkan risiko kerugian dengan cara kita kena kenal sektor-sektor yang ada, produk-produk yang ada dan kita pilih mengikut matlamat yang kita nak capai. Okey? Itu cara dia lah. Dan dah 4 1, 2, 3, 4. Last lah. Last, 5. Lain tu reserve. Okey. Seronok dalam dunia pelaburan saham tuan-tuan, nak sediakan tabung ni, kita boleh menabung, maksudnya kita nak ambil duit lebihan tadi, nak laburkan, bermulalah dengan modal yang kecil. Bukan mesti saya nak masuk saham ni, saya ada 10,000, saya nak masuk semua. Jangan tuan-tuan. Mulakan dengan pelaburan yang kecil. Berapa kecil? Mulakan dengan mungkin nak cuba, mungkin masuk 500. 500 lagi mungkin unit amanah. Tak kisahlah, tapi mula dengan jumlah yang sanggup kita ugi. Dan tolong buang mentaliti besok labur kecil lambatlah dapat. Ini masalah kita. Tuan-tuan, kalau kita labur 500 ke, kita labur 5,000 ke, kita labur 50,000 ke, akhirnya kita nak mencari pulangan. Kalau pulangan tadi kita cari potensi pulangan yang mungkin kita boleh dapat 10% setahun. Wah imah RM500 ke, RM5,000 tadi ke, RM50,000 tetap kita dapat 10%. Jadi apa bezanya? Kenapa kita mesti nak masuk besar, dapat besar? Tidak. Mulakan dengan modal yang rendah. Dan pasaran saham ni keunikannya adalah minima pelaburan kita adalah 100 unit sahaja. Ramai tanya ni, berapa modal yang sesuai? Saya tak tahu modal yang sesuai tuan-tuan. Modal sesuai ikut balik tadi. Ukur baju di badan sendiri. Dan faham tak produk yang kita nak laburkan? Kalau faham, jangan masuk terus. Masuklah berdikit-dikit. At least mula, okeylah saya nak beli syarikat ni, saya nak labur 500 unit dahulu. Tak ada masalah. Sebab you nak kena kenal rentak, naik turun pasaran saham tu dulu. Dah kenal, barulah you rasa yakin, barulah you masuk pun sama. Tambah pelan-pelan. Okay, sebab nak jadi kaya, nak gandakan duit, nak untung cabang lain, nak kaya kan. Semua perlu proses. Dan caranya disiplin menyimpan, disiplin menggandakan pelaburan kita. In long run, duit itu akan berkembang. Suka tak, itulah proses dia tuan-tuan. Dia tak ada proses hari ni labur besok kaya, labur semalam besok kaya, tak ada. Dia mesti ada proses dia. Alright? Jadi dekat situ, dengan modal rendah dan mudah, kita dah boleh mula terlibat. Dan saya nak tanyalah yang kat depan ni, siapa yang dah terlibat? Most of you dah terlibat kot. Siapa yang belum terlibat? Semua dah? Belum? Siapa belum? Jujur, siapa belum? Korang? Angkat je, tak apa, angkat tinggi. Jangan malu. Belum. Kenapa belum? Sebab tadi kan, sebab tadi susah. Sebab kata duit mesti besar. Duit banyak baru boleh. Sedangkan mudah tuan-tuan. Pergi je ke mana-mana, sekejap lagi saya akan berada di RHB Investment Bank, booth sana. Tak apalah, jumpa saya sekejap lagi, saya bagi account free pun tak apa. Mana bos itu? Tak apa, bawa saya bagi free je. Buku free pun saya bagi. Sebab nak menggalakkan buka account di tempat yang betul. Dan tak ada paksaan, mesti melabur ke? Tak. Langkah pertama kena ada akaun saham dululah. Dan orang kata susah ke nak buka akaun saham ni? Tak susah tuan-tuan. Kos dia RM10. Kedua, mesti ada IC kan? Saya tahu orang 18 tahun nak kata dah, IC ada. Nanti ambil je PDF file penyata bank. Mana-mana penyata bank you ada. Alright, dan juga kalau bekerja slip gaji. Ada dokumen tu dah boleh buka akaun. Saya tak suruh melabur lagi. Buka akaun dulu. Dah ada akaun, baru cari ilmu, hadir majlis-majlis ilmu macam ni, fahami produk-produk ditawarkan, pergi ke bursa pula, apa yang ditawarkan. Okey. Nak tengok banyak lagi, bawa ASIS dia ada banyak produk-produk. Tadi pun saya dengar macam-macam produk yang ada. Pilih yang mana sesuai. Pilih yang mana sesuai dan mulakan dengan jumlah yang kecil. Kalau tak kenal produk tu, tak tahu macam nak buat, jangan buat. Tak apalah. Saya tak nak buat sebab saya tak faham. Tindakan yang betul. Cuma kesan dia bila you tak buat apa-apa, duit you akan terus dimakan oleh inflasi. Jadi beri ruang masa pada diri untuk fahami produk-produk yang ada. Sebab itu ini antara platform yang terbaik sebenarnya yang ada di negara kita. Setiap tahun, Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia membuat program-program macam ni. Sebab apa? Nak educate masyarakat, banyak produk yang kita boleh terlibat. Cuma pilih. Dan dah belajar, dah datang kan. Tak ada tuan-tuan tak ada benda yang garanti untung. Kalau ada lari jauh-jauh sebab formula pertama tipu tadi apa? Tidak akan rugi. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, indah khabar dia rupa. Indah je kau dengar. Kau mungkin tak suka aku cakap. Bila aku cakap, asyik rugi kan. Mana untung, nak untung. Saya kata, rugi tak nak. Memang tak lah. Sebab tu formula I dia apa? Indah khabar. Semua indah je, tak ada yang tak indah. Lari jauh-jauh. Okey, P. Peluang hanya sekali. Dia kata nak melabur ni, mesti sekarang. Tak melabur sekarang, you akan terlepas peluang. Kau jangan, kau lari jauh-jauh juga lah. Tak ada, sebab tu saya kata, pergi ke kaunter-kaunter yang ada, tanya mereka, jangan melabur. Fahami dulu. Dia tak ada, you tak labur hari ni, you rugi. Tak. There's no such thing. Pelaburan yang dibuat dalam keadaan terburu-buru. Okey, dia tak ada peluang sekali semua hidup. Tak ada. Peluang tu memang ada. Macam-macam peluang. Dan tak perlu nak kelang kabut. Okey, yang terakhir you. Untung tu, untung dia luar biasa tuan-tuan. Gajah terbang boleh dengar. Berapa untung? 100%. Alamak, kita pun dengar. Kan? Terliur kan? Tak ada tuan-tuan Ada, memang boleh buat. Tapi dia tak ada semudah tu boleh buat. Kalau semudah tu kita pun tak adalah marah dapat sikit kan. Kalau tidak marah. Apa sikit sangat ni? 3%? Marah. Tak payahlah marah. Kalau rasa marah, buat sendiri tuan-tuan. Jangan marah orang. Itu pun satu pulangan yang baik. Jadi jangan nak marah tak puas hati, tak payahlah. Kan? Sebab pelaburan memang begitu. Sebab tu jangan nak salahkan orang. Jangan nak cari salah orang. Kita tahu apa kita buat. InsyaAllah dia akan okey. Boleh? So far okey? Jadi itu antaranya lah. Jadi insyaAllah siapa yang nak buka account boleh ke mana-mana booth. Tapi insyaAllah saya akan berada di RHB. Dan siapa yang buka di RHB sekejap lagi pun akan dapat hadiah berupa buku, berupa broadband, power bank. Dan apa lagi dia ada? Akan jumpa saya lah sekejap lagi. Tu dekat booth sekejap lagi Dan dapatkan pembukaan akaun secara percuma kalau bawa saya sekejap lagi. InsyaAllah kita boleh bagi beli assist. Kalau tidak RM10 je pun. Alah RM10. Kedekup betul korang ni kan. RM10 untuk mulakan pembukaan akaun pelaburan kita. Alright. So ada soalan. Dan ni mungkin soalan ramai orang tanya jugalah bukan, saya akan berada di RHB, but you can go any broker yang ada ni. Inilah broker bank yang ada menyediakan akaun syariah. Ramai tanya juga, kena buka satu ke, kena buka dua ke, suka hati tuan-tuan. Yang penting kau buka tempat yang betul lah. Dan syarat dia sama. Syarat yang mana saya kongsikan tadi, dia perlukan salinan kad pengenalan, penyata bank dan juga slip gaji. Kalau tak ada slip gaji, apa saja bukti sumber pendapatan kita boleh dibuat. Boleh dikemukakan dan mereka akan proses. Dan berapa jumlah pelaburan, kemudian cerita. Dan ingatan saya, jangan melabur kalau kau tak tahu apa kau nak laburkan. Buka akaun tak salah. Tapi nak melabur tu jangan. Sebab bila nak masuk pula dalam bank pelaburan yang ada ni, mereka akan menyediakan platform yang menawarkan pelbagai produk. Saya ulang, apa produk utama yang ada? Pertama, saham. Saham ni apa? Pemilikan dan perniagaan. Kedua, apa mereka tawarkan? Ada produk dipanggil warrant. Warrant adalah satu pemanis, sweetener. Satu hak yang diberikan kepada pemegang warrant ini untuk memberi saham induk. Nak kena fahamlah produk tu. Okey, dikeluarkan oleh syarikat. Syariah tak syariah? Ini semua nak kena kaji. Selain daripada warrant, dia ada struktur warrant. Ini produk-produk yang orang suka sebab dia murah. 5 sen, 10 sen. Tapi tolong tuan-tuan, jangan beli sebab dia murah. Okey, jangan beli sebab murah ni. 5 sen boleh beli, 10 sen boleh beli. Tolong jangan beli sebab dia murah. You beli sebab you tahu apa you beli. Dia murah, dia boleh murah lagi tuan-tuan. Okey, tapi nak cerita, ada produk yang dikenali sebagai struktur warrant. Alright, ketiga. Keempat, kita ada produk amanah pelaburan hartanah atau dikenal sebagai real estate investment trust. Pada mereka yang mungkin berminat kepada hartanah, berminat kepada pulangan dalam bentuk dividen, yang you boleh fahami produk amanah pelaburan hartanah. Tak mesti saham. So saham. So REITs bukan saham. Walaupun di dalam pasaran saham. So kena kenal apa yang ditawarkan. Next, kita ada bond dan sukuk atau exchange traded bond dan sukuk. Juga produk yang boleh kita terlibat, yang mana minima, ni minima menarik. REIT, saham, ETF, minima pelaburan kita adalah 100 unit. Tapi untuk bond, kita boleh terlibat dalam pasaran saham hanya 10 unit sahaja. Berapa modal? 10 unit minima. Gandakan dengan harga yang ada dalam pasaran saham tersebutlah. So minima unit pelaburan lain 100 unit, untuk bond hanya 10 unit. Okey? ETF adalah produk yang menggabungkan seperti unit amanah, yang mana dalam ETF ni bahasa mudahnya saya boleh katakan, dalam satu produk ada macam-macam produk lain. Atau dalam satu bakul ada macam-macam produk lain. Sebab tu kena kenal tuan-tuan. Kalau tak kenal macam mana nak beli semua ni? Dengan duit yang terhad yang kita ada. Sebab itu tolong fahami produk-produk yang ditawarkan sebelum membuat sebarang keputusan pelaburan. Okey, sebab setiap naik turun, setiap benda ni tak sama risiko dia. Tak sama. Sebab tu tolong fahami produk yang ada. Dan di sinilah you create tabung tadi. Ada orang saya tak ada masa tengok saham naik turun ni. Saya nak produk yang boleh bagi saya dividen yang konsisten. Dan you pilihlah produk yang menawarkan dividen yang konsisten. Naik turun dia mungkin berubah. Untung rugi boleh berlaku. Tapi sekiranya kita memiliki pegangan dalam produk yang betul, kita masih mampu menjana pendapatan melalui pulangan dalam bentuk dividen. Sebab tu kena kenal ni. Dalam derivatif pula ada banyak lagi produk lain. Ada banyak lagi. Sebab tu saya kata saham je ada beratus saham, apatah lagi produk-produk lain yang kita nak kena ambil tahu. Dan di sinilah sebenarnya bila kita kenal, kita jadikan dia tabung pendapatan dalam pelaburan kita. Right? Tabung pendapatan dalam pelaburan kita. Baru dia akan balance. Jadi, pilihlah yang mana mengikut cita rasa diri masing-masing. Cara tetap mudah. Untuk pasaran saham semua produk yang nampak ni, RHB Investment Bank antara tempat yang menyediakan platform ni lah. Okay, tapi kalau banyak boleh pergilah semua. Tapi insyaAllah saya akan berada di RHB Investment Bank. Sebab saya memang bersama RHB kan. Cuma di pentas ini nak beritahu bahawa banyaknya produk yang boleh kita terlibat. Okay. Cuma derivatif lebih kompleks saya nak cerita. Saya tak berhajat, cuma nak beritahulah ruang dan peluang ni ada untuk kita terlibat. Dan akhirnya, kenapa kita nak terlibat dan semua produk yang ada ini adalah untuk kita menggandakan pelaburan kita. Dan apa cara dia? Sebagai konklusinya, pada sesi pada petang ni, sebelum saya buat sesi mungkin Q&A sedikit, konklusinya di sini. Dengan keadaan senario yang orang kata duit kita semakin kecil, barang semakin mahal, suka atau tidak, kita kena kurangkan berbelanja. Jangan tak berbelanja, kena berbelanja. Sebab itulah kenapa kita diberikan wang-wang sebelum ini. Kenapa kerajaan banyak membantu kita? Sebab kita nak kena berbelanja. Cuma perbelanjaan itu perlu dikawal. Dengan keadaan semasa dan bukan sekarang dan akan datang, kita kena berhemah. Berbelanja secara berhemah. Alright? Bila kita dapat kurangkan perbelanjaan kerana pendapatan kita agak terhad. Jadi caranya kita kurangkan perbelanjaan yang ke mana kita kena asingkan yang perlu dan yang mana yang bukan yang kehendaklah bahasa lain. So asingkan dulu, kena tahu benda ni. Bila dah ada kurang perbelanjaan, ada duit lebih. Duit lebih tadi yang kita nak gandakan supaya dapat jadikan sumber pendapatan yang seterusnya. Ini flow dia kalau saya tak ada duit lebih. Tapi saya nak melabur. Sebab itu ramai yang bila melabur dia kecewa. Lepas tu dia kata lah, ni salah lah, ni rugilah. Ya, memang pelaburan terdedah dengan risiko kerugian. Tapi suka atau tidak, kita harus mencari peluang dan ruang untuk menggandakan wang kita sebab itulah satu cara yang boleh kita gandakan pendapatan kita. Melalui compounding tadi. Jadi nak tak nak, kita ada pilihan yang sangat-sangat terhad. Cuma sebelum nak ke arah labur wang lebihan ini untuk tujuan tingkatkan pendapatan, pilihlah produk-produk yang betul tuan-tuan. Dalam pasaran saham pun saya cerita tadi banyak produk-produk yang ada. Hari ini ada macam-macam produk yang ada. Jadi pilihlah mengikut cita rasa risiko masing-masing. Dan mulakan dengan jumlah yang kecil dan disiplin. Disiplin dalam apa? Dalam mengurangkan perbelanjaan dan disiplin juga melabur wang yang ada ini. Dia tak bolehlah hari ini labur, besok kau dah lupa. Kena konsisten. Bersedikit-dikit lah. Dan sekiranya kita labur di tempat yang betul, insya-Allah kita akan dapat tingkatkan pendapatan kita. Bukan untuk hari ini, bukan untuk esok, tapi untuk masa depan. Kerana hanya melalui dunia pelaburan yang sebenar, duit kita boleh berganda. Syaratnya, fahami risiko dan produk yang tawarkan, set matlamat you nak capai, insya-Allah you akan capai. Sebab tu berpeganglah balik kepada formula saya yang terakhir, untuk kita gandakan wang kita, semua orang boleh gandakan wang kita, dan berpegang kepada formula yang mana kita mulakan dengan modal hasil daripada wang lebihan yang kita ada tadi, mencari pulangan yang logik, pulangan yang realistik, pulangan yang kita tahu ada untung dan rugi, tapi nak mencari yang konsisten, boleh memberi pulangan yang baik, dan yakinlah dengan tempoh masa yang tuan-tuan laburkan, dia akan berkembang. Dia tak ada shortcut tuan-tuan, tak ada shortcut. Saya masuk besar, untung besar, labur sebulan kaya. Tak ada. Sebab tu asas dia untuk you gandakan duit, sebenarnya melalui dunia pelaburan, lagi lama you simpan, lagi lama you labur, duit you akan berkembang. Alright? Ada soalan? Silakan. Kalau ada soalan, dapat hadiah. Salah. Saya tanya soalan, dapat hadiah. Bolehlah. Dia soal, kita bagi hadiah. Sebab soalan itu akan bantu orang lain. Ada soalan, saya tanya. Silakan kalau ada. Janganlah malu. Tiba-tiba semua tunduk bawah dah. Ada soalan, silakan.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Okay, Tuan Sri.
Kenalkan nama, dari mana?
Saya Zakri.
Zakri, Cik Zakri, yes.
Saya Seri Gombak.
Oh, dari Seri Gombak.
Saya dah buat investment juga lah dengan bank.
Alright.
Pernah harvest. Sebelum ni zaman tu okey kot. Tapi sekarang ni antara tujuan utama datang sebab setiap belakang rugi banyak lah.
Okay.
Jadi tak banyak pun invest bukan dalam 250. Tapi yang rugi sekarang lah dekat hampir 30 lah.
Okay.
Yang itu yang di apa investment tu Maybank yang recommend lah kan. Jadi duk tunggulah. Lepas tu tengok makin susut dan tanya minta pendapat patut saya keluar ke macam mana kan.
Okay.
Jadi suruh tunggu jelah. Sampai sekarang saya tunggulah. Jadi sekarang dah tak ada jalan ya. Soalan dia harus saya tunggu juga atau ini saya cari investment yang bagus ke macam
dia macam ni. Bagus soalan. Terima kasih pada abang ni, bagi hadiah pada abang ni. Okey. Jawapan dia macam ni. Soalan ni sepatutnya dia bukan tanya saya dan jangan tanya orang lain pun. Abang ni patut tahu apa dia nak jawab. Apa dia nak jawab? Balik kepada tadi. Kenapa mula-mula dia melabur tadi? Apa matlamat pelaburan yang dia buat? Okey, you kenal tak produk risiko? Jangan kalau ni produk ni dia recommend saya masuk. Betul. Tak ada masalah bab tu, dah abang tu pun tak salah. Cuma ni saya kata tadi, bila you nak terlibat apa jua produk pelaburan, 4 perkara ni mesti dah set. Contoh, apa risiko you ambil? Mungkin masa tu seronok dengan untung. Bila dah rugi sekarang dah sakit hati kan? Bukan salah bank pun, bukan salah siapa pun. Sebab kita mungkin tak tahu apa yang kita buat. Alright? Sebab tu saya ulang, nak menjawab soalan tadi nak kena buat apa? Balik pada soalan saya tadi. 2R, 2T. Apa risiko yang abang sanggup ambil sepatutnya bila terlibat produk tersebut? Bermaksud, risiko tu kerugian. Berapa banyak yang sanggup ditanggung. Jangan sampai kau rasa okey, saya dah simpan 5 tahun tak dapat hasil. It's your choice. You nak buat apa? But janganlah pergi keluar tanpa sebab ikut emosi. Kena tahu kenapa menyebabkan penyusutan terhadap pelaburan yang dibuat. So get the explanation why. Contoh sekarang memang berlaku, satu dunia berlaku kejatuhan pasaran saham dan melibatkan semua produk-produk pelaburan juga terjejas. Tapi berapa lama tempoh tersebut akan berlaku? Jadi balik kepada tadi. Apa risiko you ambil? Yang you nak ambil? Apa ganjaran you rasa you nak dapat? Dah berapa tahun dapat ke tidak? Kalau tak dapat, apa pilihan yang you ada? Baru datang balik, produk yang you labur tadi sesuai tak? Dengan keadaan semasa. Tak nak pula keluar produk ni, masuk produk ni rugi juga. No point lah kan? So kena tahu balik kepada tempoh masa you nak laburkan tadi. Sebab tu 2R2T tu akan bantu you untuk menjawab soalan, apa aku nak buat? What's next? Hold, tunggu, atau dah unit amanah, ada kaedah yang dipanggil dollar cost averaging. Ada kaedah dia. Perlu aku tambah lagi tak? Ya, semua ni bergantung kepada matlamat kita di masa depan. Jadi apa yang saya boleh cadangkan, boleh rujuk balik kepada penasihat kewangan yang ada. Yang bertauliah ni. Ada booth-booth mereka di sana. Boleh explain apa patut saya buat. Sebab mereka lebih layak untuk berkongsi. Kaedah tapi akhirnya abang yang tentukan. Jangan ikut dia cakap, okey saya kena buat ni, saya jual. Jangan-jangan. Dengar pandangan pakar. Dan baru you buat keputusan. Dan pegangan bagi saya, pedoman yang saya bagi adalah formula tadilah. Dan bila dah explain semua tu, dan you kaitkan dengan matlamat you dan apa you nak buat. Because saya tak boleh kata, oh ni kena keluar. Dia tak macam tu. Pelaburan ni dia tak boleh main dengan orang cakap. Sebab tu duit kita. Kita pun dah melabur kan. Jadi kena tahu, tengok balik dan rujuk kepada pakar kewangan yang ada. Ada cara boleh strukturkan semula. Ada cara yang boleh kita reinvest balik. Ada banyak macam-macam kaedah. But get the right person to consult you. Dan memang ada boost financial planner yang ada dalam program ni. Dan boleh dapat dengar pandangan. Ada ramai, boleh dapat seorang, dua, tiga orang. Dapat dengar pelbagai view. Then you make your own decision. Boleh? So you come right program. Tapi jangan cari saya. Cari mereka-mereka yang bertauliah. Sebab saya tak bertauliah untuk dari sudut kewangan. Saya hanya bercerita tentang pasaran modal sahaja. Ini pun perkara ni bukan semua aku bercakap, tak boleh. Dia rujuk kepada orang yang tertentu. So abang carilah financial planner yang ada. Right? Next, last. Dia lelaki perempuan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Okay, nama saya Aizuddin. Saya nak bertanya, umum mengetahui sekarang pasaran dalam fasa kita boleh kata bearish.
Ya.
Okay, so soalan saya nak tanya, adakah sekarang ni waktu yang sesuai untuk kita enter market ataupun kita diversifykan kita punya investment tu kepada portfolio yang lain ke?
Alright.
Okay, tu satu. Nombor dua, contoh macam tadi saya nampak ada masa dekat situ kan. Okay, macam mana kita nak determinekan berapa lama yang sepatutnya kita kita invest tu. Sebabnya, okay, saya bagi contoh, pada tahun 2020, market boleh katakan agak bull pada ketika itu.
Okay.
So, kita nak invest long term. By then, kita tak ambil keuntungan tu. Dan pada tahun ni, semuanya telah menjunam. Kan, turun. So, adakah bijak untuk kita hold lebih lama lagi ataupun macam mana? Apa pandangan Datuk?
Alright.
Terima kasih.
Yang pertama tentang bearish market. Market up and down, ekonomi up and down. Dan orang tanya saya bilakah masa terbaik untuk melabur ni, sebenarnya bila-bila masa. Dia tak ada isu pun. Market naik ke market turun, sebab itulah lumrah dunia pelaburan. Akan ada naik, akan ada turun. Cuma persoalannya, kalau nak ada market yang sedang bearish, yang sedang menurun, kita kena tahulah sektor mana yang sesuai untuk kita laburkan untuk jangka masa yang akan datang. Sebab satu dunia berlaku benda yang sama. Dan ada sektor yang against the trend. Ada sektor yang melawan arus. Ini pendekatan teknikal yang lebih dalam yang kita kena tahu. Jadi sebab tu orang kata kenapa saham masih boleh buat, ada orang boleh buat juga duit hari-hari atau setiap minggu. Tapi saya nak cerita bab tu. Kita bercerita tentang orang yang bekerja, yang mungkin ilmunya kurang tentang dunia pelaburan. Jadi apa yang kita kena buat, kena ambil tahu apa yang berlaku kat luar. Apa yang berlaku senario sekarang, kadar faedah naik, inflasi yang berlaku, disruption of economy. Benda-benda ni memang akan efek pelaburan yang kita buat. Jadi bila masa sesuai, sekaranglah masa sesuai, orang tanya saya, adalah masa ketika orang tak nak melabur. Kenapa? Sebab orang takut kan? Tapi produk pelaburan memang wujud. Dan ramai orang akan melabur bila pasaran dah naik, ekonomi dah bagus, kita kena ngabut. Dah terlambat. Jadi sebenarnya masa terbaik untuk melabur adalah bila-bila masa. Tak kisah ekonomi bagus, ekonomi tak bagus, cuma kena kenal produk yang nak laburkan. That's the first one. Jadi adakah sesuai sekarang? Saya tak ada masalah pun. Okey je. Sebab kita nak melabur untuk masa depan. Tapi syarat pemilihan produk tadi kena betul. Supaya you tak pilih produk yang salah. Sebab syarikat-syarikat ada cara-cara nak mengkaji syarikat-syarikat yang ada. Okey, itu yang pertama. Soalan kedua, adakah long term, macam nak tentukan masa? Bergantung kepada saham yang you pilih. Saham yang you pilih. Sebab saham ni ada sektor-sektor tertentu yang kita boleh laburkan untuk jangka masa panjang. Ada perniagaan yang dia hanya naik disebabkan oleh sentimen semasa. Jadi produk balik. Produk tu sesuai tak untuk jangka masa panjang? Produk itu sesuai tak untuk jangka masa sederhana? Atau produk kita laburkan itu memang bergantung kepada sentimen yang berlaku. Jadi bab-bab ni yang kita kena tahu. Dan kita akan tentukan bagaimana masa yang kita perlukan. Ini banyak perkara nak cerita lah sebenarnya. Tapi secara konklusinya, semua kita tentukan dan balik kepada produk yang kita laburkan. Saham pun ada jenis saham defensif, ada jenis saham yang macam-macam lah. Dia panjang cerita bab tu. Kan jumpa saya kemudian lah. Tapi nak cerita, kita kena tahulah apa yang kita laburkan. Alright? So, terima kasih banyak kepada AC, kepada InvestSmart atas peluang dan ruang yang diberikan. Aku dah bercakap tak pandai berhenti. Anyway, terima kasih sekali lagi atas kesudian menjemput saya dan saya harap you all dapat bermanfaat sesi perkongsian ini dan sebar-sebarkan terutama konsep tipu, melabur tempat yang betul, pelaburan yang sah dan janganlah terjebak dengan skim cepat kaya. Right? Dan rujuk kepada AC InvestSmart, rujuk pada bursa dan bank-bank pelaburan yang ada sebelum anda membuat sebarang keputusan pelaburan anda. Jumpa lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan terima kasih.
Alright, thank you so much to Dato for the amazing presentation about investment. So, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, next up we do have a panel discussion on stage. So don't go anywhere while we prepare the chairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, this year the theme of ISF 2022 is, of course, Silap Labor, Do It, Labor. Okay, so next up, the panel discussion will be talking about some scams, some crypto scams, things you should be aware about, and of course, some tips and tricks for you to avoid these pitfalls and scams, all right? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all brought to you by InvestSmart Fest 2022, and we'll be right back shortly. Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome to the InvestSmart Fest 2022. And of course, for those who are not aware, this year's theme is all about avoiding scams. Silap labor, do it, labor. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we do have a panel discussion here on the stage with some very, very important people. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is all about not to fall victim to unlicensed activities and scams. And of course, now I would like for all of you to watch a video prepared to you by Securities Commission Malaysia. Enjoy.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web InvestSmart jawabannya. Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
All right, amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, all that are standing here, can we please take a seat? Come ahead and take a seat. And of course, we will have a panel discussion right on stage. So, of course, for those who are standing on the left side and the right side, please come to the middle here and grab a seat. For those behind, please do come in front and fill up the seats in front, okay? And of course, we do have our speakers, our panelists, as well as our moderators here on the stage. Now, I would like to, of course, first of all, introduce our moderator, Mr. Samsunahar Adnan, Assistant General Manager of Securities Commission Malaysia. And of course, join him is our panelists, Mr. Jawahar Ali, General Manager, Securities Commission Malaysia, DSP Suhairon, Ketua Unit Siasatan Jenayah Cryptocurrency, Polis Diraja Malaysia, and of course, last but not least, Mr. Vijaya Durai Singapore, Manager, BNM Telelink Bank Negara Malaysia. All right, so for the panel discussion, we will be starting right now. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give our moderator as well as our panelists a huge round of applause to start off this paneling discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Wahid. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, selamat petang para pengunjung InvestSmart 2022. Pada hari ini kita ada sembang-sembang actually. Okay, sembang-sembang. We want to know further. Kita nak tahu berkenaan scam dan all those unlicensed activity. So, let me share a bit, okay, some of the keratan akhbar, okay. For the past few years, every day basically, kita receive information, orang kena tipu, melabur dalam pelbagai jenis skim yang tidak berlesen dan mengalami kerugian berjuta-juta, beribu-ribu ringgit. Okay, so today, basically with me, I would like to introduce again, okay, our panelists, starting from my left, Mr. Jawahar. He's General Manager of Consumer and Investors Office from Securities Commission Malaysia. In the middle, we have DSP Suhairon from CCID, Polis Diraja Malaysia. On the far left, Mr. Vijay, or fondly known as Bobby, from Bank Negara. So all of them basically will share respective jurisdictions on any matters with regards to unlicensed scheme. So for the start, I would like to invite basically Encik Jawahar from Consumer Investors Office to share with us, okay, what is Consumer Investors Office, and to share with us what is SC doing basically in respect of scam or also unlicensed activities. So I would like to invite Mr. Jawahar, please.
Thank you so much, Sam, for that introduction. My name is Jawahar. I'm the General Manager of the Consumer and Investor Office of the Securities Commission of Malaysia. So what my department does is that primarily we attend to the complaints and inquiries from the members of the public. Ya, jabatan saya bertanggungjawab untuk menerima pertanyaan dan juga aduan daripada pihak awam berhubung dengan apa-apa yang berkaitan dengan pasaran modal. Ya, dan berhubung dengan perkara yang akan dibincangkan pada hari ini, macam yang kita katakan, tema kita pada tahun ini adalah silap labur duit lebuh. Ya, kita tujuan utama kami mengadakan acara kita hari ini ialah untuk memperkenalkan peluang-peluang pelaburan yang ada, tetapi lebih pentingnya kita ingin buat kesedaran awam. We want to create public awareness on scams and unlicensed activities. Sebabnya, jika kita lihat angka-angka atau statistik terkini berhubung dengan scam dan juga unlicensed activity, ianya menunjukkan satu peningkatan yang membimbangkan. It is showing a concerning rise. Ya. Jika kita lihat pada statistik yang terpampang di situ, pada tahun 2022 kita menerima sebab 1,700 Dan pada tahun 2021 ianya meningkat kepada lebih daripada 3,400, iaitu satu peningkatan
dekat 100% Cik Jawahar,
hampir 100%, sekali ganda ya. Peningkatan berhubung dengan panggilan atau aduan yang kami terima berhubung dengan skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah ini. Jika kalau kita lihat pada setakat bulan 9 September tahun ini sahaja, angkanya sudah melebihi 1,800 ya. Jadi macam yang katakan tadi, angka-angka ini adalah suatu angka yang amat membimbangkan. Jadi kita harus sentiasa ingat, atau apa yang saya katakan, we have to have a skepticism ya. Bila-bila masa saja kita menerima sebarang peluang pelaburan, kita kena buat semakan dulu, buat penyelidikan dulu, atau buat pertanyaan ya, call kita punya hotline untuk supaya tidak terjatuh dalam tidak jadi mangsa scam-scam.
Okey, jadi Cik Jawahar, kalau boleh Cik Jawahar terangkan kepada pengunjung kita pada hari ini apakah bidang kuasa suruhanjaya security berkenaan perkara ini?
Boleh. Seperti mana yang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mungkin maklum ya, pihak Suruhanjaya Security we regulate the capital market ya. Dan dari segi itu ada beberapa aktiviti pasaran modal yang kita panggil aktiviti terkawal or regulated activity ya. Di mana aktiviti-aktiviti ini sebelum seseorang itu boleh menjalankan aktiviti tersebut perlu mempunyai lesen ya. Jika kita lihat di situ terdapat, I will not go through it one by one, tapi jika kita dilihat aktiviti di situ, ada 8 aktiviti di situ. Jadi sebelum seseorang itu menjalankan sebarang aktiviti tersebut, mestilah mempunyai lesen daripada Suruhanjaya Security. Jika seseorang itu menjalankan salah satu daripada 8 aktiviti ini tanpa sebarang lesen, maka pelaku itu melakukan suatu kesalahan ya,
Okey, Cik Jawahar, tadi berkenaan dengan numbers of complaint inquiries yang kita receive ni kan, nampak peningkatan yang begitu ketara sekali. 2020 kita ada about 1,800 and then move to about 100%, almost 3,500. Okey, Cik Jawahar boleh terangkan, share dengan public, what kind of sample atau modus operandi berkenaan dengan scam-scam tu?
Kita menerima banyak jenis ya, banyak modus operandi berhubung dengan skim-skim pelaburan atau skim-skim penipuan. Tetapi yang saya ingin utarakan di sini, I would like to highlight ialah skim pelaburan tidak wujud. Kami banyak menerima
skim pelaburan tidak wujud. Skim tu memang tak ada.
Skim tu maksudnya seorang scammer itu akan mengatakan atau bila dia promote skim tu, dia akan mengatakan bahawa anda akan, ini adalah satu tawaran pelaburan dan untuk menyertai pelaburan ini anda hanya mempunyai harus melabur sebanyak RM300 saja, dan dalam masa 24 jam anda boleh dapat pulangan sebanyak RM5,000 dengan pelaburan RM300.
Logik ke Cik Jawahar?
Tak ya. Seperti mana yang kita sedia maklum, suatu pelaburan seperti itu yang mana dengan hanya pelaburan yang RM300, satu pelaburan dengan jumlah yang kecil ya, dan yang menjanjikan pulangan yang sebegitu tinggi itu adalah sesuatu memang scam ya, memang scam. Tidak ada pelaburan yang boleh menjanjikan pulangan sampai itu dah beribu peratus tu. Bukan 10%. 1,000%.
Tapi amount dia kecil
Amount dia kecil. Jadi apa yang kami perhatikan ialah kenapa mereka buat seperti itu? Ya. Modus operandi mereka kata, okay, buat RM300 anda dapat RM500. Dan apa yang kita boleh tengok di sini lah, jumlah RM300 itu bukan suatu jumlah yang besar. Ramai kita ada jumlah tu kan dalam bank kita.
Ini kisah benar ya Cik Jawahar.
Kisah benar. Jumlah sekecil itu banyak yang kita ada ya, banyak yang kita ada dalam bank kita ya. Jadi kita akan melabur, kita ingat apa salahnya kan kalau kita buat RM300 tetapi peluangan dia kata esok boleh dapat RM5,000. Tetapi apa yang akan terjadi bila anda melabur RM300 itu, dia akan katakan, jumlah keuntungan dah dapat. Dah dapat. Dengan RM300 itu, pulangan RM5,000 itu dah dapat. Tetapi sebelum anda boleh keluarkan keuntungan tersebut tu, adalah kena bayar
bayar tax
lah, bayar administrative fee lah, gitu-gitu. Dia kata bayar lagi RM2,000.
Kena bank in dulu lah.
Kena bank in dulu. Dan bila bank in pun akan bank in ke dalam akaun Kaldai atau akaun individu, ya. Dan
akaun Kaldai nanti kita akan sentuh dengan DSP Suhairun. Saya rasa beliau ada banyak kisah-kisah menarik yang mungkin dia akan sharekan berkenaan dengan Kaldai nanti.
Okey, ya. Tapi sebelum saya sambung, saya ingin kalau if you want to take anything back home, kalau anda rasa banyak sangat maklumat lah, saya nak faham, cuba ingat satu maklumat ni saja, tuan-tuan dan puan. Kalau untuk apa-apa pelaburan, tidak perlu atau tidak akan sebarang syarikat yang sah akan meminta wang untuk tujuan pelaburan itu dimasukkan ke dalam akaun individu. Kalau akaun individu, maksudnya itu adalah akaun Kaldai.
Kena make sure akaun tu bukan individu.
Bukan individu. Kena pastikan bahawa akaun itu adalah akaun rasmi syarikat yang dilesenkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security atau badan-badan berkuasa yang lain. Jika seseorang itu diminta pelaburan untuk dimasukkan ke dalam akaun individu, Ahmad bin Abu ke atau mana-mana, itu menunjukkan bahawa itu adalah akaun Kaldai. Jadi kalau kita ingat 17 pun, saya rasa lebih daripada 90% skim-skim penipuan ini boleh dibendung.
Saya berminat dengan jumlah pelaburan serendah RM300 tadi. RM300 untuk satu mangsa. Kalau satu hari dia dapat call 100 orang, dia dapat berapa? 300,000 per day. Kalau dia buat sebulan, senang kaya. Kaya kepada scammer lah. Okay, alright. Okay, so saya nak invite DSP Suhairun. Sebelum tu saya akan explain a bit lah dia punya background. Actually terlalu panjang background DSP Suhairun ni sebenarnya, tapi saya cuba ringkaskan seringkas yang boleh. Beliau telah mulakan berkhidmat di RMP, Royal Malaysian Police, sejak 2006 lagi. Dia adalah seorang head of Cryptocurrencies Investigation Unit, Commercial Crime, Bukit Aman. Ya, beliau ni kalau berdasarkan engagement saya dengan beliau, dia mempunyai terlalu banyak pengalaman dalam cybercrime basically. Dia specialist on cybercrime and cryptocurrencies investigation. Dia juga seorang trainer untuk criminal investigation. Dia dah banyak sangat training, tapi saya listkan sikit saja. Dia train dengan Interpol, UNODC, China Ministries, and there's a lot of things. Dia juga members of Malaysian Digital Forensic Working Group. Ini untuk working group yang fokus pada digital forensics, ya. And dia adalah pemegang master degree from Selangor City University. So, DSP Suhairun, kalau boleh DSP Suhairun boleh explainkan sikitlah berkenaan dengan CCID punya investigation lah. Okey, apa dia modus operandi jenayah-jenayah komersial. Sebab nanti later on during kita punya session nanti saya akan fokus Encik DSP Suhairun berkenaan dengan cryptocurrency. Because in trend right now, dia akan cerita in detail berkenaan cryptocurrency punya kriminal ni. Ya, sekian DSP.
Terima kasih Tuan. Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Terlebih dahulu, macam Tuan cakapkan tadi, saya perkenalkan dirilah sikit. Saya DSP Suhairun bin Abdullah. Sekarang bertugas di Jabatan Siasatan Jenayah Komersial di Bukit Aman. So, saya adalah Head of Cryptocurrency, yang mana unit ini ditubuhkan pada tahun 2018. Okey, kalau kita bercerita pasal commercial crime, of course lah, kita ada modus operandi yang mana desk job commercial crime lebih kepada penipuan, dan kita ada almost dalam 17 jenis penipuan yang dilakukan iaitu salah satu contohnya seperti e-dagang, love scam, Macau scam, pinjaman tak wujud, alung dan sebagainya. So ada dan pelaburan tak wujud pun di bawah yang macam Tuan Joshua ceritakan tadi, pelaburan tak wujud, semua itu di bawah Jabatan Siasatan Jenayah Komersial.
Okey, Tuan, berkenaan dengan 17 modus operandi ini kan, yang mana yang paling popular sekali?
Of course lah pelaburan. Yang mana sebab apa pelaburan ataupun alung yang mana pelaburan ni yang lebih melibatkan duit yang banyak. Macam yang Tuan Joshua ceritakan tadi, dia lebih kepada yang pelaburan tak wujud ni, dia lebih kepada pelaburan yang mana tak wujud dan mendapat keuntungan yang cepat. So sedikit-sedikit ni, saya tambah sikit apa yang Tuan Joshua ceritakan tadi. Sedikit-sedikit untuk pelaburan tak wujud ni, dia ada target dia. So kalau saya ambil contoh, untuk pelaburan tak wujud berkenaan cryptocurrency, dia akan ada target dia. Contohnya dalam tahun ni, dia nak dapatkan 2000 BTC. Contohnya Bitcoin, 2000 Bitcoin. So dia akan achieve untuk 2000 BTC ni. And then dia akan pada mula-mula dia akan dapat seorang dulu, dan dia akan bagi imbuhan apa yang dia ceritakan. Contohnya macam pelaburan tak wujud ni, dia untuk cryptocurrency
mula-mula dia bagi untung lah.
Dia bagi untung dulu. Dan sehingga
pancing dulu
dia
lah.
pancing dulu. Sehingga dia dapat dia punya target dia, contohnya dia nak dapat tahun ni dia nak dapat 2000 untuk Bitcoin. So selepas habis 2000 tu dia akan tukar package lain. Itu adalah pelaburan yang dilakukan. Saya ambil salah satu contoh adalah pelaburan cryptocurrency lah.
Okey Tuan, berkenaan dengan tipu guna wang palsu pun ada Tuan
Ada.
Boleh cerita.
Tapi sekarang ni wang palsu, sebab yang mana kita dah biasanya wang palsu ni yang buat ni adalah daripada Nigeria dan sebagainya ni. So apabila kita dah buat banyak tangkapan dan serbuan ke atas kes-kes wang palsu ni, so lately ni wang palsu ni dah semakin berkurang lah.
Semakin berkurang lah
yes.
ya. Alright. Macau scam Tuan?
Inilah yang selalu berlaku. Kalau bercerita pasal commercial crime, dia tak akan ketinggalan untuk Macau scam ni. So Macau scam ni sampai sekarang pun memang kita masih lagi mengadakan kempen kesedaran untuk scammer-scammer ni, Macau scam ni, jangan mudah tertipu dengan scam.
Okey. Okey, Macau scam ni sebenarnya popular. Kalau kita tengok dalam surat khabar, macam-macam jenis scam lah, especially Macau scam ni. So saya berminat nak tahu victim tu, mangsa tu, adakah dia ni, mangsa ni adalah orang biasa? Education level dia macam mana? Boleh Tuan share tak siapa mangsa-mangsa ni? Dia punya kategori dia lah. Okay?
Dia Macau scam ni dia tak kira siapa. Yang mangsa yang paling kena tipu memang yang profesional lah. So profesional ada. So saya ceritakan real story.
Okay.
Ada satu doktor di kita punya doktor di Sabah. So ada satu scammer call dia mengatakan bahawa dia terpaksa kena bayar LHDN. So kalau dia tak bayar, dia akan kena penjara dan sebagainya lah. So doktor tersebut terpaksa pergi bank buat dia pinjam loan 160,000 semata-mata untuk bayar scammer tadi. So
160,000?
160,000.
So means that masa dia being caught by that scammer, so dia masih ada masa untuk buat loan, lepas tu deal balik dengan scammer dan transfer duit.
Yes. So yang ajar dia untuk buat loan ni pun semua daripada scammer. Scammer yang ajar dia, you pergi.
Ini kisah benar
Ini kisah benar. Ini apa yang kita dalam siasatan kita lah. So dia ajar mangsa pergi bank and then pergi buat personal loan. Sebab apa? You masih fresh. Sebab doktor tersebut dia baru grade dan baru keluar untuk bekerja.
Housemanship,
yes. So apabila dia dapat panggilan macam tu, dia jadi takut. Sebab apa yang berlaku dalam kebanyakan scammer, kita dah ada advertise, kita dah buat macam-macam untuk mengelakkan daripada mangsa-mangsa ni tertipu.
Jadi golongan yang tertipu, yang menjadi mangsa ni dia tak fokus pada certain kategori sajalah.
Yes.
So walaupun education level tinggi,
betul. Yang mana
masih lagi
yang mana menggunakan telefon, dia adalah tak
potensi menjadi mangsa.
Yes, betul.
So sekarang ni semua Macau scam ke whatever scam, dia akan using phone as a medium.
Yes.
So yalah, okey, kita akan kupas lagi nanti. Kita akan bercerita lebih lanjut lagi berkenaan cryptocurrency dengan DSP Suhairun, ya. So kita move to the next panel. Okay, Bobby daripada seorang pengurus di Link. Link ialah satu badan laman informasi nasihat dan khidmat. So, Tuan Vijay akan bercerita berkenaan dengan link, akan bercerita sikit fungsi dan jabatan tersebut, dan beliau juga mempunyai berbagai pengalaman sebenarnya. Dia adalah presenter, train the trainer punya expert, and there's a lot more. Saya nak detail out pun panjang sangat sebenarnya. Tapi Tuan Vijay, saya berkenaan dengan apa yang Tuan Jawahar dan Tuan DSP Suhairul bercerita tadi. Semua scam ni adalah menggunakan wang, okay? Cash. So bagi saya cash ni adalah satu pengambilan deposit lah. Pengambilan deposit daripada orang ramai adalah tertakluk kepada FSA, Financial Service Act, which is kita tak boleh menerima deposit tanpa lesen. Jadi kalau boleh Cik Vijay terangkan secara lanjut berkenaan dengan illegal deposit taking ni.
Okey, terima kasih. Salam sejahtera semua. Okey. Saya ingin berkongsi berbalik kepada perkongsian tadi itu. Okey. Apa yang kita sebagai rakyat jelata patut tahu, bukan mudah buat duit. Okey. Jadi banyak scam ni, banyak skim-skim pelaburan ni, dia menjanjikan jalan mudah untuk jadi kaya. Okay? Padahal akhirnya kita akan lagi mudah hilang duit. Okay? Jadi kalau ikut undang-undang, okay, illegal deposit taking, iaitu pengambilan deposit tanpa lesen, dia tertakluk bawah Financial Services Act. Okay? Jadi dia perlukan lesen. Tapi bukan untuk semua perkara. Okay? Dia ada intipati-intipati atau unsur, elemen yang perlu ditepati untuk menjadi illegal deposit taking. Yang kita perlu faham, bukan mudah jadi kaya. Okay? Biasa scammer ni, dia akan ajak kita melabur dalam skim-skim yang dia beri jaminan confirm kaya, confirm untung. Okay? Janganlah percaya. Okay? Semua jenis pelaburan mesti ada risiko untung atau rugi. Okay? Kalau kita fikirkan secara logik, kalau nak buat perniagaan, contoh nak jual nasi lemak pun, mesti ada risiko boleh jadi rugi. Okay? Mungkin dia dah buat 20 bungkus nasi lemak, yang jual 15, 5 tu rugi. Okay? Kalau setakat untuk buat perniagaan kecil-kecilan pun bawa risiko, ini kan pula pelaburan yang tinggi, contoh 10,000. Okay? Yang sebut tadi, contoh minimum 300 dapat berkali ganda. Kita pernah lihat minimum RM10.
RM10 pun ada?
RM10
Berita dia berapa
minimum.
pula tu?
RM10 dapat 10 juta.
Dalam masa?
Dalam masa dia ada cycle dia, kononnya dalam sebulan dapat 10 juta. Logik akal, RM10 macam mana jadi 10 juta? Okay? Beli nombor pun, secara sah beli nombor pun RM10, kalau kena first prize pun tak dapat 10 juta. Okay? Yang tu yang sah. Yang ni pelaburan ni kita kena satu logik akal. Logik ke tak boleh buat duit begitu cepat. Okay. Dan lagi satu, biasanya kita kena fikir dari segi skim apa ni. Saya pernah tengok skim-skim seperti skim durian. Okay. Pelaburan untuk tanam durian.
Tanam durian, okey.
Tanam durian. Labur 10,000. Setiap bulan dapat 10% untung.
Immediate
untuk 3
dapat?
tahun. Ya.
Selepas
Okey.
sebulan. Pokok besar mana tu?
Pokok baru tanam dah ada untung.
Okey.
Yang tu yang saya kata logik akal. Kalau tak pernah tanam durian tak payahlah. Okay? Durian untuk membesar, untuk jadi matang, keluar berbuah tu sekurang-kurangnya 5 tahun. Okay? Kita takkan dapat untung lagi. Tunggu 5 tahun entah buah jadi ke tak.
Tapi Vijay
Yeah.
and Tuan Jawahar investment dalam durian, investment dalam pokok macam-macam ni lah kan.
Yeah.
Bila scammer tu call dan juga persuade victims jangan risau, company ni berdaftar pada SSM. So macam mana tu?
Okay.
Tuan Jawahar kalau ada nak tambah.
Ya, okey. Mungkin ini ingin saya nak tekankan sini.
Dia dah daftar tau, nama syarikat ada, nombor ada, saya dah buat SSM search.
Ya,
Semua
betul.
ada. So, mana boleh scam?
Ya, macam ni. Tidak semestinya jika sesuatu syarikat itu didaftarkan secara sah di SSM atau Suruhanjaya Syarikat Malaysia, maka syarikat itu adalah sah untuk menjalankan apa-apa kegiatan. It is just a incorporation sahaja.
Dia berdaftar, register sahajalah.
Register sahaja. Tetapi untuk menjalankan sebarang aktiviti, ya, bergantung kepada aktiviti apa yang nak jalankan lah ya. Untuk menjalankan aktiviti, mereka harus mempunyai kebenaran atau lesen atau pendaftaran yang perlu untuk menjalankan aktiviti tersebut. Jadi, mesej di sini ialah jika seseorang itu datang mengatakan bahawa ni syarikat saya dan syarikat saya telah berdaftar dengan SSM, maka saya mempunyai kuasa untuk membuat pelaburan, skim pelaburan ini atau apa-apa, maka itu tidak betul. Ya? Itu tidak betul. Ya?
Alright,
Ya.
clear. So, Cik Vijay, banyak tak macam tu?
Okey.
Kes-kes macam tu. Bila
ramai anggap seperti yang tuan kata, dah berdaftar ke SSM. Oh, maksudnya betul lah tu. Yang
siap
betul
ada,
cuma
siap ada sertifikat tau.
Yang,
And then
yang tu pendaftaran dia lah.
Satu lagi, dia pakai bank negara punya nama. Macam mana?
Itulah. Yang ni dia pandai superimpose. Okay? Janganlah percaya. Kalau dia tunjuk kononnya ada sijil tu, jangan percaya. Saya sendiri pernah nasihat pelabur. Okay? Saya tanya dia, you dah buat semakan ke belum? Dia kata, dah, saya dah semak. Macam mana you semak? Boleh dia kata, dia tanya balik scammer tu, kau ni betul ke tak?
Tanya pada scammer mestilah ada semua kan?
Itulah. Sekali lagi, logik akal kita janganlah tanya mana ada pencuri mengaku pencuri. Okay? Kita perlu buat semakan. Contoh dia kata ada sijil bank negara. Masuk laman sesawang bank negara www.bnm.gov.my. Semua entiti yang dilesenkan oleh bank negara, ternyata nama dia terpampang dalam laman sesawang.
Okay? Apa investors alert list ke macam mana tu?
Dalam financial consumer alert dan juga dalam SEC investor alert, yang tu ada nama-nama entiti yang kita dah bagi warning kat orang ramai. Jangan terlibat. Yang ni besar kemungkinan dia orang ni scammer.
Okay.
Jadi kita bagi amaran awal. Yang ada lesen akan ada lesen di bawah entiti yang dilesenkan. Okay? Jangan percaya kalau dia tunjuk yang ni. Jangan tanya dia balik. Semak dengan pihak berkuasa. Betul ke dia ada lesen?
Kadang yang mengaku polis pun ada juga. Kau mengaku polis. Percaya tu nah? Dia percaya kan? Alright. Satu lagi.
Sebab tu tuan, saya tambah sikit tuan. Sebab tu nasihat yang berguna. Nasihat yang mana apabila kita terima panggilan ataupun terima SMS yang mana tidak berkenaan dengan kita. Contohnya kalau kita terima SMS, saya daripada JPJ. Kereta anda telah didaftarkan kerana terlibat satu kemalangan. Sedangkan kita tidak terlibat dengan kemalangan dan sebagainya. Tetapi kenapa kita nak takut? Yang mana yang tidak melibatkan kita, kita dapat panggilan ataupun kita dapat SMS atau WhatsApp dan sebagainya yang mengatakan bahawa kita ada bla 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 dan sebagainya ni, yang tidak melibatkan kita, jangan layan. Forget je terus.
Telefon pun hari Ahad
Telefon pun hari Ahad. Betul tuan.
Saya pun terima juga kadang-kadang panggilan telefon hari Ahad. Benda
telefon hari Ahad dan gunakan phone number telefon bimbit pun ada.
Yes. Yang masalahnya adalah yang mana yang kena tipu ni kebanyakannya berada di dalam alam dia sendiri. Yang mana dia tidak pernah bercampur dengan orang luar. So apabila kita buat kita bercerita scam ni gini-gini, scam ni tak boleh dan sebagainya ni, dia tak tahu. Sebab apa? Dia tidak berada di alam orang lain. So dia ada di alam dia je.
Dia tak bercampur lah. Dia tak tahu kes-kes yang ongoing and everything.
That's why dia tak tahu apa berlaku kat dunia luar. So apabila dia terima panggilan yang macam ni, so dia akan mudah gelabah.
Okay. Alright. So tadi tu Cik Jawahar ada bercerita pasal RM350. Puan Vijay pun ada bercerita duit bank in kan. So bila bank in ni, dia pergi ke satu account. So boleh tak Cik Vijay explainkan account ni macam mana? Bank account ni lah.
Okay, saya terangkan macam ni ya. Okay.
Definitely link bank negara akan terima panggilan macam ni, betul?
Memang banyak panggilan seperti ni. Yang kita perlu ingat seperti dah sentuh tadi ya. Okay. Contoh pelaburan dengan syarikat ABC Sdn Bhd. Okay. Tapi dia suruh masuk ke dalam akaun Ali bin Abu. Okay. Janganlah percaya. Okay. Contoh kita nak makan KFC, pergi KFC. Takkan nak bayar kat bank McD. Logik tak?
Oh, simple analogi lah. Nak makan KFC, bayar kat
McD. Tak logik lah kan. Jadi kita kena fikir tu. Okay. Yang dia panggil ni sebenarnya kesian keldai tau. Nama keldai yang kita menjaja, kita kata keldai account. Kenapa keldai account? Sebab sebelum ni, kita panggil drug mule, keldai dadah. Kenapa keldai? Keldai biasa kena sebat dia menurut je, diikut je. Sebab tu keldai account pihak ketiga yang disalahgunakan untuk tujuan illegal, tujuan tak sah. Dia bagi keldai account, bagi account ni kata masukkan duit ke dalam account ni. Jadi account ni, account pihak ketiga, lepas tu dia transfer, dipindahkan ke account keldai yang lain. Jadi dia akan larikan duit macam tu. Okay. Satu, anda fikir, anda deal dengan syarikat tersebut. Kena ada agreement. Okay. Agreement pun sebut tentang agreement, ada case yang dia kata dia melabur. Contoh, melabur untuk investment durian. Tapi dalam agreement ialah untuk guna Google Drive. Gunakan Google Drive. Yang tak ada kaitan dengan investment dia. Dah tahu Google Drive tu free. Buat agreement. Lepas tu pembayaran dekat pihak ketiga. Tak logik langsung. Okay? Dan agreement tu pula tak sign dua pihak. Okay. Sign satu pihak.
Saya ada terbaca, Tuan Vijay, banyaklah mule account holders ni kena charge dengan polis kan. Bank negara buat apa dengan account-account ni?
Okay. Account ni sebenarnya pihak bank yang akan buat semakan. Okay. Sekiranya account kita tengok, kita ni yang bekerja, bank tahu gaji berapa hari bulan. Jadi dia tahu secara biasanya gaji masuk berapa hari bulan dari siapa dan pengeluaran atau transaksi kita bayar bil air, bil telefon semua lebih kurang berapa untuk sebulan. Okay. Kalau tiba-tiba dia yang bekerja yang mendapat gaji 3,000, akaun dia setiap hari masuk 30,000, 300,000, yang tu dah tunjuk transaksi yang tak ikut trend sebenar. Okay. Jadi pihak bank akan mula alert. Dia akan mula ambil tindakan. Dan kita akan semak dalam portal CCID, Semak Mule. Orang ramai boleh buat semakan. CCID, Semak Mule Portal. Semak nombor akaun tu, nombor telefon tu sama ada laporan polis ke tak. Okay? Ada carian ke tak.
Apa jadi dengan mule account holder tu?
Okay. Mule account holder, satu pihak bank dia akan hold account tu. Okay? Pihak polis
dia akan freeze account.
Dia akan freezekan account. Pihak polis akan mengambil tindakan untuk menyabitkan mereka di bawah kesalahan kecil atau kesalahan untuk bawah penal code lah, kanun keseksaan, section 414 atau 424. Dan setelah tu, katalah mule account ni dia dah mengaku bersalah kat court. Dah ada sabitan, dia kena bayar denda atau masuk penjara. Implikasinya, lepas tu dia nak buka akaun susah. Kenapa? Kerana dia sudah ada rekod jenayah.
Tuan Sairun ada apa nak tambah?
Okey, saya tambah sikit untuk yang
mule account holder.
Keldai account ni kan. Okey, kebanyakannya yang mana yang menjadi keldai account ni biasanya dia akan ambil, ini hasil daripada soal siasat yang kita lakukan. So dia akan ambil penagih-penagih dadah yang mana yang berada dekat bawah-bawah jambatan tu, dia akan pakai smart handsome. Ini yang real betul, yang betul punya. Dia akan pakai smart and then dia akan bawa dia orang ni pergi ke bank, daftar dengan bank. So kad dan akaun tersebut akan berada pada tangan dia. Ini yang dilakukan oleh sindiket-sindiket. Dan ada juga yang dia bagi duit kepada keldai ni, dia bagi, okey sekarang ni kalau you bagi saya kad dan juga you punya account, you punya kad bank dan juga no account kepada saya akan bagi RM200.
Bayar sewa.
Sewa bank account.
Sewa bank account. So daripada itulah yang dia orang akan menggunakan account tersebut lah untuk menipu.
Untuk menerima deposit.
Yes,
yang
betul.
And then jangka masa, Tuan Johan nak
Jika saya boleh tambah apa yang Tuan cakap tadi itu. maka mesejnya gini, ya. Jangan masukkan duit ke dalam akaun kaldai dan juga jangan jadi kaldai. Ya. Itu mesejnya ya.
Betul, Tuan.
Sebab banyak sekarang kita pernah tengok juga ya di social media apa semua tu dia kata siapa-siapa yang berminat untuk menyewakan akaun mereka kepada kami akan bayar RM300 sebulan, RM500 sebulan. Maksudnya apa? Maksudnya si scammer ini ingin menggunakan akaun bank anda untuk menjadikannya sebagai akaun kaldai.
Untuk menerima deposit skim tadi itulah.
Ya. Mungkin
Dan
pemegang
jaga masa
akaun
sekejap je kan?
Ya, mungkin pemegang akaun itu mungkin satu bulan dia dapat RM300, RM500, tetapi implikasinya pada jangka masa panjang adalah nilai ya. Mungkin boleh didakwa di mahkamah atau mungkin dia tidak boleh lagi membuka akaun lain.
Baru,
Sekarang untuk membuat kalau kerja apa pun kita harus mempunyai akaun bank. Kalau tak ada akaun bank, macam mana majikan kita nak bayar gaji kita kan? Tetapi jika bayangkan anda tidak boleh lagi membuka akaun bank kerana anda telah blacklist kerana telah jadi kaldai ni. Jadi implikasinya inilah.
Tuan Vijay, macam mana kalau say for example student jadi mule account? Sebab student nak cari duit, bukan nak kata semua student lah Some of student, I heard about this Some student disewakan. So macam mana nak dapat PTPN account macam mana tu?
Okey. Memang kita dapat banyak kes seperti itu yang merayu-rayu kata dia tersilap dahulu.
Mana boleh silap?
Dia dah sewakan.
Tuan Syarul macam mana tu? Boleh silap ke?
Itu kesalahan jenayah lah. Dia tak boleh kata tersilap ke, lalai ke, leka. Memang tanggungjawab kita sebagai pemegang akaun menjaga akaun kita. Jangan kongsi akaun, jangan serahkan akaun kepada pihak ketiga. Walaupun orang rumah kita, walaupun isteri sendiri.
Isteri sendiri betul bagi?
Jangan bagi. Saya tak pernah bagi.
Okey tuan. So tuan boleh share tak macam mana nak avoid to be a victim of this particular scam and everything lah.
Okey, secara general je, secara umum, kalau satu offer tu too good to be true, most likely it's a scam. Okay? Kalau logik akal kita rasa tak mungkin lah. Okay? Jangan percaya. Okay? Kita perlu sentiasa bercakap dengan orang. Scammers akan nasihat kita, jangan cerita dengan sesiapa. Jangan borak dengan sesiapa walaupun ahli keluarga.
Taktik dia macam tu?
Taktik dia kerana sekiranya saya borak dengan rakan saya akan tanya soalan. Kau percaya ni semua? Aku rasa ni macam tak betul. So dia dah ada automatic alert system. Okay? Jadi dia akan kata jangan borak dengan sesiapa.
Itulah DSP Suhairul cakap tadi, dia dalam dunia dia sendiri, betul tuan? Dia tak nak bercerita dengan orang
Dan benda lain seperti kita perlu lebih berwaspada. Okay. Seperti yang Tuan Jawahar kata tadi, semua pengguna mobile phone berpotensi menjadi victim. Okay? Jadi sekarang dunia dah berubah. Sekarang macam Macau scam tadi tu, dia gunakan smartphone, nombor yang tertera atas kaca skrin ni nampak macam nombor LHDN. Sebenarnya bukan. Sebab dia gunakan teknik spoofing.
Saya pernah terima panggilan, nombor kalau saya tengok General Line, Bank Negara punya. Ada juga bukan?
Dia masking. Dia pakai topeng. Nombor sebenar di sebalik tu kita tak nampak. Sebab tu jangan percaya nama yang tertera pada skrin tu. Okay? Jadi jangan layan. Yang kalau ada SMS atau WhatsApp, bagi aplikasi Android, APK bagi file. Jangan download, jangan install. Okay? Apa-apa aplikasi must be dari valid source, iaitu pergi kat Google Store, Play Store. Yang ni scam yang dipanggil APK scam. Sekarang hot ni, dia phishing. Okay? Jadi jangan download tu. Kalau ada link yang dia bagi menerusi email ataupun SMS, dia suruh klik tu untuk update rekod. Jangan klik. Jangan klik mana-mana pautan. Yang tu most likely phishing link. Dia mengail kita. Dia nampak seperti perbankan internet, tapi bukan laman sesawang sebenar. Okay? Sentiasa semak internet banking mesti ada HTTPS, secured site, okay? Dan gambar yang kita pilih, captcha yang kita pilih semua additional security measures. Kita perlu semak tu. Sekarang banks dah ada device binding, iaitu kita boleh buat internet banking hanya menggunakan device ini sahaja. Sekiranya ada percubaan login dari device lain, tak boleh buat transaksi.
Okey. So, kita cerita lanjut nanti. Kalau tak faham berkenaan dengan apa, boleh telefon link. Mr. Vijay ada di sana, staff-staff dia ramai kat sana akan tolong. Jadi berkenaan dengan action yang telah diambil oleh pelbagai agensi macam Bank Negara, dia akan freeze account, polis akan siasat ikut penal code ataupun atau undang-undang kecil, everything. Di SC pula, Cik Jawahar ya, apakah tindakan yang SC ambil basically untuk menangani perkara ni?
Ya, kami berpendapat bahawa tindakan yang paling baik adalah untuk memberi amaran kepada orang awam. Ya. Sebab kalau kita cakap pasal tindakan penguatkuasaan ini, dia akan mengambil masa dan kemungkinan untuk mangsa itu untuk mendapatkan kembali wang yang telah hilang tu adalah amat tipis. Ya.
Bila duit dah masuk akaun habis lah.
Habislah ya. Jadi apa yang kita buat ialah bila kita terima sesuatu maklumat dan bila kita telah membuat semakan dan kami dapati bahawa sesuatu skim itu adalah tidak sah, kami akan dengan serta-merta akan memuat naik nama tersebut ke dalam senarai amaran pelabur kami.
Sama macam Bank Negara tadi, Bank Negara ada senarai amaran juga, SC ada senarai amaran juga ya.
We call it the SC Investor Alert List ya. So jika kalau pergi ke laman web kami dan anda tekan kepada Investor Alert List, ada banyak nama-nama syarikat dan juga ada juga kadang kita letak nama individu juga ya. Ada individu kita letak juga ya. Ada juga ya. Yang mana kami syaki atau kami mempunyai maklumat ya, yang mengatakan bahawa mereka melakukan satu atau menjalankan skim tanpa sah atau skim penipuan. Sebagai contoh pada tahun lepas sahaja pada tahun 2021 sahaja kami telah memuat naik 275 nama.
Ramai tu. Entiti, website sekali
semua,
ke?
Semua. Di mana ya? Kami juga mengambil tindakan seperti mengblok website atau menghalang laman web. Jika kami dapati berdasarkan maklumat yang kami terima bahawa ada terdapat website menjalankan aktiviti tidak sah ni,
dia website sahaja ke ataupun aplikasi yang boleh dimuat turun?
Aplikasi pun kita akan blok.
Play Store dengan Apple pun tak boleh juga.
Jadi apa kita buat ialah dengan bantuan daripada MCMC, kami akan buat permohonan kepada MCMC dan MCMC akan membantu kami. Kami kena mengatakanlah bahawa laman sesawang ini telah melakukan kesalahan sekian dan mereka akan membantu kami untuk mengambil menghalang laman tersebut. Jika apa yang kita lihat di sini pada tahun 2021 saja kami telah menghalang 143 laman web yang kami dapati menjalankan aktiviti-aktiviti yang tidak sah dan pada tahun ini setakat September
dah match rekod 144. Boleh pergi ke 200 tu.
Yalah. Jadi pada penghujung tahun ini mungkin lebih banyak lagi laman-laman web yang kami akan mengambil tindakan dan kami juga pada tahun 2021 dan 2022 kita lihat kami juga mengambil tindakan penguatkuasaan tetapi kami utamakan tindakan penguatkuasaan itu berjalan juga ya tapi kami lebih mementingkan untuk memberi amaran kepada orang awam supaya mereka tidak terjebak dalam skim-skim penipuan seperti ini ya. Dan jika kita juga melihat dari segi social media ya. Kami sekarang bekerjasama dengan Meta Malaysia iaitu pemilik Facebook dan Instagram
dengan siapa tu?
Meta Malaysia. Meta.
Okay,
Meta adalah syarikat yang Facebook ya, yang memiliki Facebook dan juga Instagram. Kami dengan bantuan mereka kami juga dapati bahawa banyak skim-skim penipuan ini dijalankan menerusi Facebook ya, Facebook dan juga Instagram. Jadi kami meminta bantuan daripada Meta Malaysia untuk menyekat
yalah. Facebook siapa-siapa boleh buka akaun
bukan.
So
jadi,
verification semua.
Jika kami dapati bahawa Facebook digunakan untuk menjalankan skim-skim penipuan, kami akan dengan bantuan Facebook Malaysia menyekat juga. Dan kami dapati juga ya, saya juga mengatakan bahawa kami dapati bahawa sejak kebelakangan ini banyak skim-skim penipuan dilakukan menerusi aplikasi Telegram.
Telegram.
Ya. Dulu banyak Facebook, sekarang kami dapati bahawa banyak sangat penipuan dijalankan menerusi aplikasi Telegram. Jadi berwaspadalah ya. Jika mendapat tawaran untuk atau tiba-tiba kita di-add masuk dalam grup ni lah dia katakan dapat tawaran untuk pelaburan dan apa semua tu, buat persemakanlah ya. Kemungkinan besar ianya adalah satu penipuan ya.
Okey, saya nak tanya Tuan Suhairun berkenaan dengan jabatan komersial. Apa dia punya perkhidmatan yang disediakan? Macam tadi Tuan Vijay kata ada apa, Tuan Jawar ada semak mule. Macam mana tu Tuan? Boleh elaborate tak sikit?
So kita ada 4 perkhidmatan yang kita sediakan kepada masyarakat awam, iaitu yang pertama adalah semak mule, yang mana laman-laman web ataupun aplikasi untuk menyemak nombor akaun dan juga kita ada ni boleh tengok CCID semak mule www.semakmule.rmp.gov.my. So kita boleh tengok dekat situ, boleh tengok nombor akaun. Kita nak tengok akaun yang kita dapat tu sama ada betul atau tidak. So daripada situ kita boleh tengok. Dan kita ada CCID Scam Response Center. So sekarang ni CCID Scam Response Center kita dah pindah pergi kepada Bank Negara.
Kita telah menjadi National Scam Response Center, kolaborasi antara NFCC, PDRM, Bank Negara dan MCMC.
Okay.
NFCC, National Financial Crime Center.
Yes, National Financial
So sekarang
Crime
ni nombor telefon yang tertera tu itu adalah nombor lama. So yang baru sekarang kita pakai 997.
Inisiatif tu diambil baru saja Tuan Vijay.
Yes, baru di launch Jumaat ya.
Jumaat lepas.
Jumaat lepas baru di launch. So sekarang ni
nanti akan adalah berita dan juga hebahan berkenaan perkara tu Tuan.
Sudah keluar dalam berita.
Yes,
Okay.
betul. So kita juga ada CCID info line dan juga Facebook commercial crime lah. So sebaran informasi semua akan berada dekat situ.
Terima kasih Tuan. Tuan Jauhar, berkenaan dengan InvestSmart Fest ni kan, boleh tak Tuan Jauhar cerita sikit apa tu InvestSmart Fest?
Yalah. InvestSmart sebenarnya adalah jenama untuk kami menjalankan pendidikan pelaburan, kepada orang awam. Contohnya InvestSmart Fest atau acara yang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan lihat pada hari ini adalah dianjurkan oleh InvestSmart. Jenama untuk kami memperkasakan pelabur supaya mereka mempunyai maklumat dan mereka dapat dididik supaya dapat membuat keputusan pelaburan yang bijak dan tidak menjadi mangsa scam ya. Dan kami menggunakan beberapa channel, beberapa platform, dan kita boleh lihatlah ya seperti yang dipampang di atas itu, kami mempunyai platform social media sebagai Facebook, Instagram, Twitter dan YouTube. Ya, saya galakkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk follow laman-laman social media kami, dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan akan dapatkan maklumat, berhubung dengan produk-produk pelaburan yang sah dan juga produk-produk dan juga tentang scam ni dan sebagainya ya.
Okey. Terima kasih Tuan Jauhar. So, kita ada peringkat akhir yang kita sembang petang ni kan. Saya nak fokus pada DSP Suhairun lah ya. Berkenaan dengan unit siasatan jenayah. Fokus pada unit yang Tuan ketuai sekarang ni lah ya. Berdasarkan statistik, kita tengok yang seperti yang dilampirkan, yang ditera di atas 2019 laporan polis 605, 2020 1073, 2021 1500 dan sampai Ogos dah 1000. Kalau tengok jumlah kerugian bukan sikit tu, 130 juta, 41 juta, 53 juta, 62 juta. So trend tu increase. Dan kita tengok juga berdasarkan statistik, kesiasatan pun bertambah. okey, daripada 605 sampai sekarang ni Januari Ogos 2022 2022 dah 1000 lebih. So kerugian pun kalau boleh tengok boleh tahan kat tu juta-juta bukannya ratus ribu ya. So macam mana tu tuan kalau tuan boleh explain untuk share dengan public lah dengan hadirin kita pada petang ni fungsi dan juga unit tuan ni macam mana?
Okey, untuk makluman, unit cryptocurrency ini ditubuhkan pada tahun 2018. Hasil daripada banyaknya pelabur-pelabur, mangsa-mangsa untuk pelaburan yang melibatkan cryptocurrency. So kalau kita bercerita pasal cryptocurrency ini dia bukan hanya Bitcoin, Ethereum sahaja. Yang kalau kita boleh tengok di dalam market cap, coin market cap, ada almost 21,000 cryptocurrency berada dalam tu. 21,000 coin berada dalam tu. So sekarang ni, fungsi utama unit cryptocurrency yang di mana ditubuhkan pada tahun 2018 ni, hasil daripada nasihat daripada pihak bank negara. So kita waktu tu pengarah Datuk Seri Amasing. So dia mewujudkan unit kripto ni dan pada waktu tu kita sendiri unit cryptocurrency menjalankan siasatan. Tetapi sekarang ni kita fokus kepada fungsi utama kita adalah untuk menjalankan analisa. That means kita panggil crypto trail. So crypto trail ke atas cryptocurrency. Dan juga kita juga mengadakan ceramah, memberitahu berkenaan dengan cryptocurrency. Dan kalau kita tengok daripada statistik yang diberikan tadi, so kenapa dia setiap tahun semakin meningkat? Sebab salah satu sebab adalah Bitcoin dah semakin tinggi. So pada tahun 2018 dulu, Bitcoin hanya pada tu sekitar 28,000 saja. So sekarang ni Bitcoin dia boleh peak pada tahun 2021 itu 265,000 yang paling highest.
Satu Bitcoin
260,000. So pada waktu tu memang banyak sindiket-sindiket ataupun scammer-scammer ni menggunakan cryptocurrency ni sebagai medium untuk menipu mangsa. Yang mana salah satu contoh saya ambil, yang mana kita ada 7 penipuan yang menggunakan cryptocurrency. Yang mana salah satu contoh adalah penipuan pelaburan tidak wujud. So dia beritahu, so sekarang ni saya salah satu contoh untuk Bitcoin, saya simpan you punya, saya ambil you melabur dalam saya, contoh you ada 2 Bitcoin, you simpan, you bagi saya simpan 2 Bitcoin. So every month saya akan bagi you 20% daripada hasil yang you simpan dari saya. Kalau you simpan sendiri, Bitcoin itu takkan naik value. So kalau you bagi saya akan bagi you 20%. Every month saya akan bagi 20%. So inilah apa yang saya katakan, yang mana sindiket-sindiket penipuan ni ataupun penipuan pelaburan ni, dia ada target dia. So dia nak achieve, contohnya dia nak achieve macam saya cakap sebelum ni dia nak achieve 2,000 ataupun 3,000 dalam masa beberapa bulan ni. So dia akan mula-mula dia akan bagi dulu. Okey, 20% you bagi. So kita dapat 20%, of course lah kita akan cerita kawan, you punya Bitcoin 2 Bitcoin tu you bagilah simpan kat dia. So you akan dapat 20%. So dia akan meningkat naik apabila sampai saja target yang dia nak tu 2,000 ataupun 3,000 target yang dia nak tu, dia akan tukar package lain.
Okey, kalau kita nak bercerita berkenaan cryptocurrency ni luas, benda baru. Jadi apa nasihat tuan untuk siapa-siapa yang nak invest ataupun nak melabur dalam cryptocurrency ni?
Okey, sekarang ni kita untuk makluman semua, kita ada 4 exchanger cryptocurrency yang mana SEC telah regulate dia sebagai exchanger yang berdaftar di negara Malaysia.
Kat sini ada 2 tuan.
Ada 2, iaitu satu Luno dan juga MS Global. Dan yang ketiga adalah Tokenize dan juga Synergy. So keempat-empat exchanger ni adalah di bawah tanggungjawab pihak Suruhanjaya Security untuk memantau dia punya urus niaga. Apa yang saya nasihatkan, sebab kita boleh tengok kalau tuan-tuan ada aplikasi Luno, contohnya salah satu exchanger yang ada aplikasi yang disematkan di dalam smartphone ataupun iPhone. So di dalam tu pihak SEC juga telah mengiktirafkan ada 7 ataupun 8 koin yang mana dikatakan selamat untuk diurus niaga.
Jadi kalau nak invest kepada 4 exchanger yang telah diluluskan,
yes, betul,
dan tertakluk kepada coin yang diapungkan di dalam exchanger tersebut.
Betul,
Kalau
tuan.
pergi ke exchanger yang pelik-pelik ni boleh ke?
Betul. Yang kalau kita tengok pada exchange yang pelik-pelik ni, dia ada macam saya cakapkan tadi tuan, dia ada almost lebih daripada 21,000 coin yang ada dalam tu. Tetapi kita tak tahu kesahihan dia. Contoh saja satu contoh yang saya ambil yang mana SC telah ban Lavida coin dulu.
Yes.
Ada satu Lavida coin yang mana SC telah arahkan Lavida untuk serahkan semua kembali duit kepada pelabur-pelabur. Yang mana dia tidak diregulasikan oleh pihak Suruhanjaya Security.
Yes, betul.
Itu adalah salah satu contoh. So, yang mana koin-koin yang berada di dalam, kalau kita ambil salah satu contoh Luno lah. So, dalam Luno tu ada Ethereum, Litecoin, Ripple, Bitcoin dan sebagainya. So, yang mana itu semua tu adalah yang mana Suruhanjaya Security telah semak bahawa koin-koin tersebut adalah selamat untuk diurus niagakan lah.
Sebenarnya kita dah kesudukan masa, Tuan Jauhar, Tuan DSP dan TVJ nak sambung rasa tak sempat. So saya akan open satu question from public. Okay, kalau nak tanya, kita ada 3 panelis di sini untuk menjawab. So saya jemput kepada siapa-siapa yang ingin bertanya, silakan. Boleh somebody, ada 2 question. Kalau boleh bagikan mic ni. Boleh introduce dan dari mana?
Sorry. Hello, my name is Shukri. I work in the banking sector. But the topic of discussion today is on unlicensed activity and scams. I see SC, I see PWM, I see Bank Negara. But I don't see one party on this panel, and that's the telecommunications industry. So where is Telecom Malaysia, DG, Celcom, Maxis? Because most of the topic here that you guys have actually presented, the start of the scam starts with a simple phone call. Okay. Nowadays, scammers, they give you, okay, fine, fair enough. You don't know the number, don't pick up. If you're not familiar with the number, don't pick up, don't even jot the SMS. Nowadays, people are calling customers saying that, hey, VJ is calling you. But it's not VJ, it's somebody else. Yes. So can we please, SC, next time when we do this InvestSmart, invite a telecommunications expert to the panel to give his case on the scam? That's my suggestion. But the real question I want to ask is, what is PDRM and Bank Negara Malaysia doing to make sure the KYC, know your customer, for each of the people that have telecommunications devices is being done properly? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. A good one, basically. All right, in respect of where is our telcos, we have how many telcos? About 10 telcos in Malaysia. Why we are not there? Jawahar, you can...
Let me try that. I mean, it's not an easy task. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, we take on board all suggestions. Now we're very mindful that not just that's just one of the tools. You know, telephone is just one of the tools whereby that the scammers will use the phone, and as you know now, it's very easy for you to get a
call, yeah,
get a call and whatnot. So that is where I would like to laud the effort by the PDRM in coming up with the SEMA Mule portal. Okay, the SEMA Mule portal, actually, it is just not for the public. You'll be surprised that even us, we also use the SEMA Mule to check, But we take on board the suggestion. We try to work with anyone.
Maybe
else
next InvestSmart, Tuan Jawahar?
Maybe. It's a good suggestion. Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, for the next question in respect of the KYC, who's going to ask? Who's going to answer it? Tuan Vijay from Bank Negara or?
Okay, let me tell that we, the law enforcement agencies, do work hand in hand with...
Before that, KYC for the rest is know your customer.
Know your customer.
Now ada lagi EKYC, extended some more. So, boleh explain a bit?
Okay, basically we do collaborate with MCMC, who are the regulator for telecommunications. And as what we mentioned just now, National Scam Response Center is a baby of that collaboration. So to act together to combat this. Okay, when we mentioned that yes, calls are being made using phone. So as what I mentioned before, it's an internet protocol. So it is not merely just the phone line. It is even calls for Macau scam. Most of it is not done within the country. It is
the base is overseas.
Base is overseas. So yes, to combat, to enforce, we are working together. But sad to say, today they are not part of the panel. Even we don't have sufficient time to talk about this.
Actually,
and-
talking about scam license is a lot.
Yeah.
I think John Johar, next year, if they say we're going to have this particular panel session, I think 1.5 or 2 hours will enough. Okay. All right.
I think, and given the interest that we have, we will certainly consider. I think there are some other questions as well. Perhaps,
Yes.
I know we ran
Kita
out
ada
of
banyak
time.
question, we ran out of time.
But
Last question,
We'll just take 2 more questions. We'll take from the lady behind there as well. Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
Assalamualaikum,
please.
selamat petang. My name is Syamil. So, actually I have 2 questions, but and also recommendation lah, maybe. So one is all the panels say about this the mule accounts.
Mule account.
Okay, so the mule account actually what the panel say about this. They got this account from this drug addicts and whatnot. But sometimes I think that maybe there's people that they gunakan orang-orang yang mungkin susah, orang yang tak ada duit kan, dia entice all these people to dia bayar duit lah supaya dia
upah orang-orang ni untuk bagi
betul,
duit, bagi bank account number.
Okay, soalan dia macam mana, how about commercial banks? Okay, do they do their own due diligence to advise all this siapa-siapa yang nak apply untuk account bank? Sebab selalunya bila kita dengar janganlah buka bagi account kita pada orang ni. Semuanya kita cakap pasal orang, public. Tapi apa action commercial banks? What do they do? I boleh suggest simple je. Kalau orang tu nak buka account, just then the bank officer says okay, bagi awareness. Okay, you are about to open an account. Okay, so do you know about mule account? Bagi tahu pada orang yang nak buka account tu. Kan? Instead of kita cakap oh janganlah buka, janganlah bagi kepada, sebab this is part of the bank, commercial bank also need to do their own part.
Yep. Means that masa opening to stop at bank level,
Yes.
to make sure that this
Yes.
kind of mule
Yes.
account
Instead of
stop. No need
I do believe
verification by banks lah basically.
Yes, I do believe that commercial bank also maybe will do their own investigation. Yes, but there is just only a simple asking so that people yang mungkin maybe drug addicts ke orang yang miskin, dia pun tak aware yang dia mungkin akan kena mute account ni, supaya dia pun maybe this is something nak
Take
scam
note of
aku.
that. Alright.
Okay. Satu lagi also, I think maybe I can address also to bank negara, because we know I think this is not about commercial banks, because this is an investment, but this is maybe about scam as well, because we know about this one doctors losing money because of this TAC SMS.
Oh, tax.
Yes.
Tax. Bila kita
They say
nak
that,
withdraw
okay.
everything, yes.
But what happened is the commercial bank also don't bila dah jadi itu, commercial bank just cakap okay, dia keluarkan janganlah kita buat kita masuk dalam any website. People already know that, people are aware, and people also don't want to lose their money. But the commercial bank just say, just macam dia nak salahkan rakyat pula, kan? But they aware. Someone is doctor pula. Doktor memang doktor pakar.
Okay. Take note of that.
Yes.
Okay. That's the second question, right?
But because Bank Negara also already know, I think, the OCBC bank scam down south. I think in January. This one happened in January. So this is happened in our neighboring country lah. So this is a scam that the OCBC bank lose money, and their customer lose money. But the implementation of this should be, Bank Negara should stop it way before that people lose money. People will lose the trust of our banking institution.
Okay. I take note of that. The two question, I believe that Tuan Suhairun can answer that the first one in respect of the account opening and everything.
Okay, thank you. Betul apa yang Tuan cakapkan tadi, kebanyakan mangsa-mangsa kedai akaun ni adalah daripada golongan-golongan yang maksudnya penagih dadah ataupun orang yang tidak bekerja, orang-orang yang golongan-golongan bawah lah. So, yang mana diorang ni semua perlukan duit. That's why dia pergi somebody ask dia untuk buka account. So you akan satu buka account ni you akan dapat duit ni. So
macam mana YBJ? Question tadi dia still boleh buka juga kat bank.
Okey, macam ni Saya rasa pengalaman yang tuan kongsi tadi dahulu saja banyak yang drug addict semua tu. Sekarang dah tak ada kes-kes seperti itu. Sekarang ialah seperti yang tuan kata, dia sewakan akaun, okay? Atau melalui penipuan job scam. Okay? So ada job scam yang dikata you serahkan akaun untuk tujuan pentadbiran, tapi dia siap serahkan dengan username password sekali. Lepas tu scammer hilang, dia pun lepaskan, biarkan akaun tu kerana akaun tu tak ada duit. Okay. So, when the question, sorry.
Okay, setengah pun ada juga yang contohnya yang pinjam dengan Along. Yang mana dah pernah buka akaun dah 2-3 tahun dah buka akaun. So sekarang ni dia pergi pinjam Along. So Along tu untuk dia bagi duit, dia akan minta kita punya
particulars
mangsa
bank
punya
details semua lah.
buku bank dan juga kad bank. So di situ pun ada juga yang menjadi mangsa kedai inilah, kedai akaun.
Okey, kita sebenarnya dah terlalu suntuk masa ni. Last question kakak kat belakang tu. Okey, puan boleh short simple question will do.
Okey, satu soalan saya nak tanya dengan Tuan Bobby. Tadi Puan Bobby ada cakap pasal skim durian. Okey, saya nak tanya, sekarang ni lebih banyak yang kita dengar pasal investment.
Boleh kuat sikit tak?
Okey, saya nak tanya pasal investment
Dapatkan
yang
mic tu.
Investment RPS, which is Redeemable Preference Share. Adakah dia legit ataupun tidak? Sebab kebanyakan yang saya dengar, dia akan present, dia akan cakap guideline by Security Commission. And then dia punya dividen setiap tahun dan dibayar mungkin secara bulanan ataupun secara quarterly.
Okay, I take note of that.
Okay.
RPS, Redeemable Preference Share,
Yeah.
yang dia bagi info memorial, dia suruh tengok and then return like that for this law, and I believe Tuan Johar can answer.
Okay, thank you.
Dia begini untuk pelaburan seperti itu, for redeemable preference shares, ianya adalah ditujukan bukan kepada orang awam dianya ditujukan kepada apa yang kami termakan sebagai sophisticated investor Bila
sophisticated investors ni ada dia punya kriteria
ada definisinya di bawah akta kami yang memperuntukkan bahawa sekian seorang itu harus mempunyai harta bernilai lebih daripada 3 juta dan juga mempunyai. Jadi apa yang dimaksudkan di situ ialah bila tawaran itu dibuatkan kepada sophisticated investor, maka pelabur itu harus membuat penilaian sendiri Jika kita bila seseorang itu adalah sophisticated investor, bapa tu yang mengatakan bahawa ianya adalah seorang pelabur yang berpengalaman dan mempunyai kuasa untuk mendapatkan nasihat dan juga untuk mendapatkan khidmat guaman dan sebagainya. Jadi ianya ditujukan kepada untuk menjawab soalan puan, ianya bukan adalah suatu pelaburan yang tidak sah, tetapi sebelum seseorang itu melabur dalam skim-skim tersebut harus membuat penilaian sendiri sebelum membuat sebarang pelaburan.
I think Tuan Jah dah menjawab. I believe that kind of investment there's a minimum ticket of 50,000, something like that. 250,000. It depends on that particular investment, and it's not offered to orang biasa As Tuan Jawahar said just now, it's only for sophisticated investors. So, let's say you have a further question in respect of that particular redeemable preference shares issued by this Berhad company, you can go to our booth, InvestSmart booth there. You can ask any officers in respect of that. They're going to give you a detailed answers on that. Okay, and you can meet us as well later. Yep. All right. I believe that I should end this. Okay, one last question. Azmi, can you give the mic to him, please? Okay. One last question. For second, I can
thank
have
you
a
very
question.
much, sirs. Now, this is a very common problem, I think. I think most of us would have experienced this kind of situation before, because it's a kisah bina. So I received an SMS from somebody says that your Shopee account has been debited of 5,500 ringgit. If you have not made this particular transaction, please call this number. Now, I didn't call the number because it sounds very fishy, okay? But I want to know, what will happen if I call that number? What is the consequences?
Okay, I believe that this is a new thing. Tuan Suhairun tadi just sembang-sembang dengan I because of this particular new trend in scam. So Tuan Suhairun?
Okey, ini adalah trend terbaru sekarang yang mana dia melibatkan e-wallet. So apa yang Vijay bagi tahu tadi, yang mana apabila yang masuk ke dalam kita punya SMS ataupun nasihat saya SMS ataupun call yang tidak berkenaan dengan kita, ignore saja. Ya, ignore saja. So sebab apa? Sekarang ni trend terbaru yang mana melibatkan e-wallet. Sebab e-wallet ni siapa-siapa boleh buka. Contohnya kalau Shopee, buka Shopee, you ada nombor telefon dan masuk detail sikit, so you dah boleh buka Shopee. And then dalam tu dia dah boleh masukkan account, so you dah boleh tipu siapa-siapa dah. Sebab dia senang, easy to use dan easy to
Okay, basically it is sent to many people, blast. So that number is actually a bait, phishing. So
dia hantar that particular SMS secara rawak, semua orang dapat. Dia akan hanya reflect bila that particular person respond to
call
that.
balik.
So
don't call.
Don't call and
that
don't
number.
respond to that particular WhatsApp. So I believe that that's the modus operandi
Yes.
lah. Dia bait, dia pancing. Okay? Siapa terkena, dia siapa if let's say
If you call, then they might want to bait you to become a victim, sir. They want to be.
They brainwash you.
Yeah, so
they create panic moment, saying that your account, your detail is compromised. Then they ask you to pay or transfer your money to an account to save your money.
Yes. So actually, I'm just if I can say something, I'm actually very happy that I'm hearing so many questions. You know, we are actually short of time, but please, if you have any further questions, please head to our booth at our Securities Commission InvestSmart booth. We will make sure that we answer each and every one of your questions. We're actually very happy because the more questions that you have, it means that you are exercising skepticism, which is what we want. All right.
Agreed on that. Okay, with that, I'm really thankful. Okay, Tuan Vijay, Tuan Suhairun, Tuan Jawahar, thank you very much. Thank you again for your participations. There's a lot of questions, and again, if let's say you have further question, go to our booth. InvestSmart Suruhanjaya Security depan saja. Kita ada banner Garabu juga, Vijay? Ada banner Garabu tu ada juga di sini. Kita currency punya booth ada di sana. So enjoy yourself. Thank you very much again, and Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you to our moderator as well as our panelists. It was a very fruitful, I think, discussion about scams and investment traps. So can we have our photographer to take a photo of the panelists as well as the moderator on stage? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you have any further questions about scams, about all these investment traps, make sure to visit Securities Commission's booth. It's just right behind you. They will all be there as well. So if you have any questions about scams, about whether something is legit or not, you can always go to the booth, yeah? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to us for this panel discussion. Next up, we do have a interactive online quiz. It's called the Mentimeter. Please do give us some time to clear the stage, and we will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this is brought to you by InvestSmart Fest 2022, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. happen, I would now like to invite Mr. Rohaimi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a round of applause? From Securities Commission Malaysia, he'll be conducting the Mentimeter. So, enjoy.
Okay, thank you Wahib, thank you. Alright, okay, kita bertemu sekali lagi untuk sesi Mentimeter. Okay, sedikit penerangan, apa dia Mentimeter? Mentimeter adalah permainan secara atas talian, di mana anda boleh menyertai walau di mana anda berada, ya. Tidak terhad kepada penyertaan, tidak terhad. Kita boleh 50, lebih daripada 50 pun boleh. Apa yang anda perlu buat ialah anda pergi ke laman web Mentimeter, iaitu menti.com, dan masukkan kata kunci 8110577 ataupun scan barcode yang terpapar di skrin di depan anda ini. Okey. Jadi siapa yang nak menyertai boleh sama ada pergi ke laman sesawang Mentimeter, masukkan kata kunci ataupun scan QR code tadi ni. Okey, kita boleh mula sekarang Saya tunggu penyertaan. Sekarang ni kita ada 51 penyertaan. Tengok beberapa saat lagi, tengok berapa banyak penyertaan boleh bertambah ya. Ya. Kenapa tak dengar ke apa tu? Tak dengar. Tak boleh masuk. Tak boleh masuk, saya tak boleh bantulah ya. Saya tak boleh bantu kalau tak boleh masuk. Tu kena check dengan talian anda lah ya. Right. Sekarang ni 67, kita tunggu mungkin pada cecah 70 kita mula ya soalan. Kita pun masa agak singkat sekarang ni. Okey, mungkin kita tengok dulu hadiah-hadiah yang anda berpeluang memenangi. Okey. Aeon vouchers bernilai RM200, RM150, RM100, RM50 dan seterusnya 6 peserta seterusnya berpeluang memenangi Aeon vouchers RM20. So ada 10 peluang untuk memenangi hadiah. Right. Okey, sudah bersedia semua? Sudah. Okey, kalau sudah kita mulakan tengok soalan pertama. Ada 5 soalan. Anda perlu berjawab dengan pantas tapi pastikan betul. Tengok soalan pertama. InvestSmart is an initiative by which organisation? Ini jawab salah, saya tak tahulah. Bursa Malaysia, Securities Commission Malaysia ataupun Ministry of Finance. Bursa Malaysia ke, AC ke, MOF ke? Yang mana satu? Jawab sekarang. Pastikan jawab dengan cepat. Okey. Masa ada lagi. Kalau siapa yang jawab salah, saya akan minta naik ke pentas. Right. InvestSmart merupakan inisiatif yang dibawa oleh siapa? SC ke, Bursa ke, MOF ke? Right. Aduh. Ada 15 beri jawapan tak betul. 15 minta maaf lah. Saya tak boleh jemput lah, minta maaf. Sebab nanti penuh pentas. Tapi InvestSmart merupakan inisiatif yang dibawa oleh Suruhanjaya Securities atau Securities Commission. Ini bus besar depan ni. Ya. Right. Itu soalan pertama. Kita tengok paparan skrin. Ikon mana atau peserta mana yang berada tempat atas. Okey. Okey, yang menduduki 3 tempat teratas, markah sama semua. Okey, Tiger Baby, Teddy Bear, Croc. Ni semua ikon menggunakan ikon haiwan ni. Right. Okey, anda boleh tengok adakah anda tersenarai dalam 10 peserta ini. Dan seterusnya, tengok soalan seterusnya ya. Soalan kedua. Okey, soalan kedua, tengok soalannya, apakah soalannya? How much do you have to pay for SIDRAC services? Guna khidmat SIDRAC ni berbayar atau tidak? RM180 ke, RM250 ke, RM300 ke, ataupun tak payah bayar, percuma? Yang mana satu jawapannya? Boleh jawab bermula sekarang. Ini kalau tak betul, kalau 2 orang tak betul, 2-2 tu saya panggil naik. Ini saya janji betul ni naik. 180, 250, 300 ataupun percuma. Okey. Ini nampak gayanya masih ada lagi yang belum memberi jawapan ya. Okay, time's up. kita tengok jawapannya. Ini kita boleh trace ke siapa yang salah jawab ni? Nak jemput naik. Ada cara ke nak trace? Oh maaf, belum ada teknologi nak trace. Anda terselamatlah, ini 3 orang terselamat. Jadi tidak berbayar. Kalau nak tahu lebih lanjut pasal SeedRack, booth mereka di sebelah sana, boleh tanya. Tapi SeedRack adalah tidak perlu bayar, ia percuma, ya, percuma. Kita tengok seterusnya paparan skrin kedudukan markah, ya. Adakah masih sama atau ada perbezaan? Okey, ada perubahan, ya, perubahan di sini. Mr. Teddy Bear berada di tempat ke atas. Itu ikon harimau tapi miau-miau. Okey, tak apalah, harimau miau-miau, tak apa. Okey, ikon Croc dah turun ke 4. Right. Ini kedudukan terkini. Soalan ketiga, pastikan anda jawab dengan cepat supaya anda boleh mengubah kedudukan anda. Soalan ketiga berbunyi, kita tengok the screen. It is safe to invest in an investment scheme that promises high returns within a short period of time. Melabur 300 dalam 6 jam dapat 10,000. Ini selamat atau tidak? Yes or no? 300, 6 jam, 10,000. Alright. Ini untung ni. Ada juga yang kata betul. Saya pun tak tahu macam mana nak cakap ni. 4 orang ni kalau saya boleh trace, saya memang ajak naik atas pentas. Alright. Tidak betul lah. Kalau 300, 6 jam, 10,000, itulah scam. Ya. Kena ingat. Ini 4 orang ni. Nasihat saya kepada 4 orang ni, kena ingat. Bayar sikit, masa singkat, dapat banyak, itu scam. Kena ingat. Right? Tengok kedudukan markah, ada perubahan tidak? Okey, Mr. Teddy Bear masih lagi di atas. Okey, Mr. Croc dah tangga ketiga balik. Mr. Moose, miau-miau. Tiger miau-miau dah jatuh ke bawah. Ni lambat jawab lah ni. Alright. Soalan seterusnya, okey, pastikan jawab dengan cepat. Anda boleh mengubah kedudukan anda. Soalan keempat daripada 5 soalan berbunyi, kalau kita tengok the screen. What is Digital Asset Exchange ataupun DEX? Apa dia DEX ni? DAX ni. Apa dia? Okey. Platform that enable investors to fund startup companies and small businesses in return for equity rights. Platforms that facilitate the trading of cryptocurrencies. Ataupun platform that enable investors to lend money to businesses. Yang mana satukah DEX ini? Apa dia DEX? Okey. Okey, cepat jawab. Okey, right. 53 memberi jawapan betul. Okey, DEX merupakan platform that facilitate the trading cryptocurrency. Kalau kita nak urus niaga mata wang kripto kita, kita pergi kepada DEX. Okey, Digital Asset Exchange ada 4 yang berdaftar dengan SC tadi tu, ya. Right. Kita tengok markah terkini, kedudukan terkini. Okey, masih lagi Mr. Teddy Bear masih mendahului, ya. Okey, Mr. Miao Miao Tiger, okey, cuba bergerak ke atas. Mr. Croc masih lagi kedudukan kedua. Dan ini soalan terakhir, ini menentukan kedudukan anda. Anda jawab dengan cepat, anda mungkin berubah kedudukan anda. Soalan kelima, soalan terakhir. Investment linked insurance schemes must be licensed by, kena ingat the keyword is insurance tadi tu, sama ada SC atau Bank Negara Malaysia, which is which? Okey, ini banyak kali kalau anda dah pagi tadi pun dah soalan sama dah tanya ni. Masih lagi belum menjawab semua, ada lagi yang belum jawab ni, ya. Okey, masa hampir tamat. Okey. Okey, nampaknya time's up. Kita tengok jawapan yang diberi. Okey, ni confused. Tadi saya bagi tahu keyword di insurance kan ya. Keyword insurance merupakan produk yang dikawasi oleh Bank Negara Malaysia. Jadi jawapannya ialah Bank Negara Malaysia lah ya. Right. Jadi lepas ni kena faham lah ya. Kalau melibatkan insurance, ia di bawah kawasi Bank Negara Malaysia sebab ia produk dikawasi oleh Bank Negara Malaysia. Right, kita tengok kedudukan terkini, kedudukan final, di mana kedudukan anda, adakah anda berjaya mendapat voucher, berapa jumlah anda berjaya dapat. Kita tengok ya. Kedudukan yang paling tinggi. Alright, Mr. Teddy Bear. Right. Dipersilakan ke pentas. Saya nak tengok skrin, saya nak tengok handphone anda. Anda buat kat handphone ke, iPad ke. Alright, Tania, dapatkan voucher dengan rakan saya. Seterusnya MAS ni ikon bola ni, ni peminat bola ni. Dia tengok skrin, okey betul Tania, apa nama ni, dapatkan voucher rakan saya. Seterusnya MUS. Bila sebut mus saya ingat lelaki, perempuan rupanya. Right. Mus ikon apa ni? Diamond ring. Okey, right. Boleh dengar rakan saya. Seterusnya Lin. Lin mesti perempuan, nama Lin ni. Betul lah perempuan. Right. Okey, Tania dengan rakan saya. Okey, ni yang menarik ni. Tiger, miau. Right. Okey, tunjuk laptop ni pada rakan saya. Ni bawa laptop ni. Teddy betul. Croc, buaya. Mana ikon buaya? Oh, perempuan rupanya. Okey, Tania dapatkan voucher dengan rakan saya. Wawa. Mesti perempuan ni. Betul. Saya tengok skrin, saya tengok apa nama handphone anda. Okey, terima kasih Tania ambil dengan rakan saya. W. Ini apa ikon apa W? Alright. Apa Koala Bear. Okey, right. Thank you ambil dengan rakan saya. Dan Fadli, ini transporter. Alright. Okey, Tania ambil rakan saya. Dan yang terakhir sekali Casper, ni ikon hantu. Right. Okey, terima kasih Tania ambil rakan saya. Okey, saya rasa itu saja sesi kali ini. Sekian, terima kasih anda semua, bagus, rock semua. Right.
Alright, thank you so much for the conducting of the Mentimeter, and of course congratulations to all the winners. So ladies and gentlemen, we do have our next session on stage, which is on the topic of why investing is simple but not easy. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to Mr. Roshan, Head of Content and Strategic Partnerships, JXMD Sendran Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Good evening, InvestSmart. It's great to be in front of a live audience. The vibe is always much better in a situation like this. That said, though, I am very nervous. Being behind a screen for over the last 2 years, I haven't had to face people, so forgive me if I'm a little rusty. My name is Roshan Kanesan. I'm the Head of Content and Strategic Partnership over at MyTheo. We're one of the 8 robo-advisors in the country, and today, I'm going to ask the simple question, why investing is simple but not easy? Can anyone here in the audience identify whose quote this is? Investing is simple but not easy. It's okay if you can't. You'll find out in a little bit. Now, a few disclaimers before we continue. Of course, everything we're about to discuss is for informational purposes. Past performance is not indicative of future performance, and all the little things you see on the screen right now. Everything we're about to explore is for illustrative purposes. Though, if you want to get that advice, that's what the algorithms and the robo-advisor is for. If you want to learn more, our booth is over there as well. All right, a little bit about me. Yes, head of content, all that jazz, but I primarily describe myself as a personal finance nerd. It's what I've always been interested in. I've always been wanting to see how I can make money at the age of 10, put my money in the bank account. I make 0.01%. It was amazing to feel that. And from there, you kind of just learn, how else can I make money? How else can I offset interest? What else can I do to grow over the long term? That led me to BFM. It led me to become a financial planner, and now finally it led me to MyTheo. Now, in the spirit of InvestSmart 2022, the theme as it has been, kucing was silap labo, duit lebo. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty tired of hearing headlines like this, right? But scammers keep getting smarter and smarter, and they keep taking our money. Securities Commission hence may not. So take a photo of this, put it on Instagram stories, share it around, because that's the only way we're going to help people get educated about these things. Simple things like deal with authorized regulated entities. Don't put your money in a personal bank account. High returns within a short period of time is always a major red flag. So today, I want to talk a little bit about MyTheo, what we offer, and how we make investing simple. Because I don't know about you, I found investing very difficult. I felt like a genius in 2020. I bought stocks, it went up, I felt great. I'm not feeling so much of a genius this year, though. I think a lot of people can feel the same there. As I mentioned, MyTheo is a digital investment manager, very, very commonly known as a robo-advisor, but the regulated term is DIM. We are licensed by our great host over here, Securities Commission of Malaysia, and a few things that we do. One, highly personalized investment management. We are trusted, the strategy is trusted by 130,000 investors across the globe, backed by decades of professional investment professionals. We use what we call a functional portfolio approach, which I will explain in a little bit. And one thing that we pride ourselves on is that we are 100% algorithm driven, right? We don't have a human fund manager making the investment decisions. And I'm going to explain how we do this in a little bit. So the agenda today, why is investing difficult? How do algorithms and ETFs make investing easy? Of course, I've got to plug my company. And we'll take a little question if we have the time, all right? So the first question, now the quote here at mean. If it's simple, shouldn't it be easy? The reason it's not easy is because while we know what to do, we are humans. We don't listen to what we need to do. We don't do the rational thing. Sometimes we succumb to emotions. That said, though, human ingenuity has created a lot of intelligence, a lot of education. We know what to do, and we can program that. We can marry human and robo to create a solution that makes it simple. So, simple but not easy. Now, investing is simple. Albert Einstein is often attributed as saying that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it, he who doesn't pays it. So we know that the long run global average of the stock market in terms of return is 8.5%. This is all the stocks in the world in a market capitalized, weighted by market cap. 8.5% over the long term. We know that through compounding, the longer your holding period, the more money you'll be able to make in the longer term. This chart is an illustration of that. 100 ringgit at the start, over the first few years, doesn't look very exciting, does it? It's just very, very linear. But when I was in the 20th mark, 20th year, and that's what you see right there. Between the 10th and 20th year, you're seeing a doubling of your money, and that continues to grow. So if you start when you're 30, by the time you retire at 60, yeah, that should be about that. So essentially, why is it simple? We know we need to put our money in the market in a well-diversified portfolio and leave it. We know that. But oftentimes we don't do that. We think about market timing. We think that we're going to start at the wrong time. As this chart illustrates, over a 1 year, actually, yeah. So if you look at this, what this part is showing here, in 1 year, no one is going to be able to tell you how much you're going to make. You could make between positive 50% and negative 40%. That is based on history. That is the intelligence, that is the data we know. Over a 2 year period, you're starting to see the variance come lower. The average is starting to look a little better, a little more positive. But look further on. Once you pass the 10-year mark, once you're at 20, 30, 50, the odds of you making a negative return over a 30, 20, or 50-year period is almost zero. And this is based on historical data. This is based on the MSCI All Cap World Index, right, which is basically an index of all the stocks around the world. So in the long run, it's important to stay in the market. Easier said than done. I think a lot of us right now today are feeling a bit of that. Should I take my money out? Should I be doing something with it? I need to do something about it. I was like, yeah, I'm king of the world. What is it today? It's like $100 or less than that. I've lost 90% of that potential gain. It's overconfident. We always believe what we own is the best. We are too patient, not too patient, we lack of patience. We trade too much. When we trade too much, don't forget, you go in, you go out, that costs you money. Trading isn't free against active management. He's not technically against active management. He's against expensive human emotions. All seen this. To date, it takes 90% of investment management. So, ETFs have become massive over the last 10 years. Look at that. Look at that growth. That is the amount in AUM that of unit trust but listed on an exchange. So today you could go on your brokerage, open your account, go buy an ETF, and be done with it. All right, I buy SPY. This is not investment advice, huh? And transparent. In your ETF, you them or not. Again, human ingenuity is undoubted. We've come this far as a human race because humans are smart. We are not that. A 5 question for an investment policy. Sorry, for buzzword this year, if you wanted to buy, that is risk tolerance. And finally, investment tenure. Because remember the chart I showed you earlier. Over a 1 to 5 year period, it's very hard to tell you what returns are going to be. Over a 10-year period, we have strong data to suggest where the market will go. Put all this together, you can pick between the Omakase, which is our flagship product, or the Global ESG if you're more environmentally conscious, and we'll create for you a portfolio. So profiling algorithm is thinking, and it creates a portfolio for you. This is a very conservative portfolio. But essentially, we'll take our growth portfolio, we'll take our growth portfolio, we'll take our inflation portfolio, and we'll take our income portfolio, blend it together in our blender of an algorithm, and give you a portfolio. We have 228 different combinations of portfolios. What does this mean? It really shouldn't mean anything to you. But what it does mean is the fact that we can get personal. Your portfolio, and your portfolio should be different, and it will be different because we've got 228 combinations. Ask anyone else in the industry, they're not going to come close to this. Functional portfolios. What are these? Essentially, as the name suggests, each of these portfolios have a different function. If you're younger, you want to have heavy presence of the growth portfolio, and the algorithm will take that into consideration. You want global equity exposure. It's not as simple as buying S&P 500, and we're in Malaysia, we're not in the US, by the way, so it's not as easy as just buying the S&P 500 and holding it till the end. We need global exposure, not just US exposure. Income. Fixed income is more than just Malaysian government securities or fixed deposit for that matter. It's long-term treasury, short-term treasury, senior loans, all these things, buzzwords that you shouldn't need to worry about because we actually have better things to do with our time. So give this to someone who can handle it. And finally, inflation hedging, commodities. When I say inflation hedge, how many of you here think of gold as an inflation hedge? All right, one person has responded to me. I take that as a win. I'm very happy. All right. But other things aside gold includes real estate, treasury, inflation protection securities, clean energy, oil, all these sort of things. I'll show you what it looks like in a sec. So these are the tools of our trade. Each of them have an algorithm to manage them. Again, designed by Professor Kato and Matthew Stewart Box and the team. And finally, not finally, this is the few highlights of the system. Another one I want to highlight is what we call MyTheo AI Assist. Using sentiment data, we can then, the AI Assist, using its machine learning algorithms, is able to then say, hey, sentiment is a bit negative here. It's too negative for our liking. We're going to remove this ETF to prevent on the downside, to mitigate risk. This is another feature of our portfolio, of our system, sorry. So ETFs, there are 8,000 ETFs across the globe. And not all ETFs are created equal. There are probably a dozen S&P 500 ETFs. There are way more than that in other categories. There are thematics and all sorts of exotic products out there. Not all ETFs are created equal, and we only want the best. We want the most high-quality ETFs out there. So we take out the junk. We remove things that are exotic because it doesn't fit our criteria. Not that they're junk, they're just different functions. For things like high trading costs, we don't want you. If you have a poor performance, we also don't want you. Poor performance usually tracking error, right? If it's not tracking the index appropriately. Too short a history. We can't judge you just yet, so we'll hold you on the side for a second. And of course, low liquidity. What is low liquidity? If an ETF is too small, which means, let's say the market cap of ETF is $100 million, that is too small for us to go in because we're managing a lot of money. We want the ETFs to be billions and billions of dollars large so that there's no short squeeze, there's no concern over bids being escalated too high. All in all, our final set is 59 ETFs, which is not, we don't use all 59. This is just the 59 that we are okay with. And then the strategy will then pick up from there to determine which 59 we should be using, which is now around, I think, 25, if I'm not mistaken. So this is what the growth portfolio looks like as of August 2022. It's probably different now because the strategy does reflect the market. But this is just an example of what you are getting when you get a growth portfolio allocation. What you're going to see is that a big chunk of that is US-based. And that's because the US market is 60% of the global equity market. We want to reflect that because whatever said and done, American ingenuity and American capitalism has been a great moneymaker for everybody. So we reflect that in the market, but we also know that we need some global diversification because Japan was once a hot market. Ask anyone in the 90s. It was an amazing stock market. The Nikkei was up to something like 34,000 points. Up till the financial crisis, it still hadn't recovered. So this is why you don't want too much concentration risk. And that's why even in the US exposure, we break it down between value and growth. Because sometimes growth stocks are too frothy. Should you be paying an exorbitant amount for Zoom? Probably not. Should you be paying too little for Berkshire Hathaway? Maybe. But that's why we break it down into these kind of categories. Yeah, if you want to learn more, our booth is over there. We're more than happy to take questions. This is what the income functional portfolio looks like. As you can see, there's a big US Treasury exposure. There's some senior loans, high yield corporate bonds, that sort of thing. Again, just to show you the range of ETFs that we use. And the inflation hedge portfolio, probably one of the most interesting things we have. 15% in gold, 28% in Treasury inflation protection securities, 30% in US real estate. We got a bit in oil, a bit of clean energy, a bit in base metals. Very common question. Hey, Roshan, 3% in oil only. Why? Yeah? Oil's so good, what, this year? This year, yes. What about the last 10 years? We don't succumb to emotion. We use back-tested history to provide you a portfolio that is supposed to work for the long run, not the next year, not the next month. And of course, there's automated maintenance ongoing. Aside the fact that we re-evaluate or at least look at the ETFs in our universe, we do rebalancing every month. Every year on your birthday, we reprofile the portfolio we've given you to reflect the fact that you are now a year older. And as you get a year older, we want it to be more conservative as you head towards retirement, right? These are the different factors that we take into consideration. Again, fund manager in your pocket. At a glance, this is what we do. Answer 5 questions. We take the ETFs, we plug it in, we give you all these different things. We create a portfolio for you that you can keep in your pocket. All you got to do is invest, and we'll do the rest. That's what we want to do at MyTheo, because our slogan is invest in a moment. What does that mean? It means that we want you to invest in your lives. You know, when I was a bit younger, I used to think, I can do it myself. Why do I need someone to do it for me? Then I started working, and then things were never the same. I got no time to evaluate the various different stocks, whether Facebook is a buy at whatever it is now, whether the US market is going to bounce tomorrow. I'm now okay with letting someone else do it. But that also comes with being time poor. And yeah, so we come back to the first slide, ladies and gentlemen. MyTheo, sophisticated but simple. This is an institutional level product that we've built to help you get professional grade investing. And that's really it. That's my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Anyone has any questions? Yes, sir. We have a few minutes for questions. I was counting on you to have a question.
Okay, I'd just like to ask you this question. Assuming that there's a national blackout, right?
Yes.
An electrical outage, right? And then you are depending on computer servers, maybe a few sets of computer servers to actually run your system, right?
Sure.
But if there's an outage of a national electricity outage, right, then there will be some kind of like a blackout on your servers, you know. So what kind of backup plan do you have to maybe to maintain or maybe to repair, perhaps some kind of computer chips kind of breakout or spoilage or
Sure.
explosive kind of effect. What kind of maintenance do you do, and how safe and secure is your computer system then?
Okay. Wow, that is an interesting question. I've never gotten that question before. First and foremost, if we have something like that, I think we've got bigger problems on our hands. But you're right, it is a concern, which is why generators are there, which is why the system has a backup. Yeah, so we take every precaution that we can to ensure that there's redundancies in place, right? It's IT 101. You never want a single point of failure. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, got backup system. Yeah, backup system in place, which there is. Any other questions, maybe related to the product itself? How we do certain things? Is it worth your time and effort? Anything whatsoever? One at the back.
Hi, Roshan.
Hi.
We met in Shopee.
Sorry?
We met in Shopee. Ringgit
Oh,
class.
right. You were in my class.
Yeah.
I hope the class was informative.
Great. Been signed for it though. Okay, so there was something that caught my eye regarding your ETFs in which the algorithm, I quote, you say that if it's too risky for my liking, I will take it away. So does the client have any say in this sort of decision-making situation?
Great question. I like this one. All right, so when we take a look at, you're talking about the AI assist, I think, right? So in that situation, not even the fund manager has a say in that situation because this is a temporary, it's just a temporary positioning to ensure that we can take advantage of any shortfall. It's a temporary move in the market. It's not a permanent thing, but even the investment strategy as a whole is algorithm driven. The fund managers that we have in place, like our CIO, our fund manager on the ground, monitors the algorithm. What we like to think of our USP is the fact that we take out the human bias so we don't overreact. So even the AI assist only reacts in a situation based on the data, based on social media scrapings, based on news scraping. The information that we get from is from Refinitiv. It's Refinitiv's market site data. So it's a very large pool of information. I'm happy to address this again later if it doesn't help the question. But in this kind of situation, we automate it. The investor really doesn't have any particular say in that. But if you wanted to say you wanted 100% growth portfolio, that you can do. You can alter the allocation that we provide to you for sure. That can be done. Appreciate the question. Thank you very much. We got another question over there.
Hi, Mr. Roshan. My name is Balkis here. Okay,
Hi.
I have two questions that I want to ask.
Fantastic.
So sorry, just now I came in a little bit late. So I want to check with you. What is the Sharia compliance status for my TO? And the second one will be, I saw a lot of points that you mentioned here was about global stocks, meaning US and so on. But we also know that there is opportunity for Asia Pacific, like China, Hong Kong, Taiwan. Any point of views that you want to share on that part? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you. Great questions. So right now, we don't have a Sharia compliant portfolio as yet. We are working on that. The reason being that we still don't see a lot of liquidity in the Sharia ETF space at this point. In fact, when Wahed was here on Friday, I think Faiz was saying exactly the same thing. Now, in terms of the portfolio allocation, this isn't static, right? So we did have Singapore allocation earlier this year, for example. But that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was taken out by the algo because as rates come up, Singapore's market is predominantly REITs. So that's going to impact REITs profitability. So that's one of the reasons it was removed. It may come back next year. But there is other, so like I said, if you see here, oh, wait a second. There we go. We've got 59 ETFs that are investable, but only 29 to 30 of them are in the actual portfolios. So the market does, the algo does take some things in and out of the market. So if I go back to the growth portfolio, so this is as of August. You see Germany and Mexico, they're about 3% each. Those were freshly introduced at that point because it's down to valuation. A lot of this, it's not a black box. We're using fundamental analysis, but done on a mass scale to determine the valuation of, Mexico is worth entering now, Germany is worth entering now as a small position. Similarly, last year when we saw a lot of volatility in China, we removed China before everything became the way it is. And we still maintain a position of Hong Kong, as of August, but this is not static. So even the allocation between US value, US large cap value and US large cap growth can be changed to reflect the fundamental valuations over the longer term. I hope that answers the question. Was there a third one? Answer both, right? All right, great. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, sir, another one. Hi, InvestSmart. How much time do I have left? I have no time left. Last question.
I'd like to find out, for example, because you say you have so many fund managers, right?
No, we don't have so many fund managers.
I mean, you have a few fund managers,
Yes,
right?
sure.
So the question is, how do they actually do their valuation, That means in terms of rate of return, okay? Return on investment, return on equity,
Sure.
right? Do they use like very simple valuation methods like maybe dividend yield, or maybe something like PE ratio, or they use the price to book?
So, sir,
do they use? I'd like to know what other supplementary valuation methods you use to justify your.
All the above.
All the above. But
Because-
is there anything more?
Of
Is
course
there
there
anything
is.
additional? Can you
It's
just-
all using the different valuation metrics. Now there are too many. I really can't tell you, and also a lot of it's proprietary. We do use Matthew's experience in BlackRock, right? So yes, price to book, price to PE ratios, volatility, Sharpe ratios, all of that is computed into the system. The algorithm takes all of that into consideration. We do primarily a fundamental analysis at the very bottom, not bottom, sorry, at the base is fundamental analysis. So earnings matter, valuations do matter. And of course, there will be dividend yield calculations. That's why the algorithms we use for income and the algorithms we use for growth are different because different computations are needed in that space. So yes, I can answer that yes, there is. But if you still want this question answered, I highly recommend joining our webinar where you can ask Matthew himself. He's always game to take questions from the audience, and he, having helping build the portfolio, the algos will be way more qualified to answer that question for you. All right, I hope that was somewhat satisfactory. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time I have before InvestSmart kicks me off the stage. They'll play the orchestra music to get me off right slowly. Thank you very much. Come to our booth over there if you have the time. We're giving away 3 months of no management fee. If you come and try, just give us your email over there. Just put 100 ringgit minimum, and you'll be able to enjoy the 3 months till the end of the year and then evaluate whether Maithio is the fund manager for you. Cheers, everyone. Goodbye.
All right, that was Mr. Roshan from Maithio. So once again, if you are interested in Maithio, and of course it's robo-investing strategies, make sure to head on over to their booths. As mentioned earlier, they're giving away 3 months management fee free. That's correct? Okay. So make sure to head on over to their booth, talk to them, and know more about Maithio, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, we do have our one last final presentation on stage, which will be happening shortly. Please be patient with us. We'll be back in a very short while. Thank you.
our company. Yeah? Okay, so today I'm actually going to talk about two topics. Okay, the first one being personal finance, and the second will be about financial frauds and scams. Okay, on a lighter note, after Roshan's very heavy, and information-packed talk, okay, when we talk about personal finance, so what is personal finance? So personal finance actually covers many topics, okay, and it's actually basically talking about how to manage your money. So we talk about things such as planning and budgeting, okay, savings, and also investing your money. So what we are essentially doing is that we are actually going back to the basics, okay, before you actually think about investing. Okay, what are the checklists? What are the things that you should have in place, okay, before you even think about investing? All right. And besides that, besides planning, budgeting, savings, and investing, okay, at some point in our life, we would definitely take up a loan. So we need to know, how are we going to take a loan? How are we going to tackle the debt? How are we going to manage our loan? How much loan can we take? All right, because a loan can constitute things such as like buying a car. When you want to buy a car, essentially you may want to take a higher purchase loan to finance your purchase, or when you want to buy a home, simply also, you also have to talk about debt management, right? Besides that, personal finance also covers insurance. How do I protect my loved ones? Okay, how do I make sure that when I'm no longer around, they are taken care of? And finally, retirement planning. Okay, how much funds do I need to retire? Okay, what kind of lifestyle do I want when I want to retire? Am I prepared for retirement? Okay, so this is essentially personal finance, and it's part of what we do in financial planning. So we will actually have a look at all these areas for you, a holistic picture, all right, when we talk about financial planning on its own. Okay, why is it important? Why is personal finance important? Simply because money matters. Everything boils down to money, isn't it? Okay, so do you want to protect your family from unexpected financial shocks? Suddenly you lose your job, okay? And what will happen when you lose your job? Do you want to protect them? Okay, in case one day, you become total or permanent disabled. Okay, you're not able to go to work anymore. You need someone to take care of you. All right? You also have to think, how am I going to prepare for all these kind of financial shocks? Okay, number two, relationships. In any marriages, okay, we know that nearly half of divorces in Malaysia is actually due to financial problems. Okay, so how do we avoid that? Do you want to have a harmonious marriage? Okay, do you want to have a good relationship with your other half? Okay, you have to seriously think about personal financial planning. Okay, and of course, do you want to sleep well at night? Do you want to have peace of mind? Right? Then, why do we need personal financial planning? Because it will take away the financial stress, okay, which may cause you to have poor sleep, mood swings, and even fall into depression because of money problem. All right, so these are the three reasons why you need to seriously think about your personal finances. Okay, let's talk about the next part, which is, I would say, the first baby step in personal financial planning, which is to have a budget. Okay, why is budget important? Because budget will actually influence, okay, the kind of financial decisions that you will make. Okay, why do we need that? Because we want to get the most out of your money. We want our money to be efficient, to work for us. So how are we going to get our money to work efficiently for us? Of course, we need to have a plan for it. Okay, when we have a plan, then we can make our money work efficiently for us. Also, we can, by budgeting also, we will be able to see areas okay, in our personal finances where we can free up some money. Okay, am I spending too much on a certain expense? How can I cut down? Okay, how do I increase my saving? Okay, how do I build up my emergency fund? Okay, and if, say, you already have your savings, you already have your emergency funds, okay, how am I going to invest my money? How much of money should I invest, which will be comfortable? Okay, so that I can make my expenses every month. All right. And finally, with budgeting also, you will be able to keep your debt under control. Okay, you will be able to know and you will be able to see how much more debt that you can take on without burdening yourself. Okay, so these are the three things, okay, about budgeting, which is important. Yeah. Now, when you want to plan a budget, the first step is I would always say that you have to understand yourself. Know yourself first. Okay, you have to understand what are your savings habits. Why do I save this way? You know, why do I spend money that way? Okay, take some time, okay, and think about your own spending habits. Knowing yourself, how you manage your money. Am I doing it correctly? Okay, do a self-evaluation. All right, then after that, of course, you also need to think about something called a needs and a wants. I think essentially everybody knows, right, what is a need. It's the basic things that we need to go with our, our daily lives. Okay, and today a handphone is actually a need already. All right, maybe about 20, 30 years ago, it may still be a want, for example. And what is a want? Want is basically something that we want for our pleasure. Something that we want to buy for our own pleasure, for our own convenience, to make ourselves happy. That is actually a want. Okay? So think for yourself. What are your needs? What are your wants? Everybody's needs and wants are different. So I can't classify for you. You have to know yourself. Okay? Now, after that, when you have already thought about, yourself, your habits, okay, you think about your life goals, and you think also, okay, what is my need, what is my wants? The third step in planning your budget, okay, these are what I call the six things that you should achieve when you plan your budget. Number one, first and foremost, and also the most important point is that if you have any credit card debts, please pay that off first. Don't think about saving, don't think about, investing. If you have credit card debts, pay that off first. Why? Because we know credit card debts actually incurs very, very high interest. You in the end, if you want to have a debt for a certain product that you buy, you will be paying 2 to 3 times more of the price that you are supposed to pay for. Okay, that's how high credit card debts are. So in your budget, okay, don't think about, investing my money. When you see that you already have a lot of credit card debts which are not paid, please attack your credit card debts. Number one, first one. Okay. Number two, if you have other loans, okay, you need to budget also to settle those loans. That is priority. Okay, if you have loans, your car loan, your housing loan, for example, your personal loan, okay, budget to fulfill the second loan, the second part of it, which is to settle your other loans. Okay, please maintain your credit score. Credit score is very important. Okay, you can actually check your credit score also. CTOS actually provides you a free credit score check, or Experian also, you can go there. So you know that if you have a good credit score, then when you want to apply for any loans in the future, okay, it's much easier and you get better rates also. Okay, that is to maintain your credit score. So how they calculate your credit score is through your repayment habits. Okay, whether you're prompt, okay, or whether you're always late in your repayment. That will affect your credit score. Okay. Number three, that's when we talk about emergency savings. Nothing is given in life. We will not know, or we do not know what will happen tomorrow. Okay, we do not know what will happen 1 week, 1 month, 1 year down the road. Okay, nothing is given. Okay, so therefore we need to have a buffer. A buffer in case anything happens, we have an emergency fund to fall back to. Okay, what if another pandemic hits us in a month's time? Okay, you ask the question to yourself. Okay, do I have the funds to sustain myself? If I lose my job, can I sustain myself for another 3 to 6 months while I look for another job? Okay, so in your budgeting, aim to save 3 to 6 months of your salary for emergencies. Okay, number 4, retirement. Save as much as possible. If you can, okay, when you start saving, think about saving for retirement. When is it a good time to start saving for retirement? Anybody knows? Yesterday. That's right. Very good audience here we have today. Yesterday is the correct time for you to start saving for retirement, no matter how old you are. Whether you're a young man, 18 years old, or 20, 25, 30, 35. Yesterday is the best day. Okay? So What is the best way? Those who said, yesterday was the day, so what should you invest in for retirement? The most basic one. Fixed deposit. What else before that? Besides that, every month you actually have forced savings, into your retirement if you're employed. EPF, that's right. Okay, so for the employed, you have your EPF. That is actually a forced saving for your retirement. But if you do not have your EPF, what do we have? We have EPF as well. We call it the self-contribution. And next year is up from 60,000 this year. You can up it to 100,000 next year. Okay, that is the forced saving part of it. All right, and besides that, you should have also a certain portfolio. We call it a retirement portfolio. Okay, to boost up your retirement funds, yeah? Okay, now all this time we'll be talking about saving lah, paying off debts, terrible, right? What about the fun of it? What about the plain money? Do I deserve to at least allocate a certain amount of my hard-earned money, for my wants? Do you think we deserve to have it? Yes? Yes, of course. It's your hard-earned money, right? So we always recommend or propose that you should allocate 10% of your salary for your wants. Okay, 10% of your salary goes into your play money fund. Okay, make it a discipline. 10%, this is what I can spend without thinking. I can spend without having any guilt. All right? And finally, if you have any dependents, if you're married, your wife is a dependent. If you have children, your children are your dependents. If you're not married, but you are sustaining your parents, that means you're supporting your parents. So your parents is considered your dependent. Okay? Number 6, always allocate part of your budget for life insurance. So I have a question always. They say, if I don't have dependents, do I still need life insurance? No need. Don't waste your money on life insurance if you do not have dependents. Okay? But think about investing in medical insurance instead. Medical insurance is in fact almost compulsory for everyone. All right. Now, a question to all of you here today. Now, if you actually think about buying a new computer, brand new computer, say 5,000 ringgit, okay, should you actually save up for it or should you just use your credit card? Credit card. One answer, credit card. What about the rest? No? Save? Right, one save, one credit card. So how? What should we do? Use the savings to pay the credit card. Ah, good answer. Yeah, why do you want to do that? Cashback points, correct. All right, members' privileges, isn't it? You get your points, you get cashback, yes. You can use your credit card. This is also a very commonly asked question. Should I use my credit card when I buy something? Okay, if it's planned, if it's a planned buy, okay, do it correctly. All right, make sure you have the money before you swipe your card. Okay, it will actually give you about 20 days interest-free, correct? On top of that, if you swipe it, 2 advantages. You get cashback. Number 2, you can even go for IPP, what we call the interest-free payment plan. Okay, make sure it's interest-free, 0%. Okay? All right, so just a little bit, just to lighten up our talk today. Okay, so we have ended the first part of our talk on personal finance. So remember, okay, your credit card debts, your other debts, your emergency fund, okay, and then after that, you also have to think about your insurance, and don't forget your play money, the 10%. All right. Now, as with the theme of this year's InvestSmart Fair, which is everyone is actually talking about financial frauds and scams. Today, I'm also going to just talk to you also about financial frauds and scams. So our theme is let's not get scammed. You have to always stay alert so as not to get scammed. All right, let me ask you. These are actually, like the headlines that we usually see. For the past 1.5 to 2 years, we have been actually seeing a lot of headlines which shows us this kind of news. Okay, you have a look at all this. Can you actually see a trend in this? What is the trend? Yeah? Yes, money is involved, right? So they are after your money, number 1. What else can we see? Yeah? Sorry? A lot of emotions involved. What kind of emotions are we seeing here when we see this kind of news? Sad? Will you feel sad? Right? What else do we feel? Okay, we see a lot of fear, of course. Sadness and fear. Okay, my next question is, do you think as a scammer, let's go into a scammer's head. All right, we are all scammers now. When we look at this kind of news clippings, do you think there is a particular age group that they are targeting, or particular, education background or occupation, or something? Is there a trend or not here? Is there a fixed trend? If you just analyze this information, are they targeting a certain group? Huh? Yes? All right, if you actually look at all this, okay, it doesn't matter who you are. Okay, whether you're male, whether you're female, okay, whether you're widower, whether you're married, whether you're single, it doesn't matter which, whether you're young, old, whatever. Okay, scammers do not choose their victims. How do they choose you? First, they choose you. Okay, then when you engage with them, that means when you have the interaction with them, you talk to them, okay, you believe them, that's where you end up as her headline. That's where you get scammed. Scammers do not choose their victims. And as long as you engage with them, then potentially you may become a scam victim. All right? Now, we see a lot of money being lost worldwide. According to scamadvisor.com, in 2019, 31 countries, already 36 billion euros lost. Every reported scam is about 225 euros, times 5, how much is that? About 1,000 over ringgit. Every scam, yeah? Okay, and 140 million scams were reported worldwide, and 3% of the global population have been scammed. Okay, scamadvisor.com. And you also see that in nearly all countries, there is a high growth in online scams. Poland, online scams increased by 73%. Okay, India, 50%, and so on. And when we talk about online scams as a percentage of overall crime, the nearest to us is Singapore. Singapore, we know, has one of the lowest crime rates in the world. But online scam actually constitutes 27% of their reported, their overall crime, okay, in Singapore. Now, just to show you, the prevalence of scam, how serious it is, how much money the scammers are making. If you look at the last one, 40 billion US dollars. Scammers have made 40 billion US dollars in 2019 alone. Much more than your technology giants. So please take it with a pinch of salt. It's not saying that let's become scammers. No. All right. But just to show you how serious it is, see, Microsoft, 39, Alphabet, Samsung, Facebook, Amazon, their income is less than the total amount of money that was lost to scammers. Of course, Apple is still right on top, but we do not know for how long. Okay, so this is how serious scams are becoming worldwide. The amount of money lost. Okay, what about in Malaysia? In Malaysia alone, between 2019 and last year, March 2022, okay, we had 51,631 online fraud cases with a total loss of 1.61 billion ringgit. And what was the highest contributor? Online purchase. Why online purchase? Everybody is moving online, right? With the advent of, technology, okay, and it all started with COVID, everybody started to learn online shopping. Okay, so it actually has become very, very serious in Malaysia as well, yeah? Okay, so we talk about what is financial fraud. So financial fraud is basically a crime. Okay, if you report it, that's why the Royal Malaysian Police is actually very involved now, because it's actually a civil law violation. And who actually do all this kind of financial fraud? They are mostly educated, white-collar criminals, very smart people, okay? And they actually, the kind of crimes that they conduct is what we call the complicated financial transactions. So somehow, they are able to come up with the latest scheme to actually scam us. Yeah? In Malaysia, how many of y'all have received a spam call before? Can I have a show of hands? Wow, right? I received a scam call on my way here, driving. Somebody called me and my phone tells me it's a scam call. Imagine, okay? So according to Truecaller in 2020, Okay, 41% of spam calls in Malaysia are from financial services, right? Property agent, insurance agent, someone trying to sell you an investment. Yes, 41%, followed by 24%, which are actually scammers, your Macau scams. Okay, and the third one is 15%, which is from the insurance industry. Okay, this is what's happening in Malaysia. Okay, this one is the various types of scams that exist today. Non-exhaustive list. This is not like the final list, and all that. No, scammers come out with new scams every day. Okay, and these are actually the list of the types of scams that actually exist today. You have your identity theft. Okay, if you want, you can take a picture. Right, credit and debit card fraud, debt collection fraud, your loan scams, your job scams. Also, one of the recent ones, the Cambodian people, those people who have been cheated going to Cambodia, to Laos, to Thailand. Okay, those are the job scams. Investment scams is always there. Every day we see investment scams. Okay, Microsoft scams, social media scams, online shopping scams, and during the COVID season, we had the COVID-19 scam also. Your face mask, your sanitizer scams. Okay, how do we spot an investment scam? Now, there are three major types of investment scam. Number one, when the investment is totally fictitious, fake, it doesn't exist at all. That's the first type of investment scam. Okay, the second type is the investment exists, there is such a type of investment, but the scammer actually takes your money and runs away with your money. That actually has happened, yeah? It has actually happened, and it actually, what I would say is actually one of the most common things that have been happening for the past 5 to 10 years, but not so recently, because the Securities Commission became more strict with the collection of funds. Okay? Do you know that you are actually not allowed, if you want to invest in a certain product, you are actually not allowed to pay, to actually bank in your money or, pay the person whom you're going to invest in? All right, that's the first thing that you must be aware. If you want to invest, don't go and pay your unit trust agent cash, or don't give a check to them, their personal name. Never ever do that. Why? Because there's a possibility that they may run away with your money lah. Yeah? And the third one is scammers who pretend that they are representing a legitimate organization. Legitimate or non-legitimate, later on I will show you all how to do a background check. I will teach you all how to see whether the company that you want to invest in, whether they are legal or not legal. Okay? Now, what are the warning signs? What are the red flags? What are the things that tell you, sounds the siren, time to run away, is a scam? What are the things? When someone reaches out to you out of the blue, someone calls you and introduces an investment product to you, please be careful. Okay? And they start pressuring you to make a very quick decision. All right? They call or email you frequently. Those are already scammers. Because legitimate investment organizations, they will not do that. Okay? And when the returns are too good to be true, therefore it is definitely too good to be true, and it's a scam. Okay? And you have also been asked to keep the investment quiet. Don't tell anyone about it. It's an exclusive offer to you only. Okay, that is a warning sign. And especially if it is not a registered entity, okay, like what we're going to look at later on, how to check on the registered and non-registered entities. If it's not a registered entity, please stay away from them. All right? Okay, these are the other, investment scams, possibly. Again, a non-exhaustive list. Okay, these are the possible ones, like Ponzi schemes, pyramid schemes, products that are unregulated. In the earlier years, we had overseas holiday properties. They actually ask you to invest in overseas holidays, but after a certain amount of years, they just, tap out and bankrupt, and you lose all your investment. You have land banking, very popular as well. Okay, forex trading today, in Malaysia, I think it's really prevalent. Okay, for your foreign exchange trading, a lot of unauthorized and I would say illegal companies running about and doing that. We have your cryptocurrency scams. I think in the earlier session, they were also talking about cryptocurrency scams. And what we call the last one, the scam is from the rising prices in commodities. Actually, when gold is very high. Okay, when the prices of gold, is quite volatile. Okay, then you have the scalpers, who actually tries to teach you how to play in the market and earn from the difference of the high and the low. Those can be a scam also because they are not authorized to teach and also to recommend. Okay, this is a very heavily regulated industry. Okay, and not only licensed people are allowed to give advice. Not any Tom, Dick, and Harry that you meet on social media. Yeah, be careful. Okay. Now, what are the common catchphrases used by scammers? Okay, the first one is, I would say, they try to create a herd mentality. Herd mentality is when they tell you, oh, so and so have already invested. I have 20 investors in this program. Don't worry, we are legitimate. People who have already invested in this. They create the herd mentality to influence you. This is psychology. Okay, the second one is, of course, they try to invoke the FOMO in you, the fear of missing out. Okay, so they will tell you that, if you actually don't invest today, tomorrow the offer is over, you will not be able to get the promised return. All right, and also when they tell you there is no risk in the investment, when they tell you no risk, very high return, but don't worry, no risk. Okay, that is a very big red flag for you because in any investment there is always risk involved. Okay? Essentially, all investment schemes are what we call the scheme cepat kaya or the get rich quick schemes. Okay? So for get rich quick schemes, we see investment products that offer you very high and unrealistic rate of return. Okay, the bank, FD is offering you now about 2 to 3%. Whereas if a certain product comes and tell you, we are actually investing in so and so product, very close to the FD, but we can give you 5% a month. I've heard of some investments, my investors tell me, they have been offered up until 8 to 10% a month, which translates to 120% a year, Okay, so it's really scary. So how the scammers actually target you? They target us because of our greed, because of our need or our want to become rich fast. That's how the scammers play on this sentiment, okay, to influence you to invest with them. Okay, so remember there is no instant wealth, no such thing as overnight wealth, becoming a millionaire or billionaire overnight. All right. So before you invest, always verify and validate. Check to make sure that whatever you're investing in is a legitimate investment and you are dealing with a legitimate advisor. Two things. All right. Now, one of the scams today is a cryptocurrency scam, which was actually spoken about also earlier. So just to create the awareness, in Malaysia now, there are 4 registered digital asset exchanges. Okay, this was in February 2020, if you see here. But if you go to Securities Commission Malaysia, there are actually 4 now, okay, which is Luno, Synergy, Tokenize, and MX Global. MX Global has the both right up behind, okay. So there are 4 now as of June 2022. All right, and beware of cryptocurrency scams. The first one is what we call the crypto ATM. You know what's a crypto ATM? That means it's like our bank ATM. Bank ATM, we put in our bank card, we can withdraw money, right? A crypto ATM is where you put in fiat money, you put in your physical money, they will issue you cryptocurrency. Okay, be careful of that, because in a news release on 8th of July 2020, the Securities Commission have actually cautioned investors against the use of crypto ATMs. Okay, there are some still around. I've seen them around. Just be careful when you have this, where you actually buy your cryptocurrency through using an ATM machine. All right. Number 2, Bitcoin Ponzi scheme. This is what we call the Bitcoin Investment Club. Okay, what they do is that they sell you shares. They tell you my company is harvesting or we are actually mining cryptocurrency. This was very, very hot, okay, about a year or 2 ago when the Bitcoin was very, very high. So we have this Bitcoin Investment Club, and they are actually selling shares of this company that mines cryptocurrency. But it's mostly Ponzi scheme. They're actually not mining, but collecting money from you and recycling the money, as is a Ponzi scheme. And also beware of the imposter account on social media, like Twitter. What happened to Elon Musk was somebody actually hacked his account. Okay, and you see actually this one, it's a screenshot from Business Insider. It's a real story, yeah? So Elon Musk, with the tick, the Twitter approved, you get the blue tick there. Okay, they actually hacked his account, or they actually pretended to be Elon Musk. And, they say that you send me 1,000, I'll send you back 2,000 ringgit. So people believe. Why? Because it's a verified account. Number two, he's Elon Musk. Okay? Right, atrocious, right? Unbelievable sometimes, okay? They can actually come to this point, just to scam you. Okay, pyramid schemes, red flags. Again, the same thing, high return, short-term period. There's no genuine product or service sell. And the primary emphasis is on just recruiting, okay? Keep recruiting people. And whenever you recruit people, you're collecting fees, all right? And you actually have easy money or passive income. They cannot produce to you the financial reports. That's another red flag. And they have a very complex commission structure. Yeah, how do they reach out to you? Social media, Facebook, through your Instagram, through TikTok also, right? They actually come up with all these kind of pyramid schemes, internet advertising, through their company websites also, group presentation, and even conference call. Okay, this is what a pyramid scheme looks like. Do you know how this operates? If you look at this scheme, can you imagine how it operates? Okay, one person recruits 6 person, all right? So it's like a pyramid coming down. The 6 people will recruit another 6. 6 by 6 is 36 lah. 36 by 36 is 216. 216 by 216 is 1296. This is the amount of people that is recruited at every level. So in Malaysia, we have about 30 million people. All right? So how many times do you think we can recycle before the whole scheme collapses? So we will look at 9 times, 10 million, because you want to go to the 10th time when you want to recycle, okay, it's already 60 million. You need 60 million people to reach the 10th level. So before you can reach the 60 million, 9th, the whole pyramid scheme will collapse because there's not enough people anymore to recruit, okay, to be part of your pyramid scheme. And we also have Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme is recruitment based, but what happens is we know for pyramid scheme there's no underlying products, okay, no service. For Ponzi scheme, the fraudsters, they collect your money, but they don't invest your money. Not recruitment, they just collect your money, okay, in order to pay the investors the dividend or the income. They use other investors' money to pay you. So they keep recycling. It's like a circle of life. So they use the money that they collect to pay those who invested earlier. So again, you have the Ponzi scheme, the characteristics of your Ponzi scheme. Land banking schemes, very simple concept. Okay, you are actually approached by a company to ask you to invest in a very high potential piece of land at the fringe of the town. Okay, so we are saying, okay, we have news that this piece of land in 10 years' time, it will be developed. And the company will buy back from us for 10 times the value today. Let's invest now first. Okay, buy first. Okay, this was a bigger scheme, and it's reported in places such as Panama, Ukraine, Brazil, Bulgaria, Africa. And investors actually believe them and invest. You don't even see it, but they put money in, to buy land in all these countries. But eventually got scammed. Right? Be careful about land banking schemes. I know that there's actually one still going on. Okay, they are calling us and asking us to go for their talks to talk about land being sold overseas. Be careful about that, yeah? And Macau scams. One of the most common, I would say, scam in Malaysia. You receive a call. Sometimes they can even spoof the phone number. That means when you see the phone number, on your phone, it's a legitimate number. It says LHDN. Or it says Post Malaysia. Or it says Mahkamah Magistrate. Or even say PDRM sometimes. They can spoof the call. They have the software, okay, to spoof the call. And they will pretend, to be bank officer, post worker. And very sadly, just about last week, okay, someone that I know got scammed saying that he was from the Touch and Go company, the latest one, Touch and Go company. They can read you your name, they can read you your IC number, they can even tell you how much of balance you have in your Touch and Go account. So the person who got scammed, believe them, right? Because they can actually provide you all these personal details. All right, and then after that they say, okay, I'm going to send you a link now. You click into the link, okay, and you key in your username and password. Then we're going to increase your Touch and Go limit by linking it to your Maybank account. So you know lah, when you click into these all illegal links, all right, they actually phish your information. They stole his username, stole his password, hacked his Maybank account, and he lost a few thousand ringgit. All right, this is a true story, just happened. And it's very sad, okay, for us to hear this happening. Yeah? All right, and last but not least, ooh, your love scams. So, love scams we see. Recent news also, especially during COVID, love scams was one of the very, very hot scams around. Why? How do love scams happen? Loneliness, okay, because of isolation, okay, and also because of the online presence. You know, it becomes a global community now. It's not only in Malaysia. We can reach out to anyone and everyone all over the world, okay. So how do scammers actually do it? They first actually look at your profile. They don't just simply scam you, no, they actually have a plan one. First, they look at your FB, they look at your Instagram, they look at your TikTok, they study your profile, what you like, what you do, okay, and also like where you go, what kind of car you drive. So they study your digital footprint, and then they will come up with a personality to fit you. They can do a perfect match. They know what you like, they match the personality to what you really like also. Okay, and then they start contacting you, chatting with you every day, you know, WhatsApp you, Telegram you, Messenger you, whatever. Okay, in order to groom you to get your trust. All right. So the lies that the scammers tell you is that perhaps, you know, I'm a doctor working overseas, you know, in an international organization, and most popular is working in an oil rig. Like, oh, I'm working with Petronas, or I'm working with one of the big oil companies, so I can't come back because I'm in the oil rig in the middle of the ocean. Right? The telltale signs. What tells you that it may be a love scam? Okay, when they tell you, I love you, too quickly. Suddenly, after 1 or 2 months, you know, it professes your love to you very, very quickly. Okay, but always, he said, I plan to visit you, but somehow, you know, something happened, emergency happened, and then tak jadilah. Right? Be careful, huh? And then, what will happen after that? When they gain your trust, okay, when they actually, you fall into their love trap, then they will start asking you for money. Like, it's all about money, bottom line, kan? Right? So they ask you to pay for plane ticket, you know, pay for medical emergency, you know, maybe ask you to pay some custom fees for the big gift that he's sending you, but it's stuck in customs now, you know, that kind of thing, right? So what should you do, or what can you do if you are a victim of a love scam? Stop communicating. Okay, you need to talk to someone that you trust. Okay, do a Google search. Whoever that you're communicating with, do a Google search. Do a Google image reverse search. We actually have a reverse image search on Google. The profile photo that you have, you can actually load it into Google. Google can find or match it to someone. All right? And do not transfer money to people whom you just met online. Okay, do not accede to requests for any photos or videos that may put you in a vulnerable position. They may blackmail you, okay, using the kind of photos or videos that you send them. All right? And inform the police if anybody is trying to extort money from you. So the police have to come in in the end. All right. Now we were talking about investment scams earlier. So now I'm going to actually show you 4 websites, okay, on how to do background check on people. Okay, number 1, for products and services, if you're talking about Ponzi scheme, pyramid schemes, okay, you can versus multi-level marketing. What is legal, what is not legal? You go to Direct Selling Association of Malaysia, go to the directories, you click on that. Okay, so you see the website, dsam.org.my. There you can see. You can scroll to see all the licensed MLM members in Malaysia. So if you're planning to be a member, you know, of this MLM company, all right, you can check to see whether they are registered or not. Okay, the whole list is there. Okay, very, very long, yeah? All right. And then the second one is about the people whom you deal with, the licensed intermediaries and representative that you deal with, your financial advisors. Okay, so you go to Securities Commission, okay, so you click on the list of public registered of holders, then say you want to check on, okay lah, let's check on me lah today. Okay, you can key in my name. You can see my name appears, right? And my license number is there. My principal entity is Core Plus Advisories and Berhad. Okay, and my status is still valid. Okay, so that's how you can actually check on the people that you deal with to see whether they are legitimate or not. Okay, and the third one is investments. Before you invest, please check to see whether the entity is legal or not. Okay, are they blacklisted or not? Okay, how do we check again? Okay, one very popular one. Okay, we can do a search, Control F. If it's on Windows, you hit a Control F. Okay. Okay, this is the list, the whole list. Okay, we key in OctaFX. Can you see right on top? Anybody heard of OctaFX? Yes, very popular, kan? No? Social media. They are very, very strong social media. A lot of celebrity endorsements, yeah? Can you see? This is the SC's investor alert list. What does it tell you if you see their name here? All right, it is a clone operating an illegal investment scheme offering high returns with low investment. Okay, we see also a lot of endorsements by celebrities. Okay, you can check. Okay, I can name you a few just offhand, but OctaFX being one of the most recent hot news, that's why I show you here. All right, and the last one is the CCID portal. Okay, what is this CCID portal? Okay, this is actually part of PDRM's initiative, okay, to check on bank accounts and also phone numbers of scammers. That means those reported bank accounts are blacklisted bank account or blacklisted phone number. You can go to this CCID portal here, semakmule.rmp.gov.my. You can key in account number or key in the, your what do you call that, handphone number, and they can check their database whether it's blacklisted or not. Alternatively, you can also go to Google Play and even Apple App Store. You can download the app, right, from this Google Play or Apple App Store. The name is CCID. Check Scammers CCID. That's the name of the app that you can download, okay, to check on these scammers. All right, so these are the 4 that I can share with you today. So let's go back to our slides. All right, after that, if you have a dispute, meaning that you think that you have been scammed, okay? So how do I complain? Of course, we need to have an avenue, okay? We need to know where to go, correct? If you have a complaint. So in order to report a scam number, so if this one phone number keep calling you, keep harassing you, every day call you 3-4 times, you're getting very irritated with it, call MCMC. Lodge a report with MCMC if you're being harassed by a certain phone number. Okay, that's the first one, right? The second one, okay, this is common. I've used this before. Any disputes regarding purchase of products and services, online purchase also the same, and also for physical purchases. Go to your Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs. Okay, that's the first place where you can lodge a customer complaint. Okay, and number 2 is you can use NCCC. I used NCCC before. I had a dispute with Agoda. Okay, they did not want to fulfill the order that the booking that I made. They wanted to downgrade me, whereas I paid a certain amount of money for this room. They wanted to downgrade me to a different room, which I didn't agree because it's a binding contract. So I lodged the complaint with NCCC because they were actually threatening me certain things, and I wasn't happy about it. So I lodged a complaint, NCCC contacted them. The next day, Agoda called me, and it was all settled. Right? So it is effective. What I'm trying to tell you is this is actually effective because I've tested it before, NCCC. Huh? If you have any banking-related problems, you go to Bank Negara Malaysia Telelink. Okay, you go to telelink.bnm.gov.my, you fill up this form. This is the form that you will see to fill up. If you have any disputes with your bank, money missing in the bank, okay, you go to Bank Negara Malaysia, or you can call them, fax them, SMS them, or even email them. All the information is here. And finally, also, 4 basic behaviors to wrap up what we have talking about today. The 4 basic behaviors that scammers target. How do scammers actually know, okay, how to scam you basically? Because they know that we are frightened or fear of something, number one. The fear of authority and power, like police. Okay, when we hear the word police, sometimes we get very scared. Oh, did I do anything wrong? So when a Macau scam, they call you, they tell you, I'm from the police department, and they say that you are actually involved in money laundering activities, then we panic, right? Okay, we are scared of the police. So scammers will pretend to be law enforcement officers or be from authoritative agency. So do not be scared if you receive any phone number, any phone call from police or from the magistrate's court or even from the income tax department. Always verify and validate. Don't fall into their trap. Number 2 is ignorance, because we don't know. We are not aware. Okay, that's where you can become what we call a victim of investment scams. Okay, because we cannot pick up the red flags, the signals that they are sending us. Okay, number 3 is gullibility, very naive. So if you're naive, you're very gullible, you believe people too easily. That's where love scammers come in. Your Nigerian scams also, snake oil scams, your travel package scams. And finally, last but not least, okay, as with our human nature is greed, tamak, ketamakan. And because people know that we are greedy, we want to get rich fast, that's where your investment scam comes in. They promise you super normal profits, fantastic profit, no risk or little risk. Okay, and think you're a scam victim. All right, now just the last recommendation, if you keep receiving scam calls, you can think about installing Truecaller. No, I'm not working for Truecaller, just recommendation. Okay? And so with that, I end my presentation here today. So again, this is a financial education talk brought to you by Bruza Malaysia. Okay, my name is Selina. Have a great day, everyone. Bye.
All right, thank you so much to Dr. Selina. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that was a presentation on how to avoid scams. Pretty sure all of you by now should know if you're here the whole day, okay? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into lucky draw, I do have some things I want to show you. For example, the first video I want to show you is about the jingle. Okay, so what this jingle is about, I will explain it to you, but let us take a look first. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
Hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana gelabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web InvestSmart jawabannya. Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, that is the InvestSmart Silap Labur, Duit Lebur jingle featuring Malaysia's #1 singer Datuk Sri Siti Nurhaliza, which was remade recently. And of course, that is also our theme this year. Silap Labur, Duit. Alright, so the music was rearranged by the famous composer Aubrey Suwito. And of course, if you like the jingle, if you want to share it, it is available on our InvestSmart SC YouTube. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3rd day of InvestSmart Fest 2022. It has been an amazing 3 days. We have had a lot of discussions on stage, a lot of interesting presentations, a lot of prizes that have been won. So here is a wrap-up video just for you. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy. 2, 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the past 3 days. It has been amazing here at InvestSmart Fest 2022. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, now to wrap things up for today on stage, the exhibition will still go on. We have, what do we have? What do we have? Oh, cannot, this energy cannot. It's very cold. Can we just hit it up a bit? What is it? That is correct. So for lucky draw to happen, I would of course need to invite a very special person on stage to draw the lucky draw numbers, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Datuk Zainal Islam Zainal Abidin, Deputy Chief Executive Secretaries Commission Malaysia, accompanied by Mr. Jawahar. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Hi. Very nice to meet you. Hopefully, you can draw their lucky numbers. They're all waiting patiently. And of course, our official mascots as well. Please do join us on stage. Sure. Let's draw the first lucky number. And the first prize is the Panasonic microwave oven. All right. Thank you. The first lucky number is 3. Yes, you have to answer me, okay? What's the second number? What? 0. The third number is 9. Ayah from here. Okay, but that side a bit more responsive. 30938. Oh, do we have a winner? Okay, blue shirt, I think from Bursa, Malaysia, yeah? Let's give a round of applause. The winner of the Panasonic microwave oven. Just let me verify your number. Thank you so much. Is that correct? Yep. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Okay, so she's showing you a very good example. Once you win, don't be nervous, don't run, don't fall, walk on stage, take the prize, take a picture, and we'll help you also to bring the prize down, okay? So, Datuk, can we take the second number? Alright, so the second prize is a Samsung Power Stick Vacuum. And just to clarify, all the numbers here are since day 1, yeah? Okay? So the first number is 1. 1, 1, 2, 7, 4. Tak ada lah, because this is day 1 number. I think all of you here is holding number 3, right? The first number, number 3, yeah? Okay. I will call this number 3 times. If you're not here, we're going to move on, okay? 1, 1, 2, 7, 4. Calling once. 1, 1, 2, 7, 4. Calling twice. 11274 calling the third time. Don't be so happy, guys. Don't be so happy. Okay, let's draw the second lucky number of the day. Okay, we can goreng a bit here. You can goreng this one, don't goreng stocks. Okay, the first number is a number you will all be happy with, which is, the second number is 0. 309 5. Oh, what was your last number? Wow, very close. Sorry, no, you 7 plus 1, 8. 30958. You were super close. Unfortunately, do we have a winner? Let me repeat, 30958. Oh, I heard the noises is screaming dah balik. I thought it's dah menang di sini. Hey, we have a winner there. All right, let's have a round of applause. The winner of the Samsung vacuum. Congratulations. Yes, it's a vacuum. All right, let me verify your number. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause. Okay, awesome. How about we have Mr. Jawahar to draw the third number? Yeah? Okay, come. All right. So, okay, it's not 1 or 3. This time it's 2. Anybody? Anybody with day 2 number? Oh, we have over there, some here, some there, I assume. Okay, 2, 0, 0. 20099. Ada? Tak ada? Ada ke tak ada? Tak ada. Okay, let's hear it. 20099. Calling once. Calling twice. Okay, let me repeat one more time to be fair. Okay, 20099. Calling the third. Oh, someone's walking. It's not you. Okay, it's not you. It's not you. Okay. It's not you. Sorry, false alarm. Okay, 20099. Not here. Okay, let's draw again. Mr. Jawahar. Okay. Mr. Jawahar was like, oh no, it's also a number 2. 2, 2, 1. Tak ada. I belum habis Wait. 2, 2, 1, 2, 4. I'm trying to see if there's any movement or noises. Don't have, I only see da. 2, 2, 1, 2, 4 calling once. 2, 2, 1, 2, 4 calling twice. 2, 2, 1, 2, 4 calling third time. Okay, let's draw again, Mr. Jawahar. He's silently, secretly hoping inside, please be a 3. Please be a 3. I want to go home. Oh, sorry. It's not a 1. It's not a 2. It's not a 3. It's number 1. Do we have any day 1 holders here remaining? Oh, we have, We have a few actually. Okay, 1, 1, 2, 9, 7. Tak ada 1, 1, 2, 9, 7 calling once. Oh, is it this little boy? Oh no, it's not. Okay. 1, 1, 2, 9, 7 calling twice. 1, 1, 2, 9, 7. Okay, it's not. Let's move on to the next number. Alright, actually I haven't told you guys what the prize is. I forgot. Do you guys know what the prize is? No, Okay, the prize is actually a Samsung Galaxy Watch. Not very excited, Can I hear it one more time? Alright, the number is 22150. I think as long as it's not number 3, we can just... Cannot, we have to be fair, This is what we promise. And we are all about integrity, okay? 22150, calling once. 22150, calling twice. 22150, ada? Okay, tak ada, Mr. Jawahar. Let's draw again. We're going to draw until we get Okay? All right. Okay. Finally. What is your favorite number today? Correct. 3. Next number? 1. I heard a 1, which is 1. Yes. 310. Oh, yes, still yes, 3107. Oh, here also got yes, 31071. Alamak, bukan. Correct 4 number, no use. We need the last number, 31071. We have a winner, yay! All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me just verify your number. Is that correct? Betul. Just kidding. Come. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. Okay, now for the 4th prize is, and after Samsung is what? Correct. The 4th prize is Apple Watch Series 7. You guys very biased. Samsung, Apple, woo! Got tune semua. Okay, let's draw. Dato', can we draw a number? A lucky number. Hopefully it's a 3. Everyone's favorite number. Okay. Oh, it's really a 3, huh? Oh, okay. The first number is... Oh, no more energy. 3117. Not 9. 31175. Wow, this is the first number with 3. So far, nobody's claiming it. 31175. Dah balik number 3 Wait, day 3 winner don't have 31175 calling once. Ada You guys, I don't know what you guys are shouting. If you want to shout louder. Are you the winner or tak ada? Tak ada. Okay, 31175 calling once. Calling twice. Okay, let's move on. We can pick another number. Very supportive, as long as tak ada, you guys clap. Tapi ada also must clap, Okay. Oh, okay. Also number 3. 3 0. A lot of people happy. What is the third number? 9 9 minus 1. 308. 308. 8. I don't know your ayah is like or yes. 30882. Don't so fast, balik. Give people a chance to at least walk here lah. Hello, come on. 30882. Calling once. 30882. Oh, this group, I like this group. My favorite group so far among these 3 days. 30882 calling twice. 30882 calling. Oh, we have a winner. Wow, see? That's why you must give chance. All right, that is absolutely correct. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the Apple Watch. Okay, now for the final prize. It's a bit heavy. We're gonna need 2 people to move it. It's a Sharp 55-inch 4K UHD Smart TV. Excited or not? Can we hear some noise from this crowd? Okay, so yesterday I did an experiment. The louder crowd won the grand prize. I mean, from that side. So this time, I want to split into 3 groups and see who's the loudest, okay? This side. Okay, middle group. Okay, don't disappoint me, My favorite group, a bit biased here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's see if the theory is correct. Dato', can we draw a lucky number? Let's see which side does the lucky number come from. Okay, wow. It's a very beautiful number. The first number is Too soft. The first number is? The second number is? 9, huh? I don't think there's a 9 as a second number. The second number is 1. And the third number is also 1. And the fourth number is also 1. And the last number is 3. Wait. Whoa. Careful. Don't destroy the booth. It's okay if you win, but don't destroy the booth. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All right, let me just verify this. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. One final round of applause. All right, thank you. We'll help you move this to my house also later, okay? Thank you, Tato. Thank you, Mr. Jawaha. Thank you for joining us. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us here for these 3 days. It has been an amazing 3 days. And of course, thank you to our mascot as well. If you want to take a picture with them, we're charging 5 ringgit per shot. I'm just kidding. There's no charges. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here. The exhibition will still be ongoing until 9 p.m., but the stage activities has come to an end. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it has been an amazing 3 days. So thank you all for joining us here, and hopefully we'll see you next year. Thank you.